The buruku issue in modern Japan. Written by an internationally recognized specialist on buruku studies, this book casts new light on majority-minority relations and the struggle for buruku liberation. Ian Neary focuses on the burukuman activist, left-wing politician, family company manager and arguably the most important buruku leader of the 20th century, Matsumoto Giichiro. Based on primary material reflecting recent research, each chapter locates Matsumoto Giichiro's experience within the broader developments in Japan's social, political and economic history and illuminates dimensions of its social history during the 20th century that are frequently left unconsidered. As an examination of buruku history, this book will appeal to scholars and students of Japanese political and economic history, ethnic and racial studies, socialism, social thought, and social movements. Ian Neary is a faculty fellow at St. Antony's College and professor in the politics of Japan at Oxford University, UK. Introduction. Most Japanese families have a kamidana, literally God shelf, in their house on which will be placed some symbols from the local Shinto shrine and perhaps some photographs of deceased members of the family. Houses in buruku communities well into the 1970s might also often place on their kamidana photographs of the Meiji Emperor and Matsumoto Giichiro. The Meiji Emperor is regarded as having freed them by the 1871 Liberation Declaration from the status restrictions imposed by the Tokugawa regime. Matsumoto led the 20th century movement that sought to make this liberation meaningful and, ironically, insisted that this must entail the abolition of the emperor system. Matsumoto was the leader of the Shueisha movement that from the 1920s campaigned against the prejudice and discrimination that he and his fellow burukumen encountered in their daily lives. His actions brought him to the attention of the police and he served several prison sentences, including one of 3 years. This led him to be critical and suspicious of the political and social establishment. He associated with left-wing groups before the war and was a founding member of the Japan Socialist Party in 1945. He occupied an influential position on the extreme left of that party until his death in 1966. After 1945, as well as developing his career as a politician on the national stage, he resumed his position as leader of the movement that campaigned both to end discrimination and to win state support for the impoverished buruku communities. That organization from 1955 called itself the Buruku Kaidme, the Buruku Liberation League, BLL. Meanwhile, from the time of its incorporation in 1916 he was also the manager of a construction company that provided the wealth to fund his political career and to support the pre-war and post-war liberation movements. His long life of almost 80 years stretched from the 1880s when the political and economic development of the country was just getting started, through the authoritarianism of the 1930s and early 1940s, and up to the mid-1960s when the project of post-war reconstruction had been completed and the potential that rapid economic growth might have to improve the lives of all Japanese had started to be realized. He was born into a poor family living in an area just outside Fukuoka City and would live in or close to that community all his life. However, by the 1920s, thanks to his successful business, he was no longer poor, though this did not mean he could avoid discrimination. At great risk to his personal safety, he led protests against the way in which the Japanese state continued to collude with the reproduction of discrimination within the new structures of the capitalist economy. He and the movement he led demanded that the state accept responsibility for this situation and take measures to eliminate discrimination. The year before his death, the Japanese government finally accepted a report that described the poverty of buruku communities that had been scarcely touched by the economic achievements of the previous 20 years and that argued that the state should embark on extensive and expensive programs of improvement to eliminate poverty and discrimination. 3 years after his death, those programs of work began. Despite an explosion of interest in Japan over the last 20 years, there are many areas that have received little serious attention. Often the coverage is one-sided, even in Japan. The evolution of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party has been the subject of extensive analysis, but that of the main opposition party, the Japan Socialist Party, has received much less attention. The features of Japanese management practice, both its strengths and weaknesses, have been explored in some detail, the achievements of the labor movement largely ignored. The successes of the 1960s have been highlighted, but the uncertainties of the 1950s are rarely explored. And, amid all this, the experiences of the 3 million or so burukumen in the 20th century are still almost unknown even 40 years after the publication of a government report that both acknowledged their existence and proposed state-funded solutions to their problems. Matsumoto led a busy life. He was involved directly or indirectly in most of the key events of the 20th century within Japan, and from the 1950s he became internationally active too. It is the premise of this book that by tracing his life through the late 19th century up to the 1960s, the reader will develop a new perspective on Japan's recent history and thus on Japan today. This will of course be a very partial perspective that follows wherever Matsumoto's life leads and does not pretend to provide a comprehensive picture. Where needed though, we will try to fill in the gaps so that the reader unfamiliar with the patterns of Japanese history in the 20th century will still be able to appreciate what Matsumoto achieved. During the 1950s, anyone familiar with Japanese politics would have known the name of Matsumoto Giichiro. Today his name is unfamiliar to most Japanese citizens, even those who vote for his grandson, Matsumoto Rie, and those who use the buildings constructed by the Matsumoto Corporation. Within the liberation movement, however, Matsumoto Giichiro retains an iconic status. Indeed, so powerful are the beliefs about what Matsumoto did, or is thought to have done, that it is often hard to discern what really happened. This has led to the development of a Matsumoto myth. The inspiration provided by what people think he did is probably more important than what he actually did. As the leader of a community that faced discrimination, his main role was to persuade his comrades to believe in themselves and to struggle to overcome their difficulties. We all need heroes. However, the process of writing a political biography such as this requires one to be critical of some of these beliefs and, indeed, not to have done so would have been a disservice to the man and the movement. Several of those who worked closely with Matsumoto or who are now active in the movement told me that the last thing they wanted was another hagiography. If the Buruku Liberation League has a Kamidana, there is a picture of Matsumoto Giichiro in it, though certainly not one of the Meiji Emperor. Matsumoto continues to inspire the movement. This book attempts to explain why. 1. The early years. Outcasts in Hakata. Hakata Bay in northern Kyushu forms a natural harbor that has been used since before recorded history. It has been a channel through which goods and ideas have flowed into and out of the islands of Japan. From the 8th century onwards, this area located in the north of Kyushu was known as Chikuzan. There was a trade mission established here in the 7th century, the Kroken, and this was the main conduit through which Japan communicated with the outside world, at that time mainly China and Korea. A few miles away, Dazaifu was established as an important administrative center through which the court on Honshu, the main island, attempted to control Kyushu and to regulate relations with overseas courts. A major shrine, Hakozaki Tenmangu, was established in 923 to protect the area from foreign invasion. By 1000 a thriving merchant town called Hakata had grown around the port and developed as a trading center, with a key role being played by an expatriate community of Chinese merchants based on the narrow sandy bar to the west of the town. No trace of these Chinese settlers persists in the modern era, but their ancient presence is remembered in a part of the city of Fukuoka that bears the name Teijin-maki, Chinatown. Several rivers flow into Hakata Bay, and around it there are sandy beaches behind which stand woods of pine trees. The Ishii Driver flows into the bay to the east of Hakata, on whose northern bank there was an area known as Cho no Matsubara, Grove of 1,000 Pine Trees. Outcast communities have been located here since at least the 16th century. At the social center of this area there was, and is still, a Honganji Buddhist temple whose parishioners came from the 3 separate communities located there. Probably the oldest of these communities, and slightly inland on the riverbank, was Tsuchi. Also on the riverbank but closer to the sea was Horiguchi, from 1874 known as Toyotomi. Slightly to the east, and on the shoreline until the early 20th century, was Kanehira. In the Battle of Sekigahara, 1600, Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated the forces of Hideyori, the son and heir of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who between 1583 and his death in 1598 had established himself as the supreme military leader in Japan. At the start of that battle, Kobayakawa Hideaki, Lord of Chikuzen, supported Hideyori, but he defected mid-battle to support Ieyasu in a move that secured his victory. Kobayakawa's reward was to be given a slightly bigger fiefdom in central Japan, and Chikuzen was given to Kuroda Nagamasa, a longtime loyal supporter of Ieyasu and previously ruler of a neighboring but much smaller fiefdom. Over the next 20 years, until his death in 1623, Kuroda Nagamasa created the base for his family's rule over the region. Most importantly, he moved his military base from Najima Castle, just to the east of Hakata, to the west, establishing his new castle town near a community called Kigo and changing its name to Fukuoka, the name of the family's hometown in Okayama. Fukuoka became the castle town and administrative center, while Hakata, a few kilometers away, continued as a semi-independent merchant town. At the start of the Fukuoka era, as the town was being established by the new lord and his retainers, groups were invited to the new settlement to establish their trade, mostly carpenters and other craftsmen who could be useful in the construction of the new settlement. A land survey of 1602 identified some of these craftsmen as kawada, leather workers, but it also suggested that the provision of hides and working with leather was not, yet, an outcast monopoly. In 1610 the citizens of Hakata were ordered to restore the pine woods that had stood on the sandy beaches but had been destroyed during the previous decades of warfare. 2 years later the outcast communities of Matsubara who lived close to the beach were given the task of protecting these pine woods from attack by peasants who might have wanted to use the bark or pine needles, or even to cut down whole trees for firewood. This created a potential conflict of interest between them and the mainstream community. Takayama 2005, 10. Like many outcast communities in the Tokugawa period, those in Cho no Matsubara produced craft goods including leather items such as drums, which were sold in and through the neighboring market town, Hakata, but the residents also worked small patches of land and sold their surplus produce there too. Apart from the usual crop of rice, the area was known for the quality of its satsumemo, sweet potatoes, and soybeans. There is some evidence that leather workers may have lived in Tsuji, later called Matsuzono, on the east bank of the Ishii Driver even before the Kuroda family brought their own. Indeed, the location on the riverbank would have made it well suited for tanning, which requires copious amounts of water for rinsing the leather. Imato et al. 1978, 19. How leather production was organized at this early stage is not clear, but it does seem to have been becoming an outcast kawada monopoly, and each community was expected to produce an annual quota of goods. A guild of leather workers was formed in Hakata in 1702 that attempted to monopolize the production and sale of leather goods in the region, Matsushita 1985, 56. This had some advantages for the kawada communities in that it gave stability to their income. They acquired the right to access and deal with all the dead farm animals in the region, which ensured a steady supply of hides. This also worked to the advantage of the local government whose tax on the leather trade added to its financial stability. By the mid-18th century, untreated ox and horse hides were being brought in by boat from northern Kyushu, with some of the treated hides then being sent on by sea to Watanebemura, Osaka, to be made into leather goods or to be distributed elsewhere across the country. Imato et al. 1978, 24. Discrimination against leather workers is not particularly unusual in the world and in some ways quite understandable. It is dirty work, very smelly, and if the hides are dyed the leather workers may become literally marked for life. In addition to the visible pollution of these workers, in Japan it was believed that there was a spiritual pollution that derived from the community's association with dead animals. Both the Shinto and Buddhist traditions, which at this stage in Japanese history were not easy to distinguish, have prejudices associated with the actual and spiritual defilement that was caused by contact with blood and dead bodies. The history of this kind of occupation-based prejudice in Japan is long and complex, but we can summarize it by saying that before the social stability of the Tokugawa period it was at least possible for individuals and their families to move away from discrimination if and when they ceased their contact with leather craft. However, following the foundation of the Tokugawa period and the social and political stability it enforced, it became almost impossible for those living in these communities to avoid discrimination, even if they no longer took part in leather production. There is considerable debate about how and when these communities developed, but little disagreement now about the fact that their numbers increased both absolutely and relative to the rest of society between 1700 and the mid-19th century, and that in the same period formal discrimination against them became firmly established. Some of these communities were relatively recent formations, but others predate both the Tokugawa and, in our example, the Kuroda regimes. In the Fukuoka area, the outcast groups located on the banks of the Ishii River called themselves Kawada, although they were also referred to as Ada, two characters meaning defilement abundant. Meanwhile, there was also a small Hainan, literally non-person, community close to the town of Hakata. By the middle of the 17th century the military use of leather had dwindled while its household use, for example as footwear, had increased, and the identification of tanning as an outcast occupation seems to have become fixed. Overall, the population of the Chikuzen fiefdom changed hardly at all between 1750 and 1835, hovering around 310,000, while that of the Hakata township between 1670 and 1813 ranged from 14,000 to 16,000. Morishita 1989, 143. In some rural areas there was actually a decline in the population of some villages between 1700 and 1850. In contrast, the Kawada villages grew both in number and overall population. The number of Kawada communities increased from 26 to 38 during the 17th century, and the number would further increase to 97 by the end of the Tokugawa era, 1600–1867, Matsushita 1985, 3344. This is partly explained by the fact that during the Kai famine of the 1730s as many as one-third of the peasantry perished, and sometimes Kawada would be invited into rural areas to farm the untilled land. However, although they were able to contribute to the tax burden, they were not permitted full access to the social and political life of the village. Some in these outcast communities might continue to undertake crafts in their spare time, including the production of leather goods, but even if this was not their main source of income, they became subject to systematic discrimination. Matsushita 1985, 4956. During the Tokugawa period, outcast communities in many areas were excluded from the formal census records and exempt from taxation, but this was not true in Chikuzen, where they all had to pay tax. This meant that the records are probably more accurate. The census taken in Fukuoka Prefecture in 1871 included the outcast communities and found 20,175 Ada and 1,545 Hainan out of a total population of 378,300, which suggests they made up about 6% of the total. Ishitaki 1985, 67. Families in the Matsubara area did not depend entirely on the leather industry. At the end of the 16th century its total annual agrarian product was estimated at over 360 koku, where 1 koku equals sufficient rice to support one man for 1 year. By the mid-18th century the total agrarian product had grown to 680 koku, and by this time the communities were clearly divided into 3, Tsuchi, Horiguchi, and Kanehira, see map P4. Of these Horiguchi had become the largest, being the center of the leather industry and located close to both the temple quarter of Hakata and its licensed quarter, which was reported in the 1760s to have employed 87 sex workers. In 1692 Horiguchi had comprised 58 households, or 363 people, but it grew to around 90 households by 1801, Imato et al. 1978, 14. If the Horiguchi village was turning into an urban outcast community, its neighbor along the coast, Kanehira, was mainly dependent on agricultural production, although this did not make its inhabitants any the less vulnerable to discrimination just because only a few of them were involved in leather work. There were similar examples of this institutionalized discrimination all over the country. Describes how Kawada in Nagano Prefecture were forbidden to wear wooden clogs, only straw sandals were allowed. During the 17th century it was decreed that they should dress more coarsely than peasants, but by the 19th century the rules were more specific, forbidding for example the wearing of silk. In many parts of Japan they were not permitted to attend plays or public entertainments, to be seen in tea houses or drinking establishments, or even to be anywhere at all in the castle town after darkness. 1996, 291, 374-6. According to a local tradition, in autumn 1800 a traveling theatre company set up just across the river from Horiguchi to perform a popular play, The Princess and the Fox. One evening a samurai from the Kuroda clan went to watch the play, became obnoxiously drunk and interrupted the performance by shouting and brandishing his sword. 5 lads grabbed him, dragged him away and beat him up, leaving him with injuries that would later cause his death. They crossed the river and disappeared into the Horiguchi village community. The attack was regarded as a grave insult to the authorities and the local magistrates were called in to investigate. They decided that the young men must have come from the Horiguchi community despite the fact that status rules prevented outcasts from attending public events such as theater performances. They summoned the Horiguchi headman and presented him with a choice: either the community gave up the 5 culprits or the village would be razed to the ground. 5 young men aged between 15 and 21 were selected and given up to the authorities. They were later crucified on the banks of the river within sight of their homes. The event made a deep impression on the community and entered into the local mythology. In 1929 the community erected a stone monument in commemoration of the suffering of these young men. During the Tokugawa period, more important than an abstract notion of justice was the idea that where a crime had been committed a penalty should be administered. It was not crucially important that the person penalized could be proved to have committed the offense. This story seems to be an example of this approach to crime prevention. It represents a community that existed on the margin, one into which the 5 young men chose to flee as being outside the full control of the local state. Even the decision of the magistrates in a sense respected the autonomy of the community, although the severity of the punishment may also represent an attempt by the local authorities to assert control over the marginal community. In the longer term the story became part of a local folklore that demonstrated how cruelly outcasts were treated by the local officials and that justified their resistance to authority, which was to re-emerge in the late 19th century, Matsushita 1985-81. 2. The feudal status system and its reform. Tokugawa society was divided into 4 main status groups: soldiers, samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, in descending order, or in Japanese, shienksh. There were 2 main groups outside this system. At one extreme there was the aristocracy, including the imperial family, which traced its origins back to the start and, indeed, before the start of Japanese recorded history. At the other end of the social spectrum were various outcast groups, most of whom were engaged in occupations that were either actually or ritually polluting, such as making leather goods, acting as prison guards or executioners, or serving in temples. The ideology of the time suggested that this was essentially an agrarian society, with the overwhelming majority of its constituents being made up of the peasant class that formed over 80% of the population. However, as Amino Yoshihiko has pointed out, the common view that Japan was an agricultural society must be seen as a fabrication, with as many as 50% of the population making a living from something other than the land. Amino, quoted in Cobbins 2009, 199. Moreover, despite the common use of the shienksh ranking system to explain Tokugawa Japan, there were few legal restrictions that distinguished between the peasants, artisans, and merchants. They were not listed separately in village registers, for example. Samurai and outcasts were different. A samurai with his 2 swords was publicly recognizable across Japan, whether at home, in Edo, or anywhere else. His reference group was the retainer band of his daimyo, within which he occupied a specific rank that largely determined his career and marriage prospects. Howells 2005, 25. Outcasts were also members of highly differentiated groups. Most accounts of these outcast groups in the Tokugawa period talk about the Edo and Heinen. Edo was the term used to describe the outcast groups involved in trades such as leather production in the area around Edo, and Heinen were those beggars and other marginal groups not directly connected with defiling occupations, such as prison workers and executioners. Whereas escape from Edo status was practically impossible from the early 18th century, in theory at least Heinen status was not hereditary. Having said that, there was great regional variation in the terms used by local regimes and the ways in which the local government chose to interpret and implement the regulations imposed by central government, which insisted on the separation of outcasts from mainstream society. Moreover, as Ooms points out, members of these groups would never refer to themselves as Edo, preferring terms such as Kawada leather makers or chasen, which refers to bamboo crafts. For a more detailed discussion of the Tokugawa status system, see Neary 1989, 2007, and Howells 2005, 2444. Rather like the samurai, they would have been identifiable by dress, hairstyle, and comportment even outside their home regions. They identified almost entirely with their local community, and their particular locations within that hierarchy would define their life chances. Outcast status was linked to an occupation, tanning, bamboo craft or prison service, but Howells makes a useful distinction between occupation as the economic means by which one fulfilled his or her status obligations and livelihood as the means by which one actually made a living. 34. He points out that as the Tokugawa period progressed, the gap between status, occupation and livelihood increased for most outcast families, such that although they remained associated with defiling trades, most lived mainly by farming. This was certainly the case for most of the Kawada communities in Chikuzen, including those in Hakata. By the early 19th century there were some deep-seated beliefs held about Edo. One Kaiho Siri, writing in 1817, asserted that they were descendants of barbarians, not related to the sun goddess and therefore ineligible for membership of the Japanese national community. Moreover, since their hearts were irredeemably bad even though their faces are indistinguishable from the Japanese, it was essential to devise a clear marker of separation. He proposed that the authorities tattoo all adult outcasts on their forehead. This was an extreme position and fortunately not acted upon, but the idea that the outcasts were not Japanese and could not be assimilated was not uncommon, and regulations were introduced that made them tie their hair with straw or wear leather patches to ensure they were easily distinguished. Howells 2005, 81. In the late 18th century, when Russian ships began to show up in the waters surrounding Ezo, modern Hokkaido, some suggested that Edo communities be uprooted and sent there to fill the empty land and protect it from invasion by the Russians. The plan was revived 100 years later as a way to colonize Hokkaido, and a similar proposal was developed in the 1930s as a way simultaneously to remove buruku from mainland Japan and provide settlers for the new colonial possessions in North China. The Meiji Restoration initiated a series of reforms in the status system, most of which were aimed at gradually eliminating the privileges of the former elite in ways that they would find acceptable. Government had to introduce the principle of equality before the law while being careful not to estrange the middle and upper ranks of the former ruling elite on which its political power depended. There were other aspects of the modernization process as well, for example the removal of the regulations forbidding marriage across status group lines and reforms that permitted commoners to take surnames. As part of this process there was discussion about how the dismantling of the status system should affect those outside mainstream society, the groups who were referred to as Kawada in Fukuoka. Some of the initial reforms of the status system explicitly excluded them. When in September 1870 commoners were permitted to take surnames, not allowed since the 1590s, this did not include Kawada. When the new law on family registers, Kosuke, was issued in April 1871, it was planned to create separate registers for Kawada. Takayama 2005, 22, Howells 2005, 66-7. However, By the summer of that year the difficulties that this would have caused seemed to have been realized, and on August 28, 1871 the Liberation Declaration was issued, which in one brief statement set aside all the restrictions on the outcast communities that had accumulated over the previous centuries. The titles Ada and Heinen etc. shall be abolished. Henceforth the people belonging to these classes shall be treated in the same manner both in occupation and social standing as commoners. Hyman, Point 1, Ninomiya 1933, 109. News of the declaration was slow to spread. It did not arrive in Fukuoka until October and was not implemented in Horiguchi until November. Imato et al. 1978, 24. Moreover, there was no overnight change, and formal emancipation had little impact on everyday life in the outcast communities. Although pleased no longer to be referred to as Ada or Heinen, they were soon routinely referred to as Shinyaman, new commoners, which quickly acquired negative connotations. Furthermore, although now freed from feudal restrictions, they also lost their status privileges, such as their monopolies on leather production, and yet continued to be prevented by discrimination from playing a normal role in local society, for example, in festivals or sending their children to the village school. Indeed, as Howells remarks, abolishing the status system deprived the outcasts of their despised but necessary place in society, leaving them instead despised and extraneous. 168. This liberation was not without opposition. Some were fearful of the chaos that would ensue if Heinen did not perform their police duties. Others thought that the elimination of the regulations on outcasts and the introduction of formal equality effectively reduced all commoners to the same low status. Between 1868 and 1877 there were 22 instances of riot or rebellion that included on their list of grievances opposition to the Liberation Declaration. 3 were particularly large-scale revolts. In November 1871 there was a serious riot involving 5,006,000 people in Hyogo Prefecture opposing the liberation of Ada. In late spring 1873 there was a massive uprising in Mimasaka, Okayama Prefecture, in opposition to practically all the major Meiji reforms and that targeted local officials and the newly liberated outcast communities. While the attacks on government buildings spared the officials, the attacks on Shinyaman villages destroyed 263 houses, killed 18 and seriously injured 13, details in Howells 2005, 89-103. However, the biggest of the big 3, called the Tekyari Iki, occurred in June 1873 in the Fukuoka area. It was a massive rebellion that is said to have involved between 100,000 and 300,000 people. After a prolonged drought, the price of rice and other foodstuff rose rapidly, forcing many families into starvation. This produced widespread unrest, and the protesters' main demand was for the suspension of the collection of land rent for 3 years to allow them to recover. However, they linked their problems to the reforms of the previous 5 years, and they demanded in addition the restitution of the old system of government, the restoration of the local currency and the lunar calendar, while expressing their opposition to the introduction of the compulsory school system, military conscription, and the Liberation Declaration. In the course of the rioting 4,590 houses were attacked, of which 2,247 were destroyed, and it is estimated that 90% of these were Shinyaman households. As tens of thousands of these rebels marched on Fukuoka to take their demands to the prefectural head office, they turned their wrath on the community of Horiguchi, destroying all but 20 of its more than 400 houses. It is not clear why this village was singled out as the butt of the violence. It may be that there was lingering resentment because its connection with the leather trade had made the community too prosperous, or it could have been a manifestation of the prejudices that had systematically built up over the preceding couple of centuries. Kawazo et al. 1997, 266-7, Takayama 2005, 26. Armed might defeated the rebels and the uprising was put down. Later the prefectural authorities reported to the central government that in addition to the houses, 2 schools and a village hall were destroyed in the courses of the rebellion. There is no record of how many people were killed and injured. Moriyama et al. 2003, 25-7. The prefectural government provided a small amount of financial compensation to Horiguchi, but most of the rebuilding had to be undertaken using their own resources. Not everywhere in Japan suffered the extreme violence experienced by the outcast communities in Okayama, Hyogo, and Fukuoka, but the Shinyamen there and across the rest of Japan quickly realized that the formal emancipation of 1871 did not even start to solve any of their problems. Moreover, even though to an external observer these former outcast communities had a lot in common, there were few, if any, institutional links connecting them to neighboring communities across the frontiers of the former feudal fiefdoms, let alone encouraging them to think of themselves as a national community. Over the final third of the 19th century, a middle-class group adapted to the new social situation and gradually came to realize that communities similar to theirs existed elsewhere in Japan and that they shared common problems that could be collectively addressed. 3. Giichire's childhood. Matsumoto Giichire was born on June 18, 1887 in Kanehira, the fifth and final child of father Junkichi and mother Chiet. He had 2 elder brothers and 2 sisters. 2 At the time, Kanehira was composed of 114 households and had a population of about 621 people. His family farmed 35 hectares of land that, though slightly more than average in the village, 29 hectares, was still not enough to support a family of 7. They grew some rice but mainly produced vegetables, which they would take on a hand-pulled cart to sell in Hakata. His parents, and presumably the children, made thongs for Japanese traditional footwear, geta and seta, thonged sandals made from wood and leather respectively, as a side business. Perhaps reflecting his slightly greater wealth, Junkichi was a leading member of the community, in particular being a keen parishioner at the Matsubara temple. At some time in the 1880s Junkichi made a substantial donation to assist with the establishment of a new temple in Kanehira village, Daikji Temple. The reforms of the Meiji government had a direct impact on the lives of all Japanese citizens including those in outcast communities, such as the Matsumoto family. Attendance at primary school was made compulsory for all boys and girls in 1871. The children of the Horiguchi community now renamed Toyotomi had already enjoyed the benefits of a temple-based school, Terakoya, and thus it was well placed to respond to this edict from Tokyo. 17 days after the local authorities declared that a school system would be created across the region, the community announced that it had the necessary cash, 150 yen, to set up a school, one of only 6 in the former Kuroda jurisdiction able to do so. This is evidence of an enthusiasm for education and perhaps that the community was better off than some of its neighbors, at least at this point in time. The school building was destroyed in the rioting of June 1873 but seems to have been quickly rebuilt and served both the Toyotomi and Kanehira communities. These outcast communities over the next few decades were affected by the series of socio-economic changes set in motion by the new government, which would have had more influence on their daily lives than the Liberation Declaration. For example, in the 1860s most of the householders in the village worked small areas of land, but by the end of the 19th century those with the smallest parcels of land lost them while others accumulated them. Those now without land tended to remain within the community, either because of discrimination or fear of it. Many chose to work at home making either footwear or bits of shoes. Some worked as day laborers, selling their labor either to landowners inside or outside the community or in the town doing building work. One new source of employment was pulling rickshaws, a trade that developed rapidly in the 1880s. Those householders who continued to work the land specialized in growing vegetables, for which there was a ready and growing market in Hakata and Fukuoka, which also generated a steady supply of fertilizer. In 1889, the 2 villages of Toyotomi and Kanehira were merged to create Toyohira, and in April 1894 the 6-year-old Giichire started to attend the Toyohira primary school. All the children and probably all the teachers were from this or another buruku community, so he would have had little experience of prejudice or discrimination at school, although he might have been aware that sometimes when shopping his mother would find shopkeepers unwilling to accept money from her directly, making her place it in a bowl filled with water to cleanse it of any dirt. Takayama 2005, 12. In 1898, now 11, he moved on to Sumiyoshi Upper Primary School, which was about 3 kilometers away, and this time not composed entirely of buruku children. Here he came more frequently across discrimination in the form of both overt and covert insults from teachers and other pupils. He became involved in fights and, as he was big for his age, he usually won. This gave him confidence. He later wrote that at this point he began to realize how important it was to resist. Kai Shimbun, 368, November 25, 1966. Many burukuman activists recalled their first encounter with prejudice at school. Miyoshi Ihiji, later a supporter of the Iwa movement, was in higher primary school in the late 1880s. He remembered his teacher encouraging his class to work harder because it was an embarrassment to have an Ada at the top of the class. The same teacher asked him in front of his classmates, "I hear that you people cannot urinate and defecate at the same time, so when you go to the toilet, which do you do first?" Tanaka Shigetsu was born in 1900 and thus was at school a little after Jiichir, but he remembered discrimination as commonplace. When it was his turn to serve the tea at break times, the other children would refuse to drink it. His parents encouraged him to complain to his teacher, but even the head teacher would call him Ada in front of the whole school. He went to a secondary school in Kyoto to train as a priest, hiding his background. He did well, becoming class captain, but one day he went to the toilet and found written on the wall, "Captain of the 4th year. Captain Tanaka. Captain Ada." His status origins had been discovered, Tanaka 1985, 82-3. When Jiichir was 12 he was involved in an incident that is said to have deeply affected him. A family in the village had entered into a contract with a brothel owner that amounted to selling their daughter into prostitution, something not uncommon at the time. The girl, who was probably not much older than Jiichir, escaped and ran back to her parents. Legally speaking, these contracts had been condemned by the Supreme Court, Taishanen, and in any case, her flight from the brothel, as a breach of contract, was a matter for civil rather than criminal law. However, the brothel owner seems to have persuaded the local police that this escape amounted to a fraud by the family, and they arrived in the village to take the girl back. Her elder brother tried to protect her and got involved in a fight that developed into a minor riot. Junkichi, Jiichir's father, had been working in the fields that day but returned home just as Jiichir was getting back from school. 3 policemen arrived and demanded that Junkichi tell them who had been involved in the fight. Not satisfied with his answers, they then took him to the police station along with Jiichir, who had been staring angrily at them. The police soon released them, but not before they had verbally abused them, among other things calling them Ada, Buruku Kaidmei Ch Hanbu 1987, 1718, Moriyama etal 2003, 1617. Jiichir was impressed by how easily the police could prey on the weak and later said that from this time he regarded the police as the enemy. Buruku Kai Shuppensha, ed. 1977, 98. In March 1900 he graduated from Sumiyoshi Upper Primary School, but his grades seemed to have not been good enough for him to go on to the next level, so encouraged by his sisters, instead of continuing in full-time education he helped his parents by day growing vegetables and taking them to market in Hakata while attending an evening school, Kazuya-gaken, where he studied English, maths, and Chinese classics, the last of which he particularly enjoyed. Takayama 2005, 29. At this point in 1903, now 16, he had his first experience of engaging in group protest activity as a member, perhaps the leader, of the Jidan, Patriotic Volunteer Group. From its name, this sounds like a group formed in support of the patriotic effort being whipped up in the context of the Russo-Japanese War, but the gloss put on it by Matsumoto and others was that it belonged rather to the wave of interest in ideas of socialism and democracy that were flowing into Japan at this time. Later, in the 1920s, he would explain what happened as follows. The first thing the Jidan did was to demand respect for the independence of the youth group. The village council decided everything and the youth group could only act under its orders. To establish the independence of the youth group we had to break the influence of the village leaders. Quoted in Takayama 2005, 30, from an article in the Swahei Shimbun. Soon after this he moved to Kyoto to recommence his education, now about 2 years older than the rest of the class. The first school he was at encountered administrative difficulties and closed down, so he moved to another, Doshigakai, but only was there for about 6 months before becoming dissatisfied and deciding to move to Tokyo. Once there he started at Kinsei Middle School, which specialized in taking boys from rural areas and preparing them for the entrance exams for high school. He was only there for a week when he got into a fight with someone who insulted him and he left, driven away he was later to say, by brute force. He spent about 2 years in Tokyo attending different schools before returning home in time to take the test for military conscription shortly before his 20th birthday. Back from Tokyo he began to work for his parents once more, helping them grow vegetables and then taking them across the river to sell in Fukuoka. The slow but steady economic development of the late 19th century had meant that there was an increased demand for food in the town, particularly in restaurants, which the communities on the outskirts could supply. 4. To China. Education, in particular compulsory primary education, was regarded by the Meiji statesmen as one way to unite the nation. Another was the introduction of conscription, which created a national standing army, undermined the status of the samurai class, which had formed the backbone of the Tokugawa regime, and spread patriotic ideas across all regions and classes. Conscription was introduced in 1873 just after the Education Edict. All males were liable for 7 years military service, 3 in the regular army and 4 in the reserves, and were obliged to report to the recruitment station close to where they born just after their 20th birthday. Matsumoto's elder brother, Tsurukichi, served in the army and took part in the Russo-Japanese War. His regiment had visited Manchuria and he reported back to his family not only how poorly the Chinese were treated by the army but also how, within the army, the buruku recruits also were treated badly. Other soldiers would refuse to eat with them and openly call them Ada. On his return in 1905, he started work in the village office based in Matsubara Temple. In late 1906 Jiichir had returned to Fukuoka and the following summer he reported to the Myoenji Temple for the conscription examination. There are a number of not wholly consistent anecdotes about this. According to one of them, Jiichir reported for his test with his hair not cut short as was the army custom and unlike all the other potential recruits. "Why? Are you making fun of the army exam?" shouted the recruiting sergeant. "Because I am not a soldier yet," came the reply. He was not selected for army duty. He was a big lad, height 175 centimeters, weight 110 kilos, and another story has it that, as they had no boots or clothing big enough to fit him, he was classed as 1B and not conscripted. Moriyama et al. 2003, 45. While he had been in Tokyo he had spent a lot of time studying Chinese classics and according to another story he mentioned this to the recruiting officer. He said, "If you escape conscription in this test, do you intend to return to Tokyo to study?" I said yes, and so he let me escape my military duty. I am grateful to him for that even now. Buruku Kai Shuppensha, ed. 1977, 162-3. So what next? One possibility would have been to return to Tokyo as a student. But instead, on June 6, 1907, he took the train to Moji in the north of Kyushu and boarded the ferry, Amagasameru, bound for Dairen. Japan had first occupied the Liaotung Peninsula in 1894. Subsequent negotiations with the Chinese at Shimonoseki in February 1895 resulted in their agreement to cede to Japan the island of Taiwan, the Pescadores, and the Liaotung Peninsula. However, within 3 months, the triple intervention by Russia, Germany, and France forced Japan to give up the peninsula and it was later leased to Russia. 10 years later, during the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese army painfully retook the Liaotung Peninsula, a conquest that this time was confirmed by the Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905. As Petey comments, with Port Arthur and Dairen in its possession, Japan held the finest naval base and particularly one of the most important trading centers in the coast of Ne Asia, pp. 1988, 226. However, he goes on to remark, financial problems, international complications over the exact status of the territory, poor administration of the lower echelons and a flood of carpet-bagging failures from the home islands made for unstable conditions in the colony, pp. 1988, 231. Swanaga Junichiro, born in the Sumiyoshi area in Fukuoka City, had worked as a journalist in Hiroshima and Tokyo before establishing a newspaper in Dairen in 1905, publishing in both Japanese and Chinese. He was one of the many Japanese from Fukuoka who took the ferry from Moji to Dairen in search of fortune in the new colony. A friend of Matsumoto's worked for the paper and he seems to have persuaded Matsumoto to travel there and embark on a career as a journalist. However, Matsumoto did not stay with the newspaper long, moving to work for a brief period for the post office before falling out with his boss and then finding he was able to make better money selling cigarettes to sailors in the port. He kept his links with the newspaper world and devised a plan with a journalist, Tomoda Sika, to travel together into the Chinese interior so Tomoda could write reports about life in China. After crossing the Yellow Sea to Shandong they set off on foot. Tomoda could speak some Chinese and at first Matsumoto had to rely on him, but gradually he too became more fluent. It is not clear exactly where they went or what they did. For at least part of the time, they supported themselves selling Western medicines and medical services, pretending they had some kind of medical qualification. Matsumoto carried a banner that bore a Japanese flag and a sign that read Dai Nippon ITT Gunniken, Greater Japan First Class Medical Officer. His qualifications were that he had read, or at least carried with him, a copy of first aid until the doctor arrives. Some reports suggest he carried a thermometer and some kind of electrical contraption with which he pretended to diagnose disease. After traveling around and selling all their stock of medicine they would return to Dairen for more, before setting out again. Given that at this time there were hardly any Western drugs that were effective or particularly dangerous, even if he had been able to get hold of them, he could have done little harm. On the other hand, if he had tried to practice as a doctor or prescribe or sell drugs anywhere in Japan he would have been arrested. Eventually he was expelled from China and arrived back in Hakata exactly 3 years to the day of his departure. How should we evaluate his 3 years abroad? Those sympathetic to him, the majority, argue that this was a formative experience for him. He was able to observe at first hand the way Japanese and Europeans mistreated the Chinese people, deepening his sympathy for their plight as victims of imperialism. They suggest that it was because of his actions in support of the Chinese people that he was expelled, Takayama 2005, 38. However, a very brief outline of his life published in 1993 states quite clearly that he was expelled for not having had a medical license, Fukuoka City Bank 1993, 7. For Kim Young-mi, who is very critical of Matsumoto, his activities in China at this point in his life demonstrate the way he, like many other Japanese, collaborated with Japanese imperialism and regarded himself as superior to the Chinese, having no qualms about deceiving them. Kim Jung-mi 1994, 450. As for why he went, some suggest that he felt he had no future in Japan, subject as he was to discrimination. When he commented about this in the late 1940s, he said he decided to visit China to find a new and independent world. He had been able to escape discrimination by hiding his background while in Tokyo, and this would also be possible in China, where there would be even less chance of him being found out. Anyway, what prospects did he have at home? His parents made a living growing and selling vegetables and no doubt he could have continued to help them, but after his time in Tokyo this may not have been too appealing. He claimed in a piece of autobiographical writing published early in the 1950s that at the age of 18 or 19 he read tales of 2 bandit chiefs in China, Tenki and Byakuryu, both of whom had been born in Japan, and he decided to emulate them. Rather than struggle to live in this pokey Japan oppressed by discrimination, I decided to go to the continent and do something with my life. Buruku Kaidmei Ch Hanbu 1972, 16. Kim Young-mi, in one of her very critical pieces about Matsumoto, points out that he was almost certainly mistaken, since these two bandits only took their noms de guerre around 1912, were arrested in 1915, imprisoned for a time, released and then returned to China in 1916. She has found reports of their activity in newspapers in Osaka and Fukuoka in August 1915, which Matsumoto might have read, but not before he left for China. Kim Young-mi 1994, 455-6. Billingsley, who has worked on banditry in China in the early years of the 20th century, confirms that these two bandits were not active until after Matsumoto's return to Japan, but he also points out that there were dozens, perhaps hundreds of those guys on the mainland from the time of the 1894 Sino-Japanese War right through until 1945, and most of them became heroes back in Japan with manga, serialist novels, etc. written about them. There were very few Japanese men who did not dream at least once of going to join them. He suggests that perhaps Jiaizhi's memory simply failed him when he wrote this piece. He did read about bandits and wanted to join them, but not these particular ones. Phil Billingsley, Personal Communication, November 5, 2004. However, there is another explanation for this reference to bandits. There is no doubt that Matsumoto knew of the Genisha, and some of those who PD refers to as carpetbaggers had connections to such right-wing groups, which were sending their agents both to Dairen and more widely to China. While it is not likely that he was taking part in any such mission, it is possible that Matsumoto chose to stress the story about the bandits, something he appears not to have talked about in public before 1945, to distract attention from any suggestion of links with the right-wing group that had been forced to disband in January of 1946. For Kim, Matsumoto's excursion to China was a manifestation of Japanese imperialism in action. His attempts to sell Western medicine to ignorant Chinese peasants using a sign bearing the authority of the Imperial Japanese Army shows his contempt for the people of North China. However, the specifics of his activities aside, there was nothing particularly unusual about his trip to China. With no obvious career path, it is not surprising that the young Jiaizhi sought to broaden his horizons. Many of his wealthier contemporaries went to spend time in Europe or North America in their early 20s, but for him China was the only option. It will certainly have given him an understanding of some of the problems faced by many Chinese at the time, most of which were caused by the presence of the imperialist powers of which Japan was one. In later years he would declare himself an enemy of imperialism. His experience in China showed him what imperialism could do. But perhaps we should not read too much into his China visit. Discrimination was so embedded in daily life it is not surprising that ambitious young men might choose to escape. About 10 years later, Matsumoto Kichinashuk, no relation, born in a buruku community in a mining town in the Chico area just east of Fukuoka, left school in 1916 and tried to get a job on the railways but was refused employment because of his background. Instead he went to work in the coal mines, but even there he was not allowed to use the same baths as the other non-burukumin miners. He soon tired of this and went to spend 2 years working in China, first in Qingdao for 18 months and then 6 months in Shanghai and Hong Kong, before returning to Japan in late spring 1921 just before his conscription examination at age 20. He too later took part both in the Union movement and the Suihaisha, K. Matsumoto 1977, 2631. One wonders how many other Japanese young men left for China at this time seeking adventure. Indeed, were burukumen more likely to go to as part of attempts to escape discrimination? Back in Japan. Matsumoto arrived back in Kyushu on June 6, just 12 days before his 23rd birthday. He went straight back to Fukuoka but did not immediately return home, and only by chance bumped into his elder brother who urged him to come back home. However, for his family he was a problem. He had no job and was not inclined to return to education, so what could he do? In 1904 his brother Jishiki had founded a small building company, the Matsumoto Gumi, which at the time of Jiaizhi's return employed around 10 men. It was probably only natural that he would join it soon after his return from China, and in 1911 his other brother, Tsurakichi, left his job with the village office and joined the firm as well. This was a good time to establish a construction company. In 1889 the towns of Hakata and Fukuoka merged to become Fukuoka City, the former samurai outvoting the merchants when it came to the decision on what to call the new city. However, when in the same year a railway was opened on a short length of track, the station was named Hakata, as was the port. By 1891 the city was linked by rail to Moji in northern Kyushu, and from there a ferry went to Shimonoseki and then on to Tokyo by train. During the Tokugawa period, Nagasaki had been the city through which Japan conducted its transactions with the outside world, and it was Nagasaki that grew most rapidly in the late 19th century, its population increasing from 38,229 in 1886 to 153,293 in 1903. Even Kumamoto had a bigger population than Fukuoka until the start of the 20th century, by which time Fukuoka had grown to just over 70,000, Mukai 2007, 5. In 1900 Fukuoka launched itself as an international port, and this marked the start of a period of growth that would result in it surpassing both Nagasaki and Kumamoto in importance as a commercial and administrative center. Infrastructure began to develop within the city, and as its population grew rapidly its boundaries expanded. The decision taken in 1911 to create Kyushu Imperial University from the merger of medical and engineering faculties marks the emergence of Fukuoka as the regional capital of Kyushu. A medical school had been established in 1903 as a branch of Kyoto Imperial University on land between the Toyotomi and Kanehira communities. A new bridge was built across the Mikasa River, formerly the Ishii Driver, and several houses in Horiguchi were torn down to make way for the new road. 3 months before Giichur got back from China, Fukuoka's first tram line was built between the administrative and commercial center of the city Tenjin and Gofukumachi in, what had been, Hakata. It was operated by the Fukuhaku Denki Kid, Fukuoka/Hakata Electric Streetcar Line, Takayama 2005, 41. The owner of the streetcar company was Fukuzawa Momosuke, son-in-law of Fukuzawa Yukichi, who was the founder of K University. He appointed Matsunaga Yasuzumon, 1875–1971, executive director of the Fukuhaku Denki Kaiden 1909. Matsunaga was born on Iki Island and had attended K University in the 1890s, where he became acquainted with Momosuke. Later in life Matsunaga would become the dominant figure in the development of the electric power industry, but on leaving university he worked first for the Bank of Japan and then for a trading company before Fukuzawa Momosuke gave him his start in the electric supply industry. Matsunaga went on in 1912 to become managing director of the Kyushu Electric Railway Company, which generated power for general consumption as well as for the streetcar lines that it operated, Kikawa 2004, 2068. As the city was developing, the Matsumoto Gumi was able to benefit from this construction boom. It became involved in some major building projects, for example, the construction of a theater, the Kamiza, and a new shop for Nakamura Furniture, a Western-style 3-story building that boasted the first elevator in Fukuoka, Moriyama ETAL 2003, 53-4, Takayama 2005, 41. In 1910 Matsunaga began making plans to extend the streetcar route from Gofukumachi along the shoreline through to Kanehira, possibly anticipating that patients would need cheap transport to the medical college. He started buying land. The Toyohira Council was happy to approve the proposals, but Matsumoto objected, Takayama 2005, 41. He formed a small group, the Daisha, to organize protest. The reasons for his opposition are obscure, but it is possibly because the new track was set to cut through the pine trees on the shoreline that it had been his community's duty to protect for the previous 300 years. However, following a meeting with Matsunaga, his attitude changed from strong opposition to enthusiastic support and they became friends for life. Was this, as Kim cynically suggests, because his company was promised a lucrative contract, Kim Young-mi 1994, 524-5? Or at least due to a realization that as the tram system developed there would be a constant flow of work building track and bridges, from which his company could benefit. Certainly the Matsumoto-gumi throughout the 20th century did a lot of work for the Fukuhaku Denki Kiden, its successors. Regardless of the reason, an immediate consequence was that when, in the following year, Matsunaga called a meeting of building contractors to discuss the construction of the first thermal power station in Najima, just to the east of the Fukuoka, the Matsumoto-gumi became part of that project. Unusually for the time, during the construction of the power station the Matsumoto-gumi employed Chinese and Korean labor and, as a matter of course, they would all eat together. Takayama 2005, 46-7. While on the one hand this might suggest a willingness to use cheap immigrant labor, for Matsumoto, at least as he reflected about it later in life, it was a model of how people of different backgrounds could work together without prejudice or discrimination, for it was also at some time in 1911 that the Matsumoto-gumi took shape as a business, although it would be another 5 years before it acquired a legal identity. Jishiki, the eldest brother, dealt with the overall management of the company, while Jiichir took care of matters on the sites. They moved their office out of Kanehira to a location just in front of Yoshizuka Station, where the main railway line that went from Kagoshima towards Tokyo met the line that connected with the North Kyushu, Chiku, coalfields. The Matsumoto-gumi office remains in the same place today. The company prospered. Jiichir's income grew and he began to spend money on clothes, food, and drink. Throughout his life he would make a point of dressing well, but at this time, going out wearing a white suit, metal glasses, stick in hand, would have set him apart from his neighbors, many of whom could barely afford to clothe themselves. The company was formally registered as a civil engineering company on May 27, 1916, with Matsumoto Jiichir listed as the company representative. There would have been tax advantages in converting the Matsumoto-gumi into a joint stock company, but during his lifetime they did not do that. Keeping it as a private company left Jiichir free to take out money to fund the buruku liberation movement, or whatever cause he favored at the time. This, however, is said to have been a bone of contention between Jiichir and his brother, who was more focused on developing the company. Imato et al. 1976, 41. 6. Politics and buruku groups in Fukuoka. When the liberal people's rights movement swept across the country in the 1870s, many, even in the poorest and most rural communities, responded to it by creating their own study groups. Velastos suggests that there were 303 such groups in the 6 provinces around Tokyo, at least 120 in the northeast and another 200 or so in southwestern Japan. Members of these groups would study politics, history, or economics, often inspired by recent translations of texts such as Mills on Liberty or Rousseau's Social Contract, Velastos 1989, 407. But the movement was not just about theory. Most of those involved supported demands that Japan adopt a Western-style constitution, and some even submitted drafts for the government's consideration. The rapid spread of this movement and its radicalism alarmed the government, whose response was to try to silence and disperse the journalists thought to be responsible for spreading these subversive ideas. They also sought to restrict freedoms of publication and assembly. Police could deny permits to hold meetings and disperse those that did take place if speakers made statements prejudicial to public tranquility. Although often inspired by Western thought, most of these liberals claimed to desire a harmonious relationship between the imperial and popular will and directed their criticism at the despotic ministers who were creating barriers between the emperor and his people. When the emperor announced his decision to grant a constitution and convene a national assembly, the leaders of the people's rights movement lost the central element in their campaign and it lost momentum. It splintered as a national movement. Some energy was directed towards the creation of a national political party, the JIT, the Liberal Party. Some sought to achieve the movement's aims within local government. Still others became involved in insurrectionary activity that, not surprisingly, brought down the full weight of the state in its suppression. See Velastos 1989, 417-25, for a summary. The best-known group that emerged in the aftermath of the people's rights movement in the Fukuoka area was the Jinisha, founded in 1881 with Toyama Mitsuru as its leading member. It began supporting the liberal demands for greater democracy and, indeed, continued to oppose the maintenance of the rule of the privileged classes, but its focus moved away from demands for constitution-based politics at home towards the advocacy of a greater Asianism abroad, whereby Japan would adopt a strong foreign policy and advance into Asia to protect it from Western influence. Toyama and the Janisha criticized the government in 1903 for not moving quickly to enforce the removal of Russian troops from Manchuria as part of Japan's divine mission to liberate it from China. The group supported the war with Russia in 1904-05 and is said to have sent agents into China after Japan gained control of Port Arthur/Dairen. It is not likely that Matsumoto was one of these agents, but he knew Toyama and there were other young men like him who did go to China sponsored by the Janisha and returned sympathetic to the plight of the Chinese people. However, these conservative views had their opponents in Fukuoka. The Fukindme, also founded in 1881, by liberal-minded burukumen in Kyushu, got particular support from residents of the Matsubara communities. Not much is known about its activities, but it had support not only in Hakata but also in Kurume, Kumamoto, and Hida, and from the available material seems to have had three main concerns: that the liberation declaration issued by the government 10 years earlier was purely nominal, the need to regain freedom of occupation, and the need to implement the restoration of rights by group action. The Jidan that Matsumoto was involved with in 1903 and the Daisha he formed in 1910 after his return from China were in the tradition established by the Fukindme. Across the country there seem to have been young men, and perhaps young women, who were creating groups that were discussing ways to escape or eliminate discrimination. The first attempts to create a national movement of burukumen, the Dai Nippon Daiwakai, based in Osaka and organized in July 1903, did not result in a permanent organization, but the attempts to create one reflect the rising level of grassroots activity. At the same time, the state in the late Meiji period was also starting to take an interest in social issues such as poverty within the buruku communities. Moral reform societies Kaifukai were created as adjuncts to the local government reforms being carried out more generally across Japan. This was not due to any social democratic notion that the state had an obligation to attend to the problems faced by its citizens. Rather, there was a realization that the growing rural and urban distress that was manifesting itself in the formation of groups, for example those being formed in the buruku communities, might threaten the stability of the state. They feared that the faltering socialist movement might be able to seize the initiative and channel the various strands of discontent into an anti-government campaign that would impede the economic development process and expose Japan to external threat. There were three dimensions to the state's response to this. Firstly, they tried to harass the socialist movement's leaders. They closed down the groups and political parties that the movement tried to create. The authorities would not permit the holding of meetings or would disrupt meetings that were held. Those who resisted the state's directions would be arrested, imprisoned, and ultimately, as happened with 12 of the 24 arrested and placed on trial for treason in 1910, executed. This had the desired effect of closing down the socialist movement for a few years at least. Secondly, the government made some concessions and introduced a social welfare policy that included measures to alleviate the poverty of those in most distress. Thirdly, the government tried to take control of existing groups or preempt their formation by creating their own groups under state direction. This process began at the prefectural level between 1904 and 1906 but was accelerated following the discovery that, among the list of suspects arrested in the treason trial, 2 had strong connections with Takush buruku communities, Fujino 1984-82. Often these government-formed groups were called Iwa, conciliation, groups, and there would be a concerted effort to develop a Iwa movement in the 1920s. A national organization called the Tikoku Kukai was formed in 1914 and soon came under the influence of Oi Taku, a recently retired bureaucrat who had taken an interest in the buruku issues since the early Meiji. Oi's view was that the emperor had made clear his support for the elimination of all forms of discrimination in Japan in the 1871 Liberation Declaration, but that unfortunately there were still many who stuck to their old-fashioned views, choosing to unashamedly forget the imperial will and ignore the law of justice and humanity, quoted in Davos 1973-40. The organization feared that if the state did nothing to help improve the living conditions in buruku communities, they would be attracted to the dangerous thoughts of liberals and socialists who were seeking more radical reform. Government then was urged to provide more funds to alleviate poverty in the buruku communities, eradicate discrimination in the wider society and support the Chikoku Kukai, which through its Iwa policy would channel burukuman energy away from the radicals and into support of the state. It is no coincidence that only 11 days after the Hakata Mainichi incident took place, Oitaku, then aged 69, visited Hakata with the local MP Miyakawa Kazunuki and on July 4 gave a talk at Matsubara Temple. Was Matsumoto there? 7. The Hakata Mainichi incident. We have already mentioned that no sooner had the old terms of Ada and Heinen been formally forbidden than a new derogatory term, Shinyaman, was devised. In fact, the term Ada never disappeared and it continues to float around the discourse of discrimination in Japan in the 20th century, much as nigger does in the United States. However, by the early years of the 20th century a new term, takush, special, buruku was being used. There are two ways to write this, and, with the former compound suggesting that this specialness was due to some racial difference. These racial traits were held by some to explain the differences between the mainstream communities and the buruku, their higher birth rates, undesirable character traits such as laziness, dishonesty, and cowardice, and even their lack of patriotism. However, the buruku communities did not passively accept this process of stereotyping, as the Hakata Mainichi incident demonstrates. At the start of the 20th century there were two newspapers being produced in Fukuoka. The Fukuoka Nika Nika Shimbun could trace its origins back to the people's rights movement of the 1870s, and it continued to take a liberal, anti-militarist editorial line. The Kyushu Nip, on the other hand, took a more nationalist position closer to that advocated by the Janisha. In 1914, Mikawa Tadao left his job with the Nika Nika Shimbun to set up a new paper called the Hakata Mainichi. It was a daily, printed over 4 pages on pink paper and was more concerned with gossip and scandal than serious news. The June 17, 1916 evening edition carried the following article. As for those working in the crematoria, they lost their sense of smell long ago, so it does not bother them at all. Smells of all kinds permeate into their very sinews and skin. One of the 4 crematoria is the exclusive possession of the Takush Buruku Toyotomi Kanehira Temple. A 60-something, sake-loving old man cremates the corpses brought from the Toyotomi funerals. The reason Toyotomi and Kanehira have their own crematorium is that there exist great differences between the long-established social classes, and the people of Toyotomi and Kanehira are known to be Takush Buruku. It seems that people object to having their dear departed cremated in the same oven as the Ada dear departed. Takayama 2005, 55. Many of those employed on the paper came from Kumamoto, so perhaps they were not aware what the reaction would be to this bizarre article. Moriyama et al. 2003, 58. That evening a small group of young men gathered in Matsubara Primary School to discuss how they should respond to this. Only 6 households in the community took this newspaper, so Imato Kiyotada, brother of Imato Rinchi, who later worked closely with Matsumoto, wrote the text of the article on the blackboard and then read it out loud for the benefit of those unable to read. As the evening progressed, the size of the meeting grew until there were, according to one report, over 300 people present. Some wanted to select a committee to negotiate with the proprietor, others sought instant retribution. A delegation of 14 did indeed go to the houses of both proprietor and editor, but neither was home. They decided to wait for their return. Meanwhile the others back at the school got impatient and marched on the newspaper's offices, broke in, smashed windows, ripped out lights and phones, and knocked over desks of print type. Those still working in the offices fled or were beaten up. Police numbering 150 were mobilized. The public prosecutor immediately placed a ban on reporting the incident, which was not lifted for 3 days. Meanwhile, the police descended on the Matsubara communities and arrested almost all the men aged between 17 and 35, 306 in all. The following day the community was deserted, only women, children, and old men remained. Eventually 121 men were charged. Imato Kiyotada was regarded as a ringleader for having written the text on the blackboard and was immediately fired from his job in the village office, though he was later reinstated when he was found innocent. 3 of those in the 14-strong negotiating team were also charged. The prosecutors accepted that they had not actually taken part in the violent behavior, but this did not prevent them from being found guilty by association. In the course of the trial, one of those arrested was asked what he had thought of the article. He said, "I was born here and went to Sumiyoshi Upper Middle School. From there I went to the Shuyuken School, but there too I came across disrespectful discriminatory treatment. Since that kind of thing happens all the time, I didn't feel very much when I saw the article. Having been discriminated against like that while at school, I did not think a great deal about this article in the Hakata newspaper. I just thought, oh no, not again." Takayama 2005, 59. The courtroom fell silent. When in November the charges were heard, the court sentenced 3 of the accused to a year in prison, 11 to 6 months, 3 to 3 months, 20 were fined and 74 were found not guilty due to insufficient evidence. Takayama 2005, 58-60, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 36-9, Moriyama etal 2003, 59-60. Imato Rinchi was only 11 at the time, but he later said that it was the first time that he realized that he belonged to the special Buruku. Takayama 2005, 60. Matsumoto himself was not directly involved in the disturbances. It was all over in a matter of 3 hours. The incident did not take place in his community, and if he had been at work or the theater he would have missed it. He did walk round Horiguchi the following day. Police were posted at the ends of all the lanes that led into the community. There were households who lost 4 or 5 of their members. The experience had a powerful effect on him. Later Imato said that he believed that this incident was what had motivated him to get involved in the liberation movement. Matsumoto himself later explained, "What I thought most strongly at that time was that however reasonable you are, it's no good just being in ones and twos. Discrimination is wrong. So you protest." However, the authorities designated this protest a riot and picked up all the adult men in the Buruku. Opposing discrimination is quite reasonable. The authorities always protect the discriminator against this and deal severely with those who suffer from discrimination and are injured by it. I realized then that those who are suffering needed to join forces, and that if we did not we would face still more discrimination." Quoted in Takayama 2005, 61. At that point he was 29 years old. 8. The Kuroda Incident. In 1623 the first Kuroda ruler of Fukuoka died, making 1922 the 300th anniversary of his death. In 1921 the governor of Fukuoka Prefecture and the mayor of Fukuoka City proposed that the following year events be organized to celebrate 300 years of Kuroda rule. A budget of 100,000 yen was set, of which half was to come from a special tax imposed on those residents in the 3 towns and 9 rural areas that made up the feudal domain of Chikuzen. Given the power exerted by central authority at this time, if the governor adopted a policy the lower echelons of administration could do little to resist. It was no coincidence that the governor had attended the school that had been supported by the Kuroda family before it was dismantled in the wake of the reform of the education system in the 1870s. Moreover, the mayor of Fukuoka City came from a family that had traditionally provided servants for the clan. However, Matsumoto objected strongly to this and he persuaded the local youth group to campaign against it. He visited the local government offices to ask the mayor why he had agreed to the extra tax imposition. His group produced 5,000 copies of a leaflet, which they distributed across the region. A few days later the head teacher from the nearby school accompanied policemen to his house and tried to persuade him that the youth group should not be a base for such activity. Matsumoto threw them out. Passing through the village on their way home they visited his brother and sister to try to persuade them to stop him. They even went so far as to mention the Kuroda family link to the Genisha and hint that if their brother persisted it could develop into a major incident. His brother and sister were unconcerned and the campaign continued. After distributing the leaflets, Matsumoto held street protests. Standing on a wooden box in the center of Fukuoka, he could easily attract a crowd of several hundred. The governor refused to meet him until, apparently by accident, Matsumoto bumped into him one morning in the street and challenged him about the use of an additional tax to pay for the celebration. At first he claimed that it was a misunderstanding, but when Matsumoto persisted, he acknowledged that it was in fact the case and he agreed to change the policy. The plans for the event went ahead, but the contribution from local residents for it became voluntary, and it produced only 1/5 of the intended amount. Why did Matsumoto initiate this campaign? In part it was because he felt that the ruling structure of the Tokugawa regime was responsible for the institutional discrimination that affected the outcast communities during that time, and whose historical legacy was the prejudice and discrimination that he and others still encountered in their everyday lives. The buruku of Fukuoka had nothing for which to be grateful to the Kuroda family. But in his leaflet he appeals not only, and not even mainly, to the buruku of the region, but to all comrades of Chikuzen who are descended from peasants, artisans, and merchants, and all of us whose ancestors were ill-treated by the Kuroda family. The group that issued the leaflet called itself the Chikuzen Kyokakuden, the Chikuzen Calling for Revolution Group. Matsumoto deliberately used the character keiku, also used in Kakume Revolution, at a time when the word was appearing frequently in the newspaper reports of the Russian Revolution. So it could have been read as though the Chikuzen group was calling for revolution. Takayama 2005, 74-6. Matsumoto was also becoming involved in protests against discrimination. There was a landowner in a nearby village who employed many buruku to work his land, but at meal times they were not allowed to sit on the tatami mats with other workmen, but rather had to sit on the ground and eat using bowls and chopsticks that were reserved for their use alone. When Matsumoto heard of this, he went with a friend to the village, spoke to the workers, and the following morning visited the landlord at his home. He was eating his breakfast with his cat at his side. You don't let fellow human beings eat or sit next to you, but you let your cat wander about freely. These people grow your rice. They grow your barley. But you treat them with less respect than you give your cat. What's the idea? The landlord, still half asleep, could not reply. In the end he promised to consult with the other landowners, and Matsumoto agreed to wait for an answer. Shortly after, the reply came that the landowner would not treat his workers in that way again. Takayama 2005, 81. On another occasion, this time in the Kanehira village during a period of little rain, the farmers became upset that villagers higher up the valley were diverting water away from their rice fields. 100 Kanehira residents gathered to drink sake, began to complain and planned a direct protest. Matsumoto turned up black stick in hand. He told them, before an argument, never drink sake. Even if you are in the right, the others are not going to agree. Leave it for today. He went by himself to the other village, met with its leaders and explained to them that they had no moral or legal right to interfere with the water supply. At difficult times like this we must work together. The following day the water flowed once more. Takayama 2005, 81-2. 9. Conclusion. This is a man of abundant self-confidence and resources. He could write and pay for the printing of the Chikuzen Kyokakuden leaflet, and he was confident enough both to address street meetings and confront the most senior local government official. The success of the Kuroda campaign was almost entirely due to his energy, and its successful outcome is reported to have greatly boosted his self-confidence. It was a campaign that owed much to the spirit of the time. 1921-2 was the height of the rising tide of Taoist democracy, which would shortly see the formation of the Japanese Communist Party, JCP, the rapid growth of labor and peasant movements, and, of course, the creation of the Swahisha movement. In addition, Matsumoto was also acquiring a reputation as a leader of protest against discrimination and an intermediary in disputes. Did he have a long-term strategy at this point? In the early years of the 1920s, the introduction of universal manhood suffrage was at the top of the political agenda. To many it must have seemed just a matter of time before it would be introduced. Can we see in the wide appeal of the Kuroda campaign an attempt to get his name known among the mass of the voters in preparation for standing for election and taking a place in national politics? In time, this certainly would happen, but there were to be some problems to overcome before then. 2. Matsumoto and the Suihaisha. Founding the Suihaisha. Matsumoto was not the only one who was thinking about how to organize fellow members of the buruku communities to protest about their poverty and discrimination. Late in 1921, 3 young men from Kazuyabara village in Nara Prefecture, Sakamoto Siakir, Sake Mankaki, and Komei Kisaku, launched a call for the formation of a national movement of and for burukumen through which they could fight for their liberation. They called their movement the Suihaisha, the Levelers' Society. As we shall see, the Suihaisha later became involved with the socialist and social democratic movements, but these were only some of the influences on the founders of the movement. If, for example, we look at the document these 3 produced to get the movement going, Yoki Hai no Tame Ni, for a better day, there are long sections taken from an article on buruku liberation written by Seino Manabu, a founding member of the JCP. The second section is mainly from a translation by the anarchist Asuji Sakae of a piece by the French pacifist Romain Rolland on mass culture, and this is followed by a final section that is strongly influenced by a story of Maxim Gorky. It ends. Get up and look. It is dawn. We must dispel the long night of rage, the grief, the enmity, the curses, the hazy bad dream. We must renew ourselves with new blood. Now let us climb the hill of purification from inferno to paradise. Now let us rush up this good hill. Those of you who suffer beneath the traditional status system, gather together. Receive the baptism of dawn. Worship the rise of the morning star of a better day. Get up and look. It is dawn. Watanabe Inakaseta 1973, 21-4. At best, it amounted to a call to arms, a statement of the need for burukumen to do something for themselves. There is nothing here that analyzes the plight of the burukumen or that suggests how the movement might be organized. There is evidence of radical and foreign influences on this pamphlet, and all 3 of these young men had taken part in the short-lived Japan Socialist League, Nihon Sheikai Shujidme, formed in December 1920. On the other hand, Sakamoto had a few years earlier tried to escape discrimination in Japan by migrating to Manchuria. He soon returned, but the idea of escape remained attractive, and at one point the 3 of them planned to fly away from discrimination in Japan by migrating to Sulawesi, and to this end they formed the Tsubamekai, Swallow Association. Certainly at this time Sakamoto seems to have felt that at the heart of the problem was the fact that the Japanese people were ignoring the imperial will, expressed at the time of the Liberation Declaration, which after 50 years was still being ignored. If he was opposed to capitalism, it was mainly because it had produced buruku poverty and reproduced discrimination in a way that was contrary to the expressed wishes of the emperor. Takayama 2005, 96. They had some contacts in Kyoto, Tokyo, and Osaka to whom they sent invitations, and the various Iwa groups created by central and local governments proved to be conduits through which news of the planned organization could spread. A founding conference of the Suihaisha was called for March 3, 1922 in Kyoto. It was a great success. As many as 3,000 may have come to this first meeting, although there were only 1,000 according to police sources. The conference resolved to hold meetings annually and to create a network of prefectural and local branches to protect and promote the interests of their fellow burukumen. There was no one invited from anywhere in Kyushu at this meeting, but Tanaka Shigetsu, from a buruku community in Keihogun just outside Fukuoka City, was in Kyoto studying to be a priest. He came across posters advertising the meeting and just turned up. Tanaka 1985, 86. The Suihaisha Conference established 3 fundamental principles. We, the Takush Burukumen, shall achieve total liberation by our own efforts. We, the Takush Burukumen, demand complete liberty to choose our occupations as well as economic freedom, and we are determined to obtain them. We shall awaken to the fundamental principles of human nature and march towards the perfection of mankind. Watanabe Inakaseta 1973, 26. There were a number resolutions passed, of which the most significant was, if anyone is insulting to us in either word or deed using such names as Takush Buruku or Ada, we will thoroughly censure the offenders. Watanabe Inakaseta 1973, 27. By this the movement committed itself to engage in direct protest against instances of discrimination. A wide variety of people became involved. Some were socialists. Kantahikari, 1887–1961, a close associate of Katayama Sen, another founding member of the JCP, had moved to Irkutsk in 1918 and become a correspondent of the newspaper Pravda. He moved back to Japan and soon after the Swihaisha founding conference joined the central group it was too disorganized to call a central committee. He would later be sent to Kyushu to assist with the formation of the Swihaisha there. Miura Songend, 1884–1945, was a Buddhist priest, and though not himself of buruku origin, he was sympathetic to its aims. He reported positively about it in the newspaper Chgenip and assisted with the formation of an organization of buruku origin priests, the Kokoidme, which cooperated with the Swihaisha. The Swihaisha established itself in the area around Kyoto and notably in Nara Prefecture. But what did it do? Most groups became involved to some degree in protest against discrimination, Kaidan. The aim of the Kaidan campaigns was to draw attention to discrimination and prejudice so as to remove it. The goal was to have people publicly recognize their behavior had been wrong by making them produce a written or oral apology. This was not in itself a radical demand, and the movement was quite content to have local landlords or even the police mediate in disputes about alleged discrimination. The police feared that the Swihaisha might form links with the socialist movement, and so they tried to work constructively in order to avoid this possibility. There was no notion on either side in these early stages that the police and the Swihaisha were automatically opposed. Takayama 2005, 117–18. Neither was the Swihaisha leadership averse to talking to the government. Less than a week after the second conference was held in March 1923, 3 Swihaisha leaders went to Tokyo, firstly to visit the offices of Count Arima Yoriyazu, the leader of the government-sponsored Iwa group, the Daikai. Through him they made appointments to meet several government ministers, including Prime Minister Kotamo Sabur. At these meetings they reported on how discrimination continued in many institutions, including, for example, the army. The ministers agreed to take steps to prevent such discrimination, and the Prime Minister even promised to pass on their views to the Regent Hirohito. Yokota Senosuke, recently chief of the Legislative Bureau, proposed a motion to the Diet opposing discrimination, which was passed unanimously. Takayama 2005, 200. A limited amount of funds were being provided to support improvements to social infrastructure in some buruku areas, and in the following financial year the total sum made available was increased by 250%, a possible result of the Swihaisha leaders' visit to Tokyo. Takayama 2005, 133–4. To the Swihaisha in Kyushu. News of the Swihaisha spread quickly, even as far as Fukuoka. According to Amato, they held a meeting in Matsubara Temple in July 1922, where Matsumoto talked about the group he had formed to support the anti-Kuroda campaign, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 70. People across northern Kyushu were also learning about the Swihaisha. Shibata Kais, 1901–88, was originally from Ngata in the middle of the Chikuko Alfield, but possibly to escape discrimination, he went to attend middle and high school in Matsuyama City. He read reports about the founding Swihaisha conference in a newspaper and wrote directly to their office in Nara. Kantahikari replied and arranged to meet him in Matsuyama soon after that conference. Later that summer when Shibata returned home, he spoke about the Swihaisha to friends and acquaintances, some of whom had already heard about it. However, by the end of the year they had achieved very little, possibly because the priests in the Honganji temples to which most buruku families were affiliated were unsympathetic. Having heard of his activities in the anti-Kuroda campaign, Shibata arranged a meeting with Matsumoto and turned up in early January at his house. Matsumoto left no record of the meeting, but Shibata later recalled that a young woman came to the door and, as he was explaining the reason for his visit, Jiichir called out from within the house and immediately took him round to a nearby ryokan inn, to discuss how they might create a Kyushu Swihaisha, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 68-70. Shibata had to return to school in Matsuyama, but a friend, Hanayama Kiyoshi, continued to make plans. Hanayama was one of the few priests in the Chikuharia who had responded positively to Shibata's enthusiasm for the Suihaisha. In fact, the previous May, while in Kyoto formally entering the priesthood, he had visited Minami Umkiki and talked with him and conned about the organization. On February 10, 1923, he is reported to have put up a Suihaisha sign outside his house, and on the February 15 he was one of a group who visited Matsumoto to persuade him to help them hold a meeting locally. They were very impressed by the way he immediately phoned the Hakata Theatre and booked it for 10 a.m., May 1, for the founding meeting of the Kyushu Suihaisha, K. Matsumoto 1977, 47, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 70. Later they met with others from the Matsubara Buruku communities and agreed to combine their efforts to create a branch of the Suihaisha. At about the same time, other members of the Suihaisha Central Committee, Sakamoto Seiichi and Izuno Rikais, were making plans to spread the word to Kyushu. As Sakamoto later said, "We did not have any links yet in Kyushu, so we decided someone would have to go and visit. Izuno and I were chosen. I had already heard of Matsumoto Gikai and I left for Fukuoka a little before Izuno. The first time I met Matsumoto Giichiro was at his house just by Yoshizuka Station, but when I spoke to him of organizing a conference to found a Kyushu Suihaisha, he was overjoyed and he asked me to stay for a while in Fukuoka." Immediately that evening a meeting was called in a temple in Kanehira, and from the following day we held meetings in the Buruku of Fukuoka, Matsubara, Matsuzono etc. Shortly afterwards Izuno arrived and he went round the various Buruku of Keiho. Quoted in Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 72. Matsumoto went to Osaka on February 17 to represent Kyushu at the committee meeting preparing for the second Suihaisha National Conference, but for some reason he did not attend the conference itself and had Nakajima Tetsujiro, 1923, go in his place, paying his expenses. The conference was held on 2-3 March 1923, once more in the Okazaki Hall, Kyoto, and it made some key decisions: to adopt a flag composed of a cross of thorns on a red and black background, to oppose discrimination in the army, and to create groups for Buruku origin priests, women, and young people. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 73. One possible reason why he did not go himself is that he was busy with the preparations for the first Kyushu Suihaisha conference, which was held, as planned, on May 1. People from all over Kyushu started to gather the day before at the Daikji Temple in Kanehira. They spent the night there and then marched through the streets of Hakata to the theatre singing the Suihaisha song that had been written a few weeks earlier by Shibata Kais. The conference was attended by 2,000-3,000 people and began with speeches from the Suihaisha national leaders Yanida Tomi and Sake Mankaki. Yanida said, "Today we can take pride in having been born in the Buruku, because if we had not been born Burukuman we would have joined in the oppression and cruelty to others." Takayama 2005, 147. They agreed to support the women's and youth groups, elected Matsumoto as their leader and resolved that their office be located in his house, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 78-80. In the course of the next few months, Suihaisha groups were formed across Kyushu in Fukuoka, Chiku, Saga, and Kumamoto, in Oita in March the following year, though in Nagasaki, and not until June 1928, Moriyama et al. 2003, 69. However, Matsumoto himself was not at this conference. On April 24 he had been summoned to the central police station and asked to postpone the conference. He refused. He was then taken into custody and held there for 62 days, not being released until June 25, 7 weeks after the Suihaisha conference and just a few days after the death of his father. There are two issues involved here that are impossible to disentangle. On the one hand, it is highly likely that the Fukuoka police would have preferred to have prevented the creation of a Kyushu Suihaisha. This would be one more organization that they would need to keep an eye on in addition to the labor unions and tenant groups that had been springing up over the past couple of years. Moreover, there were signs in the rest of Japan that where Swihaisha groups were set up they became involved in Kaidan campaigns against discrimination and that this often led to violence. So, it is possible that Matsumoto was kept in prison because the police hoped to impede the formation and development of the Swihaisha. But there was also a serious incident involving the Matsumoto Gumi that the police had to address. The Matsumoto Gumi had been working on the construction of a railway between Fukuoka and Kuruma in Futsukaike when, on March 21, a dispute broke out with a local construction company, the Matsuo Gumi. It was not immediately resolved and that evening 3 members of the Matsumoto Gumi went to meet the leader of the Matsuo Gumi at the hotel in which he was staying. When he came to the door they attacked him, even using a bicycle to beat him up. Later that evening another 50 of Matsumoto's employees showed up outside the hotel with swords and inflicted serious injuries on Matsuo. 3 of his relatives rushed him to hospital where he was pronounced dead. The following day another group from the Matsumoto Gumi went to the house where the wake for Matsuo was being held and threw stones, breaking doors and windows. When the relatives of the dead man tried to retaliate, they too were attacked. 3 of them were seriously injured and taken to hospital. The official movement accounts of this incident suggest that the dispute originated in an argument over the bidding process for a contract and that it came about in part because Matsumoto refused to take part in dishonest practices. They also suggest that the judge, Nogami, at the preliminary trial had been drunk and mistakenly wrote Matsumoto Giiji's name on the arrest warrant. No one suggests that he was in Futsukaike at the time of the incident or that he took part in the attacks. However, he was a director of the company who took charge of work on the sites and he was the boss of the local buruku. It is not surprising that the local police thought he bore some responsibility for the undoubtedly illegal actions of his workforce. Takayama 2005, 145-6, Terazono and Ichinami-ya 2005, 198-201, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 75-6. While Matsumoto was languishing in prison he wrote several letters to his Swihaisha comrades about how that drunkard Nogami had infringed his rights. The prison authorities warned him that the preliminary judge was reviewing his letters and that letters with such criticism would not be sent. Matsumoto replied that he did not care and that he would prefer them to be read by the judge. In that case, he was told, he could write as many as he wished. Takayama 2005, 147. The Matsumoto myth that developed later sees this experience as having had a profound effect on him. He realized that as long as he remained associated with the movement he would be vulnerable to arrest. He had become in his own eyes an eternal defendant. He immediately gave up drinking sake and smoking cigarettes, and later he would also renounce women, wearing ties, and gambling, his 5 vows. He realized that when he was arrested again the police might try to tempt him with cigarettes, drink, or women and that they might use a tie to strangle him. He had always been strongly opposed to gambling. Several people remember how angry he would become whenever he came across evidence of gambling among those with whom he worked. Matsumoto never married. However, he lived with a woman perhaps for as long as 10 years in the early 1920s. As we have seen, Shibata recalled being met by a woman when he called at the house near Yoshizuka Station in 1923, but Amato did not remember her still being there when Matsumoto returned, weak from prison, in July 1927. It is believed he met her around 1920 and that she was the daughter of a local community leader, mayor, or village headman, probably not from a buruku community. Her family did not approve of marriage to Matsumoto, and she seems to have returned home in the late 1920s when he became the subject of strict police attention and served several prison sentences. Amato et al. 1976, 39. The story suggests that although Matsumoto may have escaped some of the consequences of his status background thanks to the wealth he acquired through his company, his personal life too was stained by discrimination. Throughout his life he would insist that marriage was the key issue. Once the barriers to marriage across the status line disappeared, he argued, all the other problems could then also be resolved. Before the Swihaisha was formed, there had been isolated examples of protest against prejudice and discrimination, such as happened in Hakata in 1916. However, the creation of the Swihaisha encouraged buruku to protest wherever they came across disrespect. An example in Fukuoka occurred on May 21, 1923 at a meeting held by the more conservative of the two political parties, the Rikken Seikai. The local MP, Shimamoto, was campaigning against the proposal to introduce universal manhood suffrage. At the meeting in question he said, "If the universal manhood suffrage law is enacted as the Minsia wants, won't even Ada and Heinen get the right to vote?" Quoted in Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987-82. Several meetings were held to protest about this blatant insult to their communities. Yanida, who was still based in Fukuoka, led the campaign, but he was arrested and imprisoned for refusing to obey a police order to a meeting for it to disperse. He was kept in the same prison as Matsumoto. In the end, this campaign can be counted a success as the Seikai headquarters in Tokyo was persuaded to issue an apology. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987-84. Not all the campaigns went so smoothly. Just before the Kyushu Swihaisha founding conference, a village mayor and member of the Fukuoka Prefecture Iwa organization, Yasunaga Ichir, was heard to make a disrespectful remark about Ada. Swihaisha representatives demanded that he come to a meeting with them on June 9 and apologize, but he did not turn up as promised. This angered the local buruku community and over 100 of them attacked the village hall, destroying pictures of past village leaders. 2 days later Yasunaga did issue a formal apology, but the police arrested 8 of the campaign's leaders. 6 were found guilty and 1, Kantahikaru, was sentenced to a year in prison. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987-83. 3 Earthquake in Tokyo, a gold brocade revolution? On September 1, 1923, Matsumoto was with Yanida in Kumamoto waiting to make a speech when their building was shaken by an earthquake. Nevertheless, the meeting took place and later they returned to Fukuoka to hear that at midday a massive earthquake had hit Tokyo. The initial shocks and subsequent fires would together cause well over 100,000 deaths and destroy over 550,000 buildings. There were official fears that Koreans and socialists would take advantage of the confusion to cause further destruction, by, for example, poisoning wells or somehow using the opportunity to foment revolution. Police encouraged vigilantes to arrest and slash or kill people thought to be Korean or socialist. It is said that 6,000 Koreans were killed in the aftermath of the earthquake. While it is not possible to corroborate that figure objectively, at least several hundred and possibly several thousand Koreans met their deaths in this way. Wiener 1989, 165-92. Police also hunted down socialists. Asuji Sakae, probably the most notorious anarchist resident in Tokyo at the time, was murdered along with his partner Itno and their young nephew by a policeman. Their bodies were thrown down a well. It is difficult to know how much news was reaching those outside Tokyo. Some of the most heinous crimes, such as the murder of Asuji, Ito and their nephew, did not take place until September 16, and their bodies were not found until a further 4 days later. Stanley 1982, 155. News about the extent of the damage and rumors about the murders of Koreans and socialists left Matsumoto concerned for the well-being of 2 key Swihaisha members, Hirano Shokin and Fukugawa Takeshi. On the September 9 he asked Matsumoto Kichinashuk to accompany him to Tokyo to investigate. Hoping to avoid being followed by the police, the next morning they took the early train not from Hakata Station but from further up the line, from Fukuyama, but by the time they got to Moji and boarded the ferry to cross the Shimonoseki Strait they realized their police tail had reappeared. They were allowed to get as far as Kyoto when the police boarded the train and ordered them to report to the police station. Matsumoto at first refused to leave the carriage and promised that they would be sure to call in on their way back from the capital, but the police were not satisfied with this and invoked martial law, which had been declared in the Kanto area, to prevent their onward journey. One account suggests that they were held under virtual arrest for 3 days before returning to Kyushu on the evening of the September 13. K. Matsumoto 1977, 83-6. Another account of this journey is that Matsumoto and Yanida got a telegram from Minami asking them to come immediately to Kyoto. When they got to Minami's house, which also served as the Suihaisha head office, only Komei was there. Where were the others? They have gone to Tokyo to take advantage of the opportunity and bring the emperor back to Kyoto. We will have the emperor decree buruku liberation to the whole country. The burukumen will rise up and launch a revolution. Well said Matsumoto, how interesting. Takayama 2005, 151. Komei explained that soon after they heard of the earthquake, 6 Suihaisha leaders met and decided to launch a gold brocade revolution, a kinki kakume. Point 2. They hoped to take advantage of the confusion in Tokyo, kidnap the emperor, take him to Kyoto and make a proclamation about the liberation of burukumen. There is certainly evidence that Minami had sent a telegram to members of the Central Committee on September 3 asking them to attend a meeting in Osaka, and that Suihaisha groups in Fukuoka, Mie, Aichi, Okayama, and Yamaguchi were sent a telegram ordering preparations for mobilization to escort the imperial court. Takayama 2005, 157. Some of the Suihaisha leadership, including Saikonde Minami, did travel to Tokyo, not via the Tokaido line, which was closed, but by the Nikkaisen route, which got them as far as Saitama. From there they had to hitch a ride on a lorry into central Tokyo. Then they made their way to Hirano's house, found he was safe and visited Count Arima, who told them that the emperor had already moved to Takasaki in Guma Prefecture. Soon after, the police caught up with them and suggested that, as they could not guarantee their safety, the two should leave the capital. They arrived back in Kyoto on the September 9, Takayama 2005, 159, see also Maruka 1992, 83-6. These were confused and no doubt confusing times. The Suihaisha had been launched with a burst of energy but had no clear strategy and no firm analysis of the nature of the problems burukumen were facing. Perhaps for some it did not matter. Many hoped that their historical background would all become irrelevant as a new society was forged in the crucible of the revolution that would shortly be contrived through the combined energy of the Japanese workers and peasants. Or perhaps, as they were all undoubtedly Japanese, all that was needed was for the current emperor to insist that his father's wishes, as expressed in the Liberation Decree, be thoroughly implemented. In her critical survey of the early Suihaisha, Kim Young-mi notes how a considerable part of the rhetoric in its first years was nationalist in the sense that buruku leaders seemed to regard theirs as a minzoku, or racial, problem, that is, they were the descendants of a race that had arrived in Japan at some time in the past and was discriminated against because of that racial difference. Thus their struggle against discrimination had elements in common with the struggles for self-determination being waged by groups in India, Ireland, and the United States. However, there were others whose ideas remained firmly within the mainstream nationalist way of thinking and who saw no racial difference between themselves and the majority Japanese. The second conference sessions had ended with cries of Banzai, long life, for the emperor and empress, as well as the Suihaisha. In March 1923, Izuno Rikais, at the founding meeting of the Keiho Suihaisha, spoke of all their ancestors being the offspring, Sekishi, of the same emperor in a way that clearly subscribed to the all-Japanese as the emperor's children theory of the state. Kim Young-mi 1994, 61. In August the same year the Kyoto Suihaisha organized a lantern procession to the Momoyama Mausoleum, the final resting place of the Meiji Emperor, to pay their respects to the emperor who had liberated them. There is an intriguing footnote to the Kanto earthquake that is relevant to Matsumoto's story. It-no's uncle was Toyama Mitsuru, a key figure in the Genisha and one of the most dynamic and influential of the ultranationalists. He arranged for her body to be returned to her hometown, Fukuoka, and held a funeral service for her on October 16. He also took care of her 4 children and brought them up with the help of money, some of which was provided by Matsumoto. Later, when Matsumoto became a member of the Diet, Toyama would call at his office whenever he was in Tokyo. Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 84-5. Toyama's influence is something of a puzzle. He is reputed to have had an intellectual influence over a wide range of people, not only those on the right but also people on the revolutionary left, such as Asuji Sakae and possibly, to some degree, Matsumoto. For the Tokugawa incident. On March 3, 1924, Matsumoto and 20 others from Kyushu arrived in Kyoto to attend the Third Suihaisha Conference. The movement had really taken off in the previous 12 months, during which time many regional Suihaisha leaders, March 23, 1924, at the second conference of the Kanto Suihaisha. On Matsumoto's left is Kurisu Shishiro, to his right with the stick is Minami Umkaki, and right at the end of the front row is Iwao Iaseta. And local branches had been formed. Those attending the conference divided into two, the delegates from the 250 or so branches, each limited to sending 2 to 3 delegates, plus as many as 2,000 attending in the audience. Delegates gathered at the front of the hall and took part in the debates with the audience looking on. The meeting was significant enough to attract the attention not only of the police, who were both inside and outside the building, but also many others who had an interest in the movement's aims. Arima Yoriyazu, leader of one of the Iwa groups, was there, as was the Marxist activist Sakai Toshihiko. 3. Indeed, Sakai was briefly arrested as he made his way into the hall. Banners and posters decked the hall, urging those present to gather beneath the flag and work towards a world of freedom and equality. Matsumoto was selected as the conference chairman. It adopted 3 main resolutions: to oppose all forms of discrimination against them, to resist the attempts by the Honganji Temple and other religious groups to weaken the spirit of liberation, and to reject the government's Iwa improvement policy. There were 25 other motions debated with varying degrees of energy, of which 20 were approved. Some of these were concerned with international issues, demanding the recognition of labor/peasant Russia, supporting the Korean Kaisha and opposing discrimination against Korean comrades in Japan. Some motions urged the movement to stand aloof from the mainstream political parties, and many were simply about issues internal to the movement. Watanabe and Akaseda 1973. Sakai later commented about the conference: the representatives and guest seats on the second floor for the observers were packed with people. The elegant, refined, resplendent aristocratic setting was trampled down by the Suihei people. About Matsumoto he said, that big sturdy body certainly gave the impression of a boss. However, the goatee beard on the red-tinged chubby face and the western clothes gave him a rather up-to-date feel. Takayama 2005, 162. Dedicated socialist though he no doubt was, one detects a rather patronizing edge to Sakai's comments. Matsumoto felt this too. Immediately after the Suihaisha conference he went on to attend the National Farmers Union Conference in Osaka. Shibata Keys was with him and they sat in the observers' seats on the second floor. At one point Sakai came round the auditorium with his deerstalker hat inviting donations. Matsumoto gave Shibata a 10-yen note to put in the hat. A gentleman would not give money directly to a beggar, neither would Matsumoto. Takayama 2005, 165-6. 12 months before, at the second Suihaisha conference, the Wakayama group had proposed a motion protesting about the high status enjoyed by Prince Tokugawa Ieyasu. It was approved but no action resulted. This time the Kyushu Suihaisha submitted a similar motion, arguing that he should be stripped of his noble rank or resign from it. Ieyasu was the grandson of the last member of the Tokugawa household to rule Japan. As part of the Meiji settlement, his father had been given the rank of prince and taken his place in the newly created House of Peers in 1890. Ieyasu was a prominent figure in the contemporary political establishment at the time, being the president of the House of Peers. Any criticism of him was likely to provoke a robust response. The motion had been proposed by Shibata, who argued that Ieyasu's wealth and rank were inherited from the Tokugawa family, who not only had gained their position by murder and theft but also had created the class of Edo positioned beneath the soldier-peasant-artisan-merchant structure which had tormented our ancestors and continues to cause us pain. Takayama 2005, 163. Matsumoto seconded the motion, stating, Everyone says that our country must be centered on the emperor, but there is a contradiction here. That contradiction lies in the existence of something like the Tokugawa household. The gracious Meiji Emperor on the January 14, 1882 issued the rescript to soldiers and sailors. If you read that rescript you will understand that the Tokugawa shogun had been rather audacious. Tokugawa Ieyasu is very influential as the Speaker of the House of Peers, but his forebears were the bosses of robbers. Read carefully, this speech amounted to criticism not simply of Ieyasu or the traitorous and thieving Tokugawa family. Since it was the gracious Meiji Emperor who made the Tokugawa family part of the aristocratic system that was created in the early years of the Meiji period, Matsumoto was being critical of the emperor system itself. This was the first time he had made public such criticism, but it would not be the last. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu, ed. 1987, 86-7. The motion was passed unanimously in a committee of four: Matsumoto, Minami Umkiki, Hanayama Kiyoshi, and Matsumoto Gentar, also from Kanehira but no relation, were selected to transmit this advice directly to Prince Tokugawa. On returning to Fukuoka, Matsumoto decided to focus on the Tokugawa issue. In the course of the Kuroda campaign he had confronted the prefectural governor. This time he intended to confront Prince Tokugawa. The Tokugawa family lived in Tokyo in a large mansion to the west of Shinjuku Station. About 3 weeks after the conference, the committee of four called at this house and asked to see the prince. They presented the recommendation to resign but were told that the prince was convalescing from illness and therefore not receiving visitors. Matsumoto returned on April 2 to be rebuffed once more, at which point they decided to leave it until after the end of June when the Diet would reconvene and Tokugawa would have to be in Tokyo. On June 28 Matsumoto visited the Diet to note the number of Tokugawa's car and later that day checked that he had returned home in it, but once more the prince refused to meet them. This angered Matsumoto and he had one of his men keep a watch on Tokugawa. Satsaba, a member of the Fukuoka Suihaisha, was sent from Kyushu. On July 9, Sate was stopped by police in front of Tokyo Station, was found to be in possession of a knife and a gun and was charged with plotting to murder Prince Tokugawa. That same day Matsumoto Giichiro and Matsumoto Gentar, both at that time in Fukuoka, were arrested on the same charges. Giichiro was soon released but Gentar was found to have a gun in his pocket. On July 17, Giichiro was rearrested and taken with Gentar to Tokyo. Meanwhile 2 other Suihaisha leaders, Minami and Yanida, did manage to meet Tokugawa, who disclaimed any responsibility for the status system. He argued that the rule of the House of Tokugawa ended with the Meiji Restoration. The decision to ennoble Tokugawa Yoshinobu, his father, was taken by the Meiji Emperor, and any criticism of the status of the Tokugawa family was thus a criticism of the will of the emperor. This is where the campaign might have stopped, as Matsumoto Giichiro must have expected, having given the Suihaisha greater publicity and linked the issue of buruku discrimination to broader issues of the status hierarchy of contemporary Japan. However, it did not end there. Matsumoto Giichiro was kept in prison throughout the summer but does not appear to have been ill-treated and was released on September 20. At the time it was not unusual for police to mistreat or even to torture prisoners, but not, it seems, Giichiro. Some accounts suggest that this is because his natural authority made even the police hesitant to do so. However, there are others who claim that Matsumoto took a more robust attitude to those imprisoning him. If you are going to torture me, you'd better kill me. Because if you don't, remember when I get out. Takayama 2005, 179. Not only were members of the Suihaisha getting a reputation for violence in the Kaidan campaigns, but there must have been some police who knew what had happened in the Futsukaiki incident between the Matsumoto Gumi and Matsuo Gumi. Matsumoto arrived back in Kyushu on September 24 and was welcomed by crowds at each station as he passed down the line to Hakata, where there were several hundred Suihaisha supporters waving flags and reporters waiting to interview him. These celebrations were muted, however, when a couple days later news arrived that Gentar, who had been due to be released on September 25, had died the day before. The autopsy suggested heart disease exacerbated by malnutrition was the cause of death, but the Swahisha argued that the death was the result of ill treatment in prison. Several thousand gathered in front of Hakata station to pay respect as his family brought his ashes home. The trial of Matsumoto Gikiran Sit for plotting Tokugawa's assassination began on October 19, 1925 in Tokyo. Both denied the charges. The key allegation of the prosecution was that Matsumoto Gikiran had given Seitan Matsumoto Gentart guns and knife in a restaurant in front of Hakata station. Gikiran admitted that this had happened, but he explained that people who worked on building sites and in the coal mines would frequently stay at his house and sometimes forget their knives and guns. Both Seitan Gentar had done this and asked him to return them. This he did at the restaurant as described, but he denied that there had been any plan to use the weapons to kill Tokugawa. Sato denied the charge. They were nevertheless found guilty and sentenced to 4 months in prison, sentences that were confirmed by the higher courts in spite of appeals. It is perhaps not surprising that the judges were skeptical about Matsumoto's explanation. Was it really likely that a company boss like Matsumoto would do errands for people like Seitan Matsumoto Gentar, returning their lost property? Gikiran Satstarted their sentences on March 9, 1927. Given Japan's current reputation as a country with a low incidence of violent crime, and particularly gun-related crime, Matsumoto's testimony may require some explanation. Firstly, we should remember that the conscription policy meant that there were a large number of men who knew how to use firearms. Secondly, there were many areas of Japan, and the Chiku mining area was one of them, where violence involving knives and guns was common. Thirdly, there were many who had taken part in the Siberian expedition who had smuggled weapons of various kinds back with them. On the night of 1920 September, about a month before Matsumoto's trial began, the Tokugawa mansion burned to the ground. At first the fire was blamed on an electrical short circuit, but later police linked it to an arson attack on a Diet building a couple of days earlier. As the Diet was debating the Public Peace Police Act, Kyan Kaisatsu, they suspected a socialist link. A year later they arrested Hama Yoshis, then aged 28, in Dairen and brought him back to Japan for trial. Although there was no concrete evidence against him, he confessed to the arson of the Tokugawa mansion. An orphan from Fukuoka City, although probably not himself of buruku origin, he knew Matsumoto Gikiran slightly and may have eaten at his house. He had worked in the coal mines but had to give that up after breaking a leg. He then scraped a living in construction, possibly working at some stage for the Matsumoto Gumi. In Tokyo he had worked for the Tokyo City Public Works Department and he developed links with the Kanto area Jinisha and the Teikakai, Great Reform Society, another right-wing group. At the same time, he also retained links with Matsumoto and on at least one occasion met Iwao Iasada to discuss how they could retaliate for the harassment of Gikiran and murder of Gentar. At the trial his motive in attacking Tokugawa's house was said to be to avenge the death of Matsumoto Gentar. Finally, in 1927 the court decided that he should serve a 15-year sentence on top of the 2 he had already spent in prison. When he was released in 1942, Matsumoto met him at the prison gates. Imato suggested that Matsumoto may have provided him with the cash to escape to Dairen and even to pay his legal fees. Takayama 2005, 191-4. There is still some mystery surrounding the case. Could someone with such an injured leg have scaled the wall and set fire to the Tokugawa mansion? There is a story that Hama went with someone else from the Chiku region to the Tokugawa house that night and that they claimed not to have entered and only to have read about the fire in the newspaper the following day. Why then did Hama confess? He might have wanted to take on the guilt for the incident, to avert the blame from Matsumoto to whom he felt he owed a debt. Further, we should not forget that the Japanese police at this time would systematically beat and torture prisoners, so it is possible that they just forced a confession out of an innocent man. After 1945 Matsumoto was a consistent critic of the imperial family. During the occupation he argued the case for its abolition. Both in what he wrote about his own life and in the biographies published about him after his death, an attempt is made to present a consistent line linking the anti-Kuroda campaign in 1920 to his republicanism of the 1950s. Certainly after the war he would point out that there was a link between the existence of exaggerated respect for an emperor and disrespect directed at burukumen, suggesting that you could not eliminate one without eliminating the other. The phrase he used was ki ariba sen ari, if there are nobles there will be outcasts. However, it is not clear when he started to argue this case. There is no evidence that he was saying this in the mid-1920s, and there is not much evidence that the anti-Tokugawa campaign was part of any larger anti-royalty strategy. It would certainly have contradicted the pro-Meiji sentiment expressed by many branches of the Suihaisha and the leadership, as demonstrated at the time of the Kanto earthquake. Assuming that Matsumoto was the author of the resolution at the Third Suihaisha Conference, his contribution to the anti-Tokugawa campaign was to move the debate from the vague concern expressed at the Second Conference to the more practical demand that Prince Tokugawa resign his position. Moreover, if we look at the statements made during the campaign, not only is there very little criticism of the emperor admittedly dangerous at the time, but rather there is positive support of the emperor system expressed in some of the movement's publications. Between the start of the Tokugawa campaign and beginning his 4 months in prison, Matsumoto became even more involved in Suihaisha activity and in another campaign that the state regarded as a direct challenge. At the same time, the movement was forced to pay some attention to, it would be too much to say it had to confront, its lack of theory and understanding of what it was trying to do. The Suihaisha reconstructs. What precipitated this realization of the need to address issues of theory and organizational structure were some questions raised by the arrest of Matsumoto and his colleagues. It was a puzzle how the police had known so precisely when Saito was due to arrive at Tokyo Station. Inquiries in October 1924 within the movement revealed that one Suihaisha activist in the Tokyo area, Tojima Tetsuo, was a police spy who had obtained his information from Hirano and Minami of the Tokyo Suihaisha. Tojima worked for the Seikai politician and, at the time, Minister of Justice, Yokota Senosuke IV, but he also had connections to both organized crime, the Yakuza, and various social movements. His connection with Hirano and Minami and whether they realized he was a spy or received money from the police is not clear. Nevertheless, they were forced to resign, and their posts within the organization were taken over by younger, more radical leaders as the movement's headquarters were moved from Tokyo to Osaka. Buruku Kaidmei Ch Honbu 1987, 99-100, Takayama 2005, 199-200. Although there were some socialists involved in the movement, the leadership of the Suihaisha was not notably radical. As we have seen, after the Second Conference, Minami Umkaki and the others had talked to government ministers, not to mention the odd events immediately after the earthquake. In 1924 the leadership of the Suihaisha movement was in the hands of Minami and Hirano. Originally from Kyoto, Minami was spending time in Tokyo trying to get support, both financial and political, from the established political parties. He actually succeeded in June 1923 in persuading Yokota Senosuke to fund a DWA Jigi Kenkaikai, DWA Project Research Committee, that would work for the integration of burukumen, Koreans, and Taiwanese into Japanese society. Minami was promised a salary of 300 yen and they planned to produce a newspaper. Unfortunately, the plans for the newspaper were dropped after the earthquake and the Kenkaikai did not survive the death of Yokota in February 1925. At the time, Minami was experiencing serious personal difficulties. His wife and daughter had recently died and his son was unable to find a job, having been turned down by the post office when they discovered his father was a burukumen and leader of the Suihaisha. Minami had no income since he had suspended his own business when he took over the movement's leadership. The finance provided by Yokota would have solved his personal and organizational problems. Then along came Tojima Tetsuo, who took up the idea of producing a newspaper about the social movement, especially the Suihaisha. The DWA Tsin was registered as a newspaper in January 1924. As subscriptions were between 20 yen and 100 yen per month, at a time when the subscription to the Tokyo Asahi Shimbun was 1 yen and 20 sen, it is not clear who was reading it. Most of the reports within its pages came from people within the Suihaisha committee, possibly including Matsumoto, who were unaware that Tojima was funded directly by the state and that all the information he received was passed directly on to the Special Higher Police, Takayama 2005, 202. When it emerged that Tojima was a police spy, both Minami and Hirano came in for criticism from the younger, more radical activists. Central to this group was Takahashi Sadaki, 1905–35. Born in Oita, he had entered the preparatory department of Tokyo Commercial College, later Hitotsubashi University, to study language but dropped out in 1922 to join the socialist movement. Already fluent in English and German, he started reading the classic works of historical materialism of Marx, Engels, and Lenin and began to learn Russian. He became a member of the Suikai led by Yamakawa Hitachi and was probably among the founding members of the first JCP, formed secretly in July 1922. At the same time, he was also friendly with the founders of the Suihaisha, particularly Sakamoto. Following the Second Suihaisha Conference, he was sent to Fukuoka to help with the creation of the Kyushu Suihaisha, and he gave lectures on Marxist thought both in Hakata and in the Chiku region. At the time of the mass arrests of the members of the first JCP in June 1923, Komi Yamachiat, a writer for the feminist journal Women Reconstruct, sheltered him, and soon after they began living together. This did not protect him from arrest for long, however, and in July he was held for a month, damaging his already weak health. After the earthquake he was taken into protective custody once more. In November 1923 the couple decided to move to Osaka, possibly hoping to build a base there for the reconstruction of the JCP within the Suihaisha at some time in the near future. While Komiyama tried to make a living for them both selling insurance, he worked as hard as his health would permit, developing a Marxist cell and studying buruku history. He convened a weekly study group where he would lecture on such topics as Lenin's State and Revolution, and soon a Suihaisha Youth League had been created with Takahashi as its leader. They produced their own journal, Senmin 5, and were committed to changing the aim of the movement from status struggle to class struggle. In May 1924 Takahashi published his major work Takush Buruku e Senenshi, A Thousand-Year History of Takush Burukuman, probably the first full-length work on the buruku issue and certainly the first attempt at a Marxist analysis. The first section is a summary of research on the history of outcast groups from ancient times to the 19th century. He argues against the idea of a separate burukuman racial or ethnic identity, suggesting instead that they are the product of 1,000 years of history during which time the ruling classes created them as a pariah group. This was done to give the lower classes a group beneath them to despise, thus diverting the lower classes from venting their frustration on the ruling class. Despite the formal abolition of the status system in 1871, status discrimination remained, he argued, because it was one of the feudal remnants left intact as a result of the incomplete nature of the bourgeois revolution of the 1870s. The second section is an analysis of the current state of the Suihaisha and its objectives. Here and in articles that he produced over the next few months he summarized the situation of the movement as it came to the end of its third year. It had grown rapidly alongside the labor unions and tenants' movements, but its current direction was uncertain. He argued that it should not confine itself simply to a struggle against the elements of the feudal system that sustained prejudices and discrimination, but should go further to engage with other working class groups in their struggle against capitalism. He accepted that the early campaigns to encourage protest against discrimination, Kaidan, worked well to gather people around the Suihei flag, but he thought it was necessary to push the movement onto a higher stage. In terms of the Suihaisha organization, this meant developing a better structure to strengthen the link between the National Committee and the groups at prefectural and local level. In terms of tactics, it meant moving away from campaigns that focused on simple acts of discrimination and towards campaigns that laid bare the roots of that discrimination. Moreover, as the Suihaisha was one part of the proletarian movement, it should join forces with its comrades in the revolutionary struggle, both in support of the Proletarian Party, that is, the JCP, and with the aim of raising the class consciousness of the buruku community. He urged them to seek the overthrow of capitalism in solidarity with the workers' and farmers' movements, while embarking on an ideological challenge to the traditional Japanese beliefs that defined them as polluted. Takayama 2005, 205, as well as Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 519. Some of the younger leaders of the Suihaisha had known Takahashi since they had been members of the Japan Socialist League, formed in December 1920. Several of them later joined the JCP and became core members of the Suihaisha Youth League, which was mainly based in Osaka and, even before the arrest of the Matsumotos and Sat, was critical of the movement's leadership for its opportunism and lack of organization. At this time the movement was a loose alliance of some supporters of the emperor system, anarchists who rejected all authority, Buddhists, social democrats, and Marxists who were only united by their opposition to discrimination. Furthermore, the movement's headquarters were criticized for providing no leadership, only communication. The problem was how to deal with the problems being encountered by the movement without splitting it. The realization in later 1924 that the leadership group around Minami had been, at the very least, working with an individual such as Tojima, who was in police pay, gave the radicals the stick with which they could beat the leadership. From 1-3 December 1924, a meeting was held of 29 Suihaisha prefectural leaders in Osaka. Chairing the meeting was a moderate from Okayama with Matsumoto known to be sympathetic to the Youth League as deputy chair. The committee announced disciplinary measures against the leaders and on December 3 a small group of 5, including Matsumoto, held a secret meeting that resolved to move the movement's office from Minami's house in Kyoto to the office used by the Suihei Shimbun in Osaka, which was also the base of the Youth League. Minami did not attend this meeting but sent a message saying that without him the meeting would be invalid. Matsumoto had also cooperated with Tojima, and an article about him had appeared in the DWA Tine on September 23, 1924. However, the young radicals did not regard Matsumoto as part of the leadership group, and they regarded his anti-Tokugawa campaign as evidence of his anti-imperial attitudes. In addition, his personal assistant at the time was Ueo Iasada, also a member of the Suihaisha Youth League and probably also a member of the JCP. Minami announced that he did not accept the decisions made at the December meeting in Osaka and tried to convene a meeting at his house on January 20, 1925. 25 members of the old leadership attended, but not Minami or Hirano. 2 days before the meeting, a small buruku community of 22 households in Guma Prefecture had been attacked by 1,000, according to some accounts 3,000, members of the neighboring communities. Violence had continued through the night, 15 households were damaged and much of their furniture was destroyed. 15 people were seriously injured. Following the attack, the village looked like Tokyo after the earthquake. A Suihaisha group had been formed in the village in July 1922 and began to protest about discrimination at school and in the public baths. Perhaps buruku were over-enthusiastic in their complaints, or perhaps their mainstream neighbors resented the arrogance of the demands for equality of treatment from these former outcasts. Whatever the case, the neighbors formed a vigilante group to resist future Suihaisha demands. This particular incident began when a Suihaisha member overheard an old man use the word crinebo, a local term of abuse for outcasts. When challenged, he at first agreed to apologize and convene a meeting at which he would oppose discrimination, but following pressure from the local Reservists Association he reneged on the promise. The village headman tried to mediate and a reply was promised for January 18, but instead there was the attack. The police did nothing to protect the buruku. When finally 58 of the rioters came to court, they all escaped with minor fines. On the other hand, 5 individuals from the buruku community were found guilty of having acted illegally in forcing the old man to publicly apologize. For burukumen, this attack was reminiscent of the anti-liberation riots of the 1870s. Moreover, the apparent complicity of the police and the courts with the attackers provided little reassurance that the authorities were taking their problems seriously. To the Suihaisha activists, this demonstrated how little progress had been made in the 50 years since the Meiji Restoration and the Liberation Declaration. At the same time, it showed how it remained important to cultivate an organization that could support the buruku community nationally. For the radicals, it also no doubt confirmed their view about the class nature of state structures and the need for actions to strengthen solidarity with other class-based groups. Minami tried to reassert his authority within the movement and called for the fourth conference to be held on March 3. However, the Suihaisha groups in Nara and Osaka, both strongly under the Youth League influence, decided to hold their local conferences on that day. The Kyushu Suihaisha held its conference on March 21, and although it refrained from criticizing Minami and Hirano, it did decide to encourage solidarity with the labor unions and farmers' movement as part of its reorganization. Finally, the fourth conference was convened 7-8 May in Osaka. The day before the conference, Matsumoto held a meeting of both some of the founding leaders, Sakamoto and Sake, and the Youth League. Details of the discussions were not recorded, but it is probably on this occasion that it was decided that Matsumoto would take over from Minami as the chair of the Central Committee, Takayama 2005, 223. He certainly took the chair at the conference, where the two most important debates were on proposals for the movement's organizational structure and future strategy. The Youth League representatives argued that the Suihaisha needed iron discipline to rescue it from its present confusion and that it should engage with the wider proletarian movement. The nub of the question was the nature of the buruku problem. Was it a rights issue that could be solved within the structures of existing society, perhaps following some moderate reform and a change of attitudes by the majority of Japanese? Or, was it inextricably linked to the class structure of contemporary Japanese capitalist society, in which case its solution required much more radical reform, and perhaps revolution? Fierce debate divided the conference, so the motion was withdrawn. Fujitani and Mahara 1972a, 72. The chairman brought discussion to a close without a vote and the matter was passed on for consideration by the Central Committee. The outcome of this was that the Suihaisha was restructured with Matsumoto at its head. The Youth League had 2 members on the Central Committee, with Kimura Kyotaro, also a Youth League member, installed as the Secretary General. Most members of the former leadership, with the exception of Minami and Hirano, were kept on board. Matsumoto thus won the position as leader of the buruku movement, a post he would retain for the rest of his life, but he had done so by demonstrating his ability to mediate between the rival groups to create an outcome that kept the movement united. Takahashi was a Marxist, a member of the JCP and, at the time of the fourth conference, barely 20. In his writing about the buruku problem, he had posed some serious questions about the nature of Japanese society and the position of burukumen within it. The Suihaisha Youth League and the Suihaisha Proletarian League were strongly influenced by him and their weight within the movement was increasing. However, Takahashi's influence was not unopposed. The anarchist group within the Suihaisha was concerned about the growing influence of the Marxists. They investigated Takahashi's background and alleged that he was not of buruku origin at all but rather that his father was from a samurai family. The exact circumstances of his family were and are difficult to establish with certainty, but the anarchist group was able to convince the Fifth Conference, held in May 1926, that he was not a burukuman and therefore did not belong in a movement that sought liberation by their own efforts. He was expelled, although by that time he had already left Japan to study in Moscow. He was not there long, however. Following the destruction of the JCP by the mass arrests of March 15, 1928, he was ordered to return to Japan to rebuild the party. Arriving back secretly in December 1928, he was active until captured in the next round of arrests on April 16, 1929. Thereafter he spent most of the rest of his life in prison. His health deteriorated in late 1935, and he was allowed to go home only to die shortly after his release. Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 519. Matsumoto was 38 and not a Marxist at this time or indeed ever, but he was regarded as belonging to the radical faction that had taken control of the Suihaisha. Though not as ideologically committed as some, he was acquiring a reputation as a leader who was prepared to engage in direct confrontation, or at least negotiation, with representatives of the state and if necessary suffer the consequences. He supported his younger colleagues in their attempts to restructure the Swahisha to create a more effective organization, even if it did mean the adoption, in principle at least, of democratic centralism. It was not only within the Swahisha that his reputation was growing. Within the Fukuoka area his negotiating skills were recognized such that he helped to resolve disputes both between tenants and landlords and between miners and mine owners. During late spring 1925 in a village just outside Fukuoka, the landlord was demanding 5/7 of the harvest as rent in kind. The farmers formed a branch of the Japan Farmers Union and made a counter-proposal that the rent be fixed at 30% of the harvest. The landlord rejected this and refused to allow them access to the land. The dispute dragged out until June, when the rice seedlings needed to be planted. Soon it would be too late. Matsumoto was asked to mediate. Finally, on June 27 he negotiated a settlement. That same summer a small coal mine was trying to reduce wages and sack workers. They formed a union to demand reinstatement of the workers, a wage increase and the implementation of an 8-hour day and went on strike in support of their demands. The local union federation, the ZDME, became involved in support of the miners, as did the NAMUSH, Ministry of the Interior, on the side of the employers, but they were unable to agree a settlement. Then, on September 12 Matsumoto was asked to mediate and he brokered a deal in which the 15 strike leaders would be paid 20 yen each in redundancy money by the mine owners, after which Matsumoto himself agreed to employ them. Meanwhile the company promised to improve the working conditions of those who continued to be employed in the mine. Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 1045, Takayama 2005, 225-6. However, Matsumoto's main commitment now was to the buruku movement, and during a campaign that began in early 1926 he embarked on a course of action that brought him into conflict with the most powerful institution in Japan, the army. 6. The Fukuoka Regiment Incident. The first half of the 1920s witnessed a reduction in the military's prestige and authority. The wasteful and unpopular Siberian expedition of 1918-22 had cost the lives of 5,000 men and 900 million yen to little or no effect, and there were demands that the army be reduced in size. In 1925 Army Minister Ugaki Kazushige rationalized the military forces and reduced total army strength by 4 infantry divisions, although innovation in tactics and technology were meant to ensure this did not result in any serious military weakness. It did, however, create a number of unemployed officers, and a plan was devised so that from July 1925 2,000 active Army officers were assigned to serve in secondary schools and colleges as a way in which the military ethos could be spread among young people. The number of young men who remained in education beyond the age of 16 was relatively small, and it was decided that those out of school should also have the benefit of military training prior to conscription. Therefore, from July 1926 an ordinance on youth training was implemented that provided a total of 800 hours of training, of which 400 hours was drill, for young men, to last 4 years between the ages of 16 and 20. By October 12, 2064 training areas had been established across the country, SHIND 1974, 46-7, Humphreys 1995, 92-3. In parallel with the growth of the socialist movement, anti-war feeling and anti-militarist sentiment spread quite quickly in the early 1920s, especially among university and high school students. An anti-war meeting at Waseda University in May 1923 attracted 5,000 students. Socialist study groups were formed in many schools and universities, such that the Ministry of Education tried to have them all closed down. A social studies group at Fukuoka High School was ordered to disperse in December 1924, but incidents involving 4 members of the group were reported the following year and led to some of them being suspended. Students at Kyushu University too became involved in this, and several of them later went on to become leading figures in local proletarian movements. Opposition to the militarization of education and society in general became an important theme in the platforms of the proletarian parties. For example, we can find among other demands in the NMIN RDT, Farmer Worker Party, platform of 1926. Reduce of the size of the military. Implement 1 year of conscription and give state support to poor families whose members are conscripted. Oppose all policies to militarize the masses. End restrictions on the education and employment of the colonial races. End secret diplomacy. End unequal treaties for weaker races and all invasive oppression. The Swahisha had its own perspective on this issue. As early as the Second Conference, the Swahisha had expressed its concern about discrimination in the army. In March 1923, Amato Rinchi took the lead in a campaign to oppose those who sought to remove the names of buruku from a memorial being built to commemorate soldiers involved in the Siberian expedition, Takayama 2005, 233. As younger Swahisha supporters were turning towards socialism and as they were the ones directly affected by the militarization of education, it was natural that they would make a key contribution to this anti-militarization movement. SHIND 1974, 71. Amato Rinchi, born 1905, was a resident of Horiguchi and left school at 16. For a while he worked as a turner in an electrical goods factory, until he tried to organize a union and was sacked. Though not a student, he had been a member of the Social Science Study Group at Kyushu University and from May 1924 became an active member of the Matsubara Swahisha Youth League, which was taking part in the campaign to oppose the militarization of education. On January 8, 1926, Amato attended a meeting of the League to oppose military education in Kainhira, which protested in particular about the creation of the military training centers. 2 days later, some 200-300 of his comrades accompanied him and 10 others to the gates of the 24th Regiment, which was based in the grounds of the old Fukuoka Castle, where they were to begin their 2 years of military service. Few people can have been unaware of Amato's background or views. Opposition to military education continued to build up over the succeeding months as the plan to set up training centers was implemented. They were set up near factories and mines in the Fukuoka area in June and July 1926. The Matsubara and Kainhira youth groups boycotted the training grounds, while the Matsuzono group advocated joining it in order to subvert it from within. SHIND 1974, 78. Within the 24th Regiment, Amato was coming across instances of discrimination, which he reported to the senior officers and to Matsumoto, who he would visit on his days of leave. He discovered there were more than 120 buruku origin soldiers in the regiment, and he secretly formed a network of about 20 of them, the Heizotsume, to fight against prejudice and report instances of discrimination. Amato was later to say that, giving us support from behind was Matsumoto. He was a glorious tower of strength, a real savior. Not only did he give Amato personal support in his confrontations with the army leadership, he would provide more material benefits. He would slip the group a 10 yen note to spend on food, this at a time when the average daily buruku wage was 1 yen 49 sen and a plate of curry rice in Tokyo cost 10 sen, Takayama 2005, 241. Amato tried to persuade the commanding officer to hold lectures within the regiment to discourage discrimination. The commanding officer promised to consider the matter but took no action. Amato maintained links with his Swahisha group, and by the end of May demonstrations were being held at the regimental gates, protesting at the discrimination that was taking place inside. The Fukuoka regimental commander still refused to consider any concessions to the protesters until the commander of the Kurume regiment acted as an intermediary and brokered an agreement that included holding a meeting for the entire regiment in the Fukuoka Memorial Hall by the end of July and a separate meeting for officers only in the commander's home, Takayama 2005, 245. In the same period, the Swahisha Fifth National Conference was held in Fukuoka on 2-3 May 1926, with Matsumoto once more in the chair. Over 2,000 people attended, with fraternal delegates from the farmers' unions, the SDME Labor Federation and several individual unions. One theme of the conference was to renounce bourgeois liberalism and clarify the differences between the Swahisha and the government-supported Iwa movement. It was argued that what should distinguish Swahisha activity was that it was based on a definite class consciousness. A fierce debate ensued over a proposed amendment to the organization's platform to add a new section that read, We recognize that discriminatory attitudes have a class basis and therefore we will advance the movement based on a clear class consciousness. Watanabe Inakaseta, 1973, 127. This implied, among other things, that the group's Kaidan activities should be more selective, not simply seizing on each and every incident of discrimination. It also suggested greater cooperation with other sections of the proletarian movement, both the workers' and farmers' groups and also the proletarian parties that were being formed in anticipation of the next general election, which would be the first held under universal manhood suffrage. These proposals were not unopposed. The anarchist group argued against any participation in bourgeois politics, pointing to Prime Minister MacDonald's intervention in the British miners' strike as showing what can happen when working class groups get involved in parliamentary politics. Watanabe Inakaseta 1973, 140.6. Nevertheless, Marxist ideas predominated among the movement's leadership. Both Sake Mankaki and Kimura Kyotaro working closely with the Communist Party and in early 1927 would become members of the Underground Party. Sakamoto Seiker was not a party member, but he, with Matsumoto, joined the Rochin Mint, Worker-Farmer Party, at its first conference and both were elected to its Central Committee in 1926, Buruku Kaisho, ed. 1986, 294. Thus, in a real sense, the Swihaisha leadership was engaging with other parts of the proletarian movement, creating a loose three-cornered alliance worker, farmer, bureaucracy in support of a working-class strategy that for the moment had anti-militarization high in its priorities. During the tough negotiations with the army officers in Fukuoka, the Swihaisha leaders felt the united working-class movement supported them both locally and nationally. Matsumoto's position as leader of the Swihaisha had been reconfirmed at the Fukuoka conference. Its headquarters remained in Osaka, but when he was going by train from Fukuoka to Tokyo on business he would arrange brief meetings with someone from the Swihaisha office on Osaka station platform to discuss recent developments and hand over cash to support the office. Shortly after the agreement had been brokered with the Fukuoka regimental commander, Matsumoto passed through Osaka and told Kimura Kyotaro, then the organization's general secretary, about the agreement in which the regiment would apologize. Kimura went back to his office and produced a leaflet for distribution to all Swihaisha branches entitled, Major Victory Agreed in Fukuoka Regiment Discrimination Incident. It included the sentence, even the rightists of the regiment office who have been hardened by obstinate bigotry and class discrimination have finally surrendered before the power of our righteousness. Takayama 2005, 247. The army got to see this leaflet and on July 18 announced it was in breach of the carefully constructed agreement. The planned meetings were therefore cancelled. Matsumoto, working with the section heads of the reservist associations in Kanehira, Matsubara, and Matsuzono went to meet the Fukuoka regimental leader, whose only response to questions about why he had cancelled the meetings was to repeat that he was acting on orders from a higher authority. At the same time a similar campaign had been underway in Osaka and there too an agreement had been reached about an apology, which the army had suddenly reneged on just one day before the Fukuoka regiment's announcement. This confirmed their suspicion that the decision had been made centrally in Tokyo. For Matsumoto this changed the campaign from being a local issue between the Kyushu Swihaisha and the 24th Regiment to a national issue between the Swihaisha and the army and, by implication, the imperial state. At this point Iwao Iyaseta, who had been working for Matsumoto as secretary and living in his house, went missing. Matsumoto asked Kimura to come from Osaka to take his place as they developed plans to broaden the campaign. On October 10 a meeting was called of group representatives where cash contributions to the campaign were solicited and a campaign committee was set up in Fukuoka. 10,000 copies of the Swihajeb, the Kyushu Swihaisha news sheet, were published describing the situation. A meeting was held on October 20 at the Kyushu Gekage, Kyushu Theatre, which reportedly attracted 5,000 people from a broad cross-section of the community. The army was invited but replied that, regulations do not permit it. Swihaisha Shimbun, February 1, 1927. Meanwhile, the Fukuoka Regiment had held an exercise locally from 7 to October 14, during which it had billeted soldiers in one part of a village but had avoided placing any in the nearby buruku community for some activists' evidence of overt discrimination. The Swihaisha throughout the prefecture urged its members not to allow any soldiers to be billeted in their homes in future. The campaign was gaining momentum. The Fukuoka branch of the Rojinment, Worker Farmer Party, agreed to give it positive support at a meeting on November 3 in Fukuoka Memorial Hall. The Labor Union Kyushu League and the Kita-Kyushu Youth Federation both agreed to support the Swihaisha struggle as well. SHIND 1974, 122. Once a year, the emperor inspected a special army exercise. In 1926 the Crown Prince Hirohito, who was acting as regent, was scheduled to deputize for his father and visit Saga for this purpose from 16 to November 18. The Swihaisha produced 10,000 leaflets and distributed them across the prefecture, urging sympathizers to persuade their fellow villagers not to allow soldiers to be billeted in their houses. In several ways then the stakes had been raised over the previous 6 months. The campaign had started out with a dispute between the Fukuoka-based Kyushu Swihaisha and the local regiment over discrimination within the barracks. Matsumoto and others had called for support from other groups but not in a systematic way. An agreement, almost an apology, had been produced but then the army withdrew, apparently in response to an order from Central Command, and not even the attempts by local police could persuade the army to make any further concessions to the Swihaisha requests. Then, from late summer the Swihaisha led by Matsumoto sought and received systematic support from other groups, including the labor unions, peasant groups, and proletarian parties committed to a broad anti-military campaign. Moreover, the leadership of the Swihaisha and the other groups was becoming increasingly attracted to the apparent certainties and strategies that were provided by Marxism and the illegal Communist Party. Finally, the Swihaisha activists notched things up just a little further by making their campaign a direct challenge to the emperor, whose regent was about to visit the area in his capacity as commander-in-chief. However, Matsumoto was still seeking a compromise resolution. Late in October he went to Tokyo hoping that Matsunaga Yasuzumon, now vice president of the Tokyo Electric Power Company, would be able to arrange an appointment with the army minister, Togaki Kazushige. This did not work out in part because the minister was busy making the arrangements for the special maneuvers in Saga. However, Matsunaga promised to leave word so that Matsumoto could meet Togaki in Saga. Matsumoto then returned to Fukuoka, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 124, Takayama 2005, 256. On the morning of November 12, Matsumoto set off early to visit a construction site where his company was building a station for the Kyushu Railway Company. Shortly after, the police and investigators from the Public Prosecution Office arrived and searched his house and surrounding buildings as well as the Swihaisha offices in Kanehira, Matsubara, and Matsuzono. They took more than 10 Kyushu Swihaisha members into custody. At the same time, police raided the Swihaisha office in Osaka, arresting Kimura and Matsuda and bringing them to Fukuoka 5 days later. Matsumoto got back home that evening to find a warrant for his arrest. He reported to the police headquarters and was detained. He was later charged with having conspired with others to cause an explosion by throwing dynamite into the barracks of the 24th Regiment and illegally purchasing a revolver and 42 rounds of blank cartridges sometime in July/August 1926, Shindo 1974, 131. The crucial piece of evidence was a letter sent by the sister of a friend at Kumamoto Station to Iwao Iaseta that had arrived 5 days after his mysterious disappearance. 7. Iwao Iaseta a digression. Iwao Iaseta, 1904–40, was born in Kagoshima but moved to Kumamoto, his father's birthplace, on graduation from high school. He was a founding member of the Kumamoto Swihaisha in 1923 and attended the Third National Conference the following year. He came to Matsumoto's attention and soon thereafter moved to live with him, acting as his secretary/personal assistant. He became closely involved in the Fukuoka Regiment campaign and, like Kimura Kyotaran Dimato Rinchi, was strongly influenced by Marxist ideas and active within the Youth League. This was the second time he had disappeared. The first time was at the start of August, just as the Fukuoka Regiment campaign was entering its second phase, when he went off with a young woman of not quite 15 from the Kanehira community. According to a statement she later made to police, Iwao had first approached her in April 1925 and said that he was looking forward to her graduation as he was destined to marry her. For her part, she was attracted to this thin, pale intellectual and promised to become his wife, but she said nothing to her family. Iwao was arrested for a radical speech and kept in prison between May and August 1925, but when he was released they began meeting again. However, although he kept up normal appearances, he was concerned that their relationship would not run smoothly. They met in Higashi Park on August 3 and decided to die together if they could not live together. They went to Shimonoseki on the 9th and 2 days later boarded the Shimonoseki Pusan ferry, intending to throw themselves into the sea. However, when they went on deck they were prevented from jumping off by the ship's steward. With money borrowed from her brother and Iwao's father they returned to Fukuoka, arriving back on August 14. After this her family watched her closely and she never saw Iwao again. He went to Kumamoto for a few days and then returned to Fukuoka to stay with Matsumoto. He seems to have made a final attempt to meet the girl's family in order to make a formal proposal of marriage, but without success. On the evening of September 6 he then disappeared for the second time, Takayama 2005, 251-2. For a long time no one knew what had happened to him. There was a rumor that Matsumoto had had him killed. This proved to be untrue and eventually it was found that he had arrived safely in Moscow, where he studied politics at the Eastern Workers' Communist University until April 1930, when he returned to Japan to become a member of the Communist Party Central Committee while living with the author Nakamoto Takako, Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 37. In February 1930 the JCP Central Committee had approved an aggressive strategy that required the formation of Red Self-Defense bodies. In the Tokyo area 15 squads of 3 to 5 men armed with knives and pistols went into the streets to distribute handbills and put up posters, some of which called for armed strikes, arson, and the destruction of factories. They attempted to turn May Day 1930 into an armed uprising but this failed miserably. It only served to demonstrate the party's weakness and was used by the authorities to damage its public image further. The party was only kept going at this stage by the arrival of Imamoto Bunkichi and Iwao from Moscow, Beckman and Okubo 1969, 194. Iwao was very critical of the left-wing deviation and ordered a halt to terrorist activities, but he was arrested himself in early July. While in prison he changed his views and with Takahashi Seidaka formed a Socialism in One Country group that was critical of the Comintern and not antipathetic to the imperial institution, Beckman and Okubo 1969, 250. Nevertheless, he was detained in prison until early 1940 when, seriously ill, he was released in order to return home to die. Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 37. 8. Investigation and trial. To return to the story of the anti-militarism campaign of 1925, the important factor at this point was the letter sent to Iwao in late summer. Investigations showed that it came from Kiyozumi Masaki in Kumamoto. The key section of the letter read: I can get any amount of dynamite, let me know how much you want. I can get 2 or 3 pistols but not as many bullets as I thought. You can't buy a pistol for less than 30 yen. I have a friend in Shimonoseki who has some good pistols. I could introduce you. Okay? Takayama 2005, 258. According to a statement from Kiyozumi, he met Iwao at his house sometime at the end of August, when Iwao had asked him if he could get hold of any dynamite or pistols, admitting that he knew nothing about quality or how to use explosives. After about a week Kiyozumi sent Iwao this letter, trying to find out if he was serious, but he got no reply because by this time Iwao was on his way to Moscow. Numerous questions arise from this letter and the surrounding circumstances. Is it evidence that the JCP was trying to discredit Matsumoto and weaken the Suihaisha, a movement that it could not control? When did Ueo get the order to go to Moscow, before or after the failed double suicide? If the girl's parents had agreed to the marriage, would he still have wanted the guns and dynamite? Would he still have gone to Moscow? Takayama argues that although the post-war movement has tried to portray the campaigns of 1926 as resolutely anti-militarist and implicitly critical of the emperor and emperor system, the evidence is ambiguous. To start with, there was no evidence of consistent and systematic discrimination in the army as a whole or even within the Fukuoka regiment. In some battalions there was none. 2005, 235. He suggests that Amato's demands were simply about opposing discrimination and requesting improvements in the way buruku conscripts were treated. Moreover, he points out that a careful examination of the language used in the campaigns shows it is clearly respectful rather than critical of the emperor. People who act contrary to the imperial heart, who blaspheme against respect for the imperial household, must be wiped out as traitors and rebels. Protesting like this is not just the work of the Suihaisha, it is the natural obligation that people perform in response to imperial favor. Suihajep, September 1, 1925, quoted in Takayama 2005, 255. Takayama's case is that throughout his life Matsumoto was neither a Marxist nor a nationalist, nor even a social democrat, but rather a burukuman firstist. His primary commitment was to whatever would benefit the buruku communities across Japan. So, although there was tension between him and Ueo and the other younger members of the Suihaisha leadership who were increasingly attracted to the JCP-linked Youth League, he was willing to work with them as long as they provided the energy that was driving the Suihaisha. This commitment to the Suihaisha was not necessarily reciprocated. Those who formed the party cell within the Suihaisha sought to put the movement under their control, and if they could not do this they were prepared either to split the movement or abandon it. Certainly when orders came from the party center that it was time for them to go to Moscow for training, neither Takahashi nor Ueo hesitated. Kimura was apparently due to go to Moscow with Ueo, but he felt too busy with the Fukuoka regiment campaign to be able to leave and then was arrested in November 1926, Takayama 2005, 264. Questions remain about how far the radicals were prepared to go to discredit the elements of the Suihaisha that they could not control. Takayama speculates that it is possible that the pamphlet produced by Kimura, which resulted in the Fukuoka regiment abandoning their agreement, was deliberately provocative in order to prevent a settlement. Then there is the question of the letter to Ueo. Did he deliberately request this information from Kiyozumi in order to leave a trail that could be used to discredit Matsumoto, removing him from his key position and thus making it possible for the young Marxists to take his place? Takayama 2005, 265. There is no doubt that many of the post-war histories of the buruku movement and of Matsumoto's activities, not least some of the accounts written by Matsumoto himself, have tended to focus on and arguably exaggerate the Marxist, anti-militarist, anti-emperor aspects of the campaigns of the 1920s. As Takayama correctly points out, these were not the only ideas at work within the Suihaisha. Marxist ideas had critics from both the anarchist left and the nationalist right, and the members of the Youth League had difficulty getting their motions accepted at the annual conferences. Matsumoto was at no point a Marxist and clearly invested heavily both financially and emotionally in developing the Suihaisha, but this is not to say that he was an unprincipled opportunist. Where his ideas were coming from is hard to say, but in a letter sent to Suihaisha colleagues in March 1927 he wrote, "We must fight hard to secure our human rights, where wa jinkan ke kutoku no tamai ni te takawan banari mazan." The phrase jinkan, human rights, indeed, the very concept was uncommon in Japan in the 1920s and is often thought not to have entered the mainstream of Japanese political discourse until after 1945. But here Matsumoto was using it apparently casually in letters to comrades in the Suihaisha, suggesting he and the rest of the movement were familiar with the idea. Letter in the archive of the Ohara Sheikai Monday Kenkaicho, Hosei University. He clearly had broad political interests and they were recognized by others within the left-wing movement. In February 1928, the first election was held under the terms of the Universal Manhood Suffrage Act 1925. The left wing was divided into three. The Japan Labour Farmer Party, Neon RNT, put up 14 candidates, one of whom was elected, 93,400 votes in all. 19 Social Democrats ran, 2 of whom were successful, 128,908 votes. 40 stood with Worker Farmer Party, Rochonment, support, and with 188,141 votes, they also got 2 elected. This latter party had the secret support of the JCP, and 11 of its candidates were actually members of the party, one of them, Sake Mankaki, also a leading member of the Swihaisha. 2 others from the Swihaisha leadership also stood, Miki Seijiro in Okayama and Matsumoto in Fukuoka. In his first election campaign he won 5,992 votes but failed to get a seat. Overall, the left was disappointed by the number of successful candidates, while on the other hand the government was dismayed by the amount of support that the left-wing parties could attract, especially as it suspected that the JCP was involved in some way. 3 weeks after the election, on March 15, 1,568 known members of, or suspected sympathizers with, the JCP were arrested. This included several from the Swihaisha leadership, Kimura Kyotar, Sake Mankaki, and Matsuda Kiichi. None of them would be released until the mid-1930s. How did the police know about the letter to Iwao on the day before they searched Matsumoto's house and the Swihaisha offices? In the course of the trial it became clear that someone in the circle around Matsumoto had cooperated with the police, that is, was a police spy. Takayama 2005, 243. Later it was revealed that the spy was Shibata Hintar, who had been active in the local Swihaisha movement and was strongly influenced by Iwao and Amato. However, the prosecution's case was not based just on the letter. In a shed behind Matsumoto's house they found some gunpowder. Further, the search of other Swihaisha supporters' houses in the neighborhood revealed 2 hand grenades and some rubles, although these were said to be souvenirs brought back from the Siberian expedition rather than evidence of Bolshevik support. In total, 16 according to Takayama, people were arrested, of whom 14 were charged, SHIND 1974, 128. Most were released on bail quite quickly, but 4 Matsumoto, Shibata, Kiyozumi, and Hamayoshi's were not released from prison until January 20. A reporting ban was immediately imposed and not lifted until January 13, 1927, the day after Matsumoto's first formal court appearance. All the newspapers produced special editions. The prosecution's case was that the Fukuoka Regiment campaign was beginning to stagnate and that the leadership was looking for ways to revive it. One plan was to take advantage of the visit of the regent Hirohito to the Saga maneuvers and make a direct appeal to him about the continuation of discrimination in the army. Another was to bomb the Fukuoka Regiment headquarters. Huge pressure, probably including torture, was inflicted on some of those arrested. One young man, Onoki Yonosuke, who was aged 20 in 1927, confessed that they had planned on October 10 to enact a direct appeal on 17 or November 18, a plan that had been agreed by Matsumoto and others when they met on October 20. Ono later renounced his testimony. Wada Tasuke, 22 years old in 1927, was at the time of his arrest the secretary of the Fukuoka RNT. He had been involved in the opposition to the youth training centers in Matsuzono, which had consisted of trying to infiltrate the village center and turn it into a proletarian youth training center. 50 buruku youths and 200 non-buruku young men joined the center and then subjected the officer in charge to massive protest about his attempts to implement the military training program. Takayama 2005, 246. Wada had been a friend of Hamayoshi's, who also was charged, and had probably accompanied Hama to the Tokugawa mansion on the evening that it burned down. Wada was beaten and had his hair pulled so hard that he became bald, but there was never any evidence produced that showed he had ordered any explosives or planned to use them. 7. Most now accept that at least some of the evidence was planted by the police and that the letter to Iwao was passed to them by Shibata, who may have been in their pay before the incident and was probably a victim of torture while under arrest. It was mainly on the basis of the evidence provided by him that Matsumoto and the others were found guilty on June 6, 1927. Matsumoto was convicted of conspiring on October 22, 1926 at around 7:00 p.m. to make a direct appeal and to bomb the Fukuoka regiment. He and Wada were sentenced to 3.5 years. 9 others, including Kimura Kyotaro, got 3 years, and 2 others received minor sentences. Matsumoto was, at the time, in prison serving a 4-month sentence for his involvement in the Tokugawa incident, 9 March 9 July. He lodged an appeal, but his sentence was confirmed in December 1928. 9 Direct appeal. In 1927, the Army special maneuvers to be inspected by the Emperor were held in Aichi Prefecture. This would be the first such event attended by Hirohito as Emperor. It was also the first occasion on which the young Emperor, aged 27, would be seen in public riding one of the iconic white horses specially imported from Hungary. One relatively new recruit chosen to take part in this parade was Kitahara Daisaku, 1906-81, who before conscription had been active in the Shueisha and had since 1924 associated with the anarchist faction. Called up in February 1927, he announced to the socialists and anarchists who had accompanied him to the gates of the regimental headquarters, "Comrades, from today I will be trained as a murderer, but the gun will not necessarily be pointed forward." Takayama 2005, 296. He vowed to continue the struggle against discrimination within the army. From the start he was uncooperative. He refused to have his hair cut short until after he joined the army. He refused to salute officers. At one point he was sentenced to 20 days in the guardhouse and went on hunger strike. His father was called in to persuade him to drink milk, but after the sentence was over he was so weak he had to be taken into the military hospital. His approach was thus quite different to that of Yamato, who had been scrupulous in his attention to army discipline, always dressing neatly and taking care to report incidents to the appropriate officer. And whereas Yamato was able to report incidents of discrimination to his Shueisha comrades and negotiate with his superior officers, Kitahara was prevented from contacting anyone outside the garrison. This perhaps explains why he felt he had to resort to the extreme of trying to petition the emperor. Nothing like this had ever happened within the army before, although it was, of course, something that Matsumoto had been accused of planning. On October 26 that year, a feminist had tried to approach the emperor with a direct appeal about women's rights, and this may have inspired Kitahara to do the same. Given his poor discipline record, it is hard to understand why he was granted the privilege of parading before the emperor, but nevertheless at 8:30 on the morning of November 19, the final day of the special maneuvers, the grand parade took place in the presence of Hirohito. As his platoon marched past him, Kitahara left his place in the line, walked calmly towards the emperor, knelt down, announced his name, rank and shouted out, "Direct appeal." Ignoring an order to withdraw, he was dragged off by the neck. The incident was over within seconds. Many people actually present may not have noticed. The army acted quickly. A reporting ban was imposed. Kitahara was brought before a military court within a week and sentenced to a year in military prison. When the reporting ban was lifted, it was the subject for special editions of the newspapers within Japan, and reports also appeared overseas. The New York Times carried 2 articles on the event on November 28 and January 1, and the Times of London ran one on December 14, Buruku Kaiken Kaisho 1991, 246-8. There was an obvious contradiction in an anarchist petitioning the emperor, but perhaps we can think of this as a bit of large-scale political street theater. Kitahara used a good opportunity to bring publicity to the general problem of discrimination in the army and the specific injustice of Matsumoto's conviction on fabricated evidence. Although few people will have noticed what happened on the day, the newspaper reports carried the text of his appeal and discussed the context not only of enduring discrimination within the army but also the injustice of the conviction of Matsumoto and others in the Fukuoka regiment incident. Appeals about both the verdict and the sentences for all the accused in the Fukuoka Regiment case were heard on April 18 and December 10, 1928, but to no avail. 7 of them started their sentences in the closing days of 1928, but for some reason Matsumoto did not start his time in prison until the following year. On May 9, 1929, he produced a brief message for his supporters that was later published in the Suihaisha newspaper. It began, "Brothers and sisters across the country, I have been falsely charged as a conspirator in the Fukuoka Regiment bombing incident along with other young comrades from Fukuoka and must now go to prison." It went on that there was not a single piece of material evidence put before the court as proof of the conspiracy, but that nevertheless it had returned a guilty verdict. The following day a crowd of around 300 met in Higashi Park to see him off. They had intended to march with him to the prison gates, but the police would not allow this, so Matsumoto paid for some of them to go in taxis. Commemorative photograph of the rally held to see Matsumoto off to prison on May 10, 1929. The rally was held in Higashi Park, which is just behind Matsumoto's house, close to Yoshizuka Station. While the rest followed on by tram, Takayama 2005, 251. He sent a telegraph to the Suihaisha office in Osaka. To prison. Take care of things. Matsumoto. Conclusion. In the 6 years from the time of being remanded in police custody in the spring of 1923, just prior to the formation of the Kyushu Suihaisha, to starting his prison sentence in May 1929, the trajectory of Matsumoto's life became closely intertwined with that of the buruku liberation movement. During the same period, although this is not well explored in the literature on his life, he was also a supporter of the farmers' movement, taking part in their national conferences and meetings within Fukuoka. He built up a reputation as a man of personal authority and reliability, as we can see from the way he negotiated in both tenants' struggles and miners' strikes. He stood for the first time for a parliamentary seat in 1928, linking himself to the non-revolutionary wing of the socialist movement, but at the same time he won for himself a reputation as being fearless in the face of authority. For the moment though, it was the Suihaisha that was his primary interest. Within that he played a moderating role. Although a left-wing social democrat close to though not a member of the Communist Party, he seems to have been able to unite a movement otherwise divided into Marxist, anarchist and nationalist factions around a notion of the protection of human rights. Over the next decade the influence of the Marxists and anarchists would fade as the state stepped up its pressure against its radical critics in preparation for war. He stood aloof from the theoretical arguments that engulfed the movement, leading Takahashi and his contemporaries to accuse him of being no more than a buruku firstist with no aptitude for advancing understanding of how discrimination arose, what sustained it or what were the most appropriate strategies for ending it. However, he was now in prison and unable to exert any influence on the movement at all. While he was away from the movement, some began to doubt whether the Suihaisha was playing a positive role and began to suggest that it might be better if it were to disband. 3. From prison to the Diet. Matsumoto and politics at the start of the 1930s. Matsumoto was released from prison on December 26, 1931, 11 months before the end of his sentence, and was on probation for the next year. He was 44. This was a different Japan, a different political environment, to that which he had left in May 1928. Most of the optimism that had accompanied the era of Taoist democracy had evaporated. Although the JCP often had a divisive effect on the social movements it tried to embrace, was muddled in its approach and was always ultimately subservient to the requirements of the Soviet Union, it had a theoretically informed view of the world and a vision of revolutionary change that gave direction to many involved in the social democratic movement. However, the Japanese authorities had always regarded the JCP as a dangerous, subversive threat, and between the start of 1928 and the end of 1931 strove to eradicate its influence. Since the start of his involvement with the Suihaisha, Matsumoto had spent almost 3.5 years in jail. He was later to say that from this time he adopted an attitude of "there is no bore bigger than the mountain, there is no sentence longer than life." Buruku Kai Shuppensha, ed. 1976, 167. Along with his 5 vows, this approach informed his life for at least the next 10 years. He seems to have accepted that he was embarked on a lifetime of political activism, fully aware of the risks involved. However, during the 1930s the margin within which political activity was possible narrowed substantially, making life for a social democrat increasingly difficult. The police were able to use the Public Peace Police Act to justify the arrests of several thousand people each year, most of who were not directly, or sometimes even indirectly, associated with the Communists. For example, in 1931, 7,611 people were arrested under this act and kept in police cells for varying amounts of time, even though only 307 of them were eventually charged. In the autumn of 1932 another 10,253 suspected JCP sympathizers were arrested, though again only 646 of them were charged. And in 1933 still more 15,439 were arrested, with charges pressed in only 1,285 cases, Steinhoff 1991, 48. These series of arrests, which disrupted and finally closed down the Japan Communist Party, also had a serious impact on the rest of the social movement, including the Shueisha. Among the 1,200 arrested on March 15, 1928 were Kimura Kyotaran Sake Mankiki of the Shueisha Central Committee. 700 more were arrested on April 16, 1929, including Takahashi Seidaki, who had been sent back from Moscow earlier that year to rebuild the party. A further 1,500 party members and sympathizers were arrested in February 1930. Then, in the summer 1930, a final roundup, mainly of activists who had returned from Moscow to lead the movement, including Matsumoto's former right-hand man Iwao Iasada, effectively decapitated the party and eliminated it as an effective actor within the Japanese social movement. The JCP struggled on for 2 more years, but as Beckman and Okubo conclude, the history of the JCP as a political organization terminates with the 1932 arrests, 1969, 238. Thereafter the police continued to disrupt the social movements that remained active, which discouraged people from taking part in them. Everyone who chose to be active in a social movement or social democratic party risked being arrested and detained by the police. Between June 1931 and October 1932, 200 leading members of the JCP were put on trial in Tokyo for contravention of the peace preservation law. Of these, 187 were found guilty and sentenced to prison terms ranging from 2 years to life. Seino Manabu and Nabiyama Sadachika openly used their public trial as a forum for propaganda and urged others to do likewise. They were sentenced to life imprisonment in October 1932. As for the Shueisha leadership, Saik had been sentenced to 5 years in prison in 1929, and was released in 1933, and Kimura, who was also sentenced for his part in the Fukuoka Regiment campaign, was not finally released from prison until September 1935. There are many examples of ill treatment of prisoners at the hands of the police, and the prison regime was cruelly difficult on those who had any existing health problems. Takahashi was released from prison in late 1935 in very poor health and died soon after. Iwao served 9 years in prison, but he too was unable to survive his sentence, being allowed in 1940 to return home to Kumamoto only a couple of weeks before his death. However, at least as shocking to those who remained politically active was the fact that many formerly key party leaders and theoreticians renounced their beliefs in very public tank conversion statements. The wave of tank statements was precipitated by an announcement issued by Seino and Nabiyama on June 8, 1933, in which they renounced the JCP, criticized the Comintern and repudiated their opposition to the emperor system, and while they advocated support for colonial independence movements, they urged the creation of socialism within a state that would embrace Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Manchuria, and China. Within a month, 548 others had similarly renounced their Communist Party affiliation. The authorities encouraged this, and within a few years attempts to persuade political prisoners to sign up to tank statements would become a routine part of the prison regime. Seiki Mankaki is sometimes said to have played an important role in this. In February 1932 he issued a statement entitled Matsuri Goto Some Rough Thoughts, a fragmentary explanation of the paternal authority of the nation-state and the idea of restoring private property to the emperor, Maruka 1992, 88. However, there is some dispute as to whether this can be really classified as a Tenk statement. Although it did distance Seiki from the JCP and set him on the road to supporting National Socialism, he had not taken part in the public trial campaign strategy advocated by Sano and Nabiyama and indeed had always harbored serious doubts about Marxism. Moreover, there already had been a much smaller wave of rejection of the JCP a few years earlier, when in 1929 the so-called Kate-Ha, dissolutionist faction, criticized the JCP domination by the Comintern, argued for its dissolution and advocated a Japanese form of socialism based on the imperial household. In other words, there already existed in the early 1930s an atmosphere in which activists were questioning the value of the JCP's proposed solutions to Japan's social problems, such that even before Sano and Nabeyama's dramatic statement many were seeking new directions. However, even if Seiki's statement had little impact on the more dedicated members of the JCP at the time, his ideas did resonate within the Shueisha as it was seeking a new direction. He was released from prison a few months early in 1933, mainly thanks to his Matsuri Goto statement, and returned to his native village in Nara Prefecture, where he launched the Nippon Shueisha. In this way he resumed active opposition to discrimination, but now as a branch of the Shueisha that advocated a nationalist, emperor-centered political agenda that, among other things, supported Japan's military activities in China. Meanwhile, within the social democratic parties on the legal left some consolidation was taking place, but there was renewed disagreement about the appropriate response to the developing crisis in Manchuria and Mongolia. A national masses party, Zenkoku Taisht, had been created from more than 10 minor parties in 1930. It then proposed a merger with the remaining two center-left parties, the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and the Japan Labor Farmer Party. The leadership of the SDP was opposed to this, but a splinter group did leave it to form the Japan Labor Farmer Masses Party, NLFMP. For the moment this latter party was united behind a raft of policies that included opposition to imperialism and aggression, and accordingly it opposed Japan's policy in Manchuria and demanded the withdrawal of Japanese troops. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 221, and 61. Many of those who remained in the SDP, however, were less critical of the army, sincerely convinced of the justice of Japan's cause in Asia and even supportive of the expansionist policies. Akamatsu Katsumar, its Secretary-General at this stage, made several supportive statements and in May 1932 left the party to set up the Japan State Socialist Party. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 222. Indeed, as Totten comments, at this point the social democratic movement was serving to a certain extent as a recruiting ground for the fascist or national socialist movement, 1966, 79. Over the next 2 to 3 years, as former social democrats defected to join or create national socialist or simply nationalist parties, the standard bearer of social democratic ideas was the Social Masses Party, SMP, formed from what was left of the SDP and NLFMP in July 1932. According to the terms of the merger, it opposed imperialistic war, advocated the overthrow of the declining capitalist system and, while aspiring to be the sole proletarian party, was in favor of strengthening the anti-fascist front. Totten 1966, 89-90. Over the 8 years of its existence, the SMP was the main pillar of the social democratic movement, even though it steadily moved towards the right in support of the state's policies at home and abroad despite the protests of elements within the party that sought to maintain a critical, socialist perspective. 2. Dissolution proposed. During the 1920s the Shueisha had relied heavily on Matsumoto for the financial support that he was able to persuade his brother to provide from the company coffers. While he was away in prison there was a notable drop in movement activity. However, this decline was not only due to the lack of Matsumoto's financial backing. Most of the movement's leadership was in prison. Those who were not were subject to frequent arrests, and what was left of the JCP, to which many activists still looked for leadership, was being distinctly unhelpful. Indeed, the guidance coming from that quarter seemed to be that it would be better if they gave up all Swihaisha activity altogether. Even before Matsumoto entered prison, the Swihaisha seemed to be in decline. Groups were reported to have held 391 meetings in 1928, but only 117 in 1929. Matsumoto was not around to enthuse or support the movement financially at its 8th, 9th, or 10th conferences held in 1929 in Nagoya, 1930 in Osaka and 1931 in Fukuoka. The organization had been experiencing severe internal divisions as the initial enthusiasm had dissipated. Although not everyone identified with a single group, there were three main tendencies that vied for support and tried to control the movement. Firstly, there were the nationalist, pure Swihaisha groups who wanted to keep the movement true to its original aim of only being for, of, and by burukumen, who sought liberation by their own efforts and who considered liberation to amount to acceptance by the majority community. They were largely opposed to collaboration with other political groups but not to cooperation with the organizations and reform programs that were being organized by the government through its Iwa policies. Meanwhile, the anarchist faction sought to smash the government-controlled Iwa movement and destroy the treacherous Communist Party faction. They wanted the Swihaisha to restructure itself along the principle of free association, as opposed to democratic centralism, and proceed in solidarity with other exploited groups, guided by a clear class consciousness. They opposed any involvement in party politics since, they insisted, there was no difference between the bourgeois parties and the proletarian parties. Supporters of this tendency were mainly to be found in the Kanto and Nagoya regions. They were not particularly numerous and had little money. Nevertheless, they could be influential at conferences in resisting the attempts of the Marxist groups to dominate proceedings, particularly while Matsumoto was in prison. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974a, 439-41. The third main faction looked to the JCP for leadership. It had the distinct attraction and advantage of having a theoretical explanation that could plausibly link domestic developments to the changes in the international environment. For some members of the Swihaisha, Marxism seemed to be able not only to explain why buruku communities and discrimination against them continued to exist but also to suggest a strategy that might overcome this discrimination. Prejudice and discrimination were described as actual examples of feudal remnants that the incomplete bourgeois revolution had failed to eliminate at the start of the Meiji era. We should remember that with the notable exception of the work of Takahashi Seidaki, there was little serious research on buruku history before 1945, and indeed not much before 1960. In the early 1920s, both the founders of the Swihaisha and some of their socialist supporters, such as Seino Manabu, had proceeded from the assumption that burukumen were the descendants of people who at some time in the past had migrated to Japan and thus were racially different from majority Japanese. Their position was thus rather similar to that of the more recent immigrants, the Koreans. The Marxist analysis of the buruku problem described it as a feudal remnant and goes on to note the class division in the buruku communities, that is, the presence of proletarian, petty bourgeois and lumpen proletarian elements. It is important, this analysis argues, to generate a more positive class consciousness to encourage burukumen to cooperate with other political struggles against the ruling class while maintaining the identity of the Swihaisha as a movement that has the specific aim of eliminating this aspect of feudal morality. Document dated July 2, 1928, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974a, 25-6. This line was more or less supported by the JCP, but problems arose when the party changed its mind. The crucial issue was the interpretation of the nature of the Meiji Restoration and the nature of the revolution that would imminently overthrow the existing state. On the one hand, the Communist Party mainstream, supported by the Comintern, argued that the Meiji Restoration had been an incomplete revolution in Marxist terms since, in the words of the party's 1927 theses, it left political power in the hands of feudal elements. Moreover, these feudal traits were not mere traditional relics, rudimentary survivals from the past, but a very convenient instrument for primitive capitalist accumulation, skillfully utilized by Japanese capitalism during its further development, Beckman and Okubo 1969, 297. Therefore, revolution would inevitably occur in two stages. Firstly, the JCP would lead a united front of revolutionary workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeois in completing the bourgeois democratic revolution started by the Meiji Restoration, while recognizing that there were the objective prerequisites for the rapid transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist revolution. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 298. The primary target of the revolution, according to this group, known as the Keizoha, was the overthrow of feudalistic elements. There were, however, those who challenged this two-stage theory of revolution. In December 1927, a group of militant Marxists began to issue a journal called RN, Labor Farmer, in which they argued that the Meiji Restoration had been a bourgeois revolution against absolutism in which the lower samurai had played a critical role, but that they were subsequently absorbed into the bourgeoisie to create a reactionary imperialist force. According to this analysis, political power now lay in the hands of the bourgeoisie, and therefore the struggle for democracy would lead to a one-stage revolution that would establish the basic conditions for the transition from capitalism to a new social order. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 36. This was the view of history adhered to by the so-called Renha, labor farmer faction, whose members were not in the JCP. However, in 1931 the Comintern seemed to change its mind, or at least its emphasis. While still critical of the Renha, calling them a group of traitors, they now argued that the nature of the coming revolution in Japan is a proletarian revolution that involves extensive bourgeois democratic tasks. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 315. This, they said, will be made possible by a revolutionary alliance between the urban proletariat and the poor peasantry, but only the Communist Party can secure and lead such an alliance. The other, legal left-wing parties unite workers and peasants with small capitalists, merchants, salaried employees, and nationalists in ways that, they maintained, secure the hegemony for the petty bourgeoisie instead of the proletariat. The financial crisis of 1927 and the impact that the world economic crisis had on the Japanese economy from 1929 seriously harmed the economy of marginal buruku communities. This would no doubt have curbed their enthusiasm for participating in the Suihaisha or any social or political group, even if it had had an active leadership. But with most of the leadership in prison and without the support of financial contributions from the membership or Matsumoto, it was hard for the organization to function at all. During 1929 the Central Committee resolved to restart publication of the Suihei Shimbun and announced an appeal to raise the 1,000 yen needed as a deposit. By the time of the 8th conference in November of that year, it had raised 74 yen and 50 sen, Fujitani and Mahara 1972a, 126. Imato Rinchi had left the army at the end of 1927, his 2 years of military service complete, and went straight to work in the Osaka office of the Suihaisha. However, when in March 1928 the police arrested the JCP members on the Suihaisha Central Committee, Imato was left on his own. He even was ordered to leave Osaka at one stage and had to take refuge in Asada Zenosuke's house in Kyoto, from which they tried to keep the movement ticking over. Takayama 2005, 310. Kitahara Daisaku came out of the army in October 1929 after 2 years of military service and a period in military prison. First he spent some time in Tokyo studying Marxism, and then he resumed his participation in the Suihaisha. With Imato Rinchi, who was also close to the JCP, they were the authors of the documents prepared for the 9th Conference, December 1930, in which there are explicit references to discrimination as a feudal remnant, the need to clarify its material base, and the importance of taking part in the mass struggle against Japanese capitalism, which could now be seen to be entering the monopoly capitalist, imperialist phase. Fujitani and Mahara 1972a, 141. Asada Zenosuke, another member of this group, was concurrently chair of the Kyoto Hijikai, a left-wing labor organization and at times a front organization for the local JCP. The existence of the Swihaisha as a separate organization for burukumen that cooperated with other working class movements made sense, if you were a Marxist, as long as your analysis of contemporary Japanese capitalism could identify feudal elements untouched by the incomplete bourgeois revolution of the 19th century. The Swihaisha could play a part in leading the burukumen community in completing the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution, including the elimination of discrimination, and then join with the other proletarian groups in transforming into a socialist revolution. However, if, as the revised 1931 theses argued, the coming revolution was a proletarian one that involves extensive bourgeois democratic tasks, and if Japanese capitalism constitutes one of the weakest links in the international capitalist system, one could argue that there can be no liberation of burukumen without the liberation of the proletariat, and that therefore burukumen workers and peasants were wasting their energy in campaigns against status discrimination and should instead join with the Revolutionary Alliance of Workers and Peasants to overthrow capitalism. Moreover, a united front from below based on the principle of class struggle would reveal the existence of class divisions within the buruku communities. Those who supported this view argued that the Swihaisha up to that point had worked on the basis that all burukumen are brothers and sisters, and had maintained that burukumen could find liberation within the existing capitalist system, and by doing so it had in practice supported the ruling class. Since the status struggle cannot advance as a class struggle, it amounts to a reactionary obstacle to the advancement of the proletarian revolution. If the above thinking is accepted, the only conclusion possible is that the Swihaisha should dissolve and buruku workers and peasants should channel their energies into the class struggle within the movements appropriate to their position within the labor market. Zinkoku Swihaisha Keish no Taiji, a proposal to dissolve the Swihaisha, quoted in Watanabe Inakaseta, 1974a, 592-5. This document was written by Kitahara, see Takayama 2005, 323-5. Though the 1931 theses gave clear guidance to workers and peasants groups, youth groups, women, and the movement of the unemployed, it gives no explicit advice to the Swihaisha activists. Those close to the JCP, such as Kitahara, applied the Comintern's principles in the 1931 document to the situation faced by the Swihaisha and concluded, quite plausibly, that the movement was not promoting the subjective conditions for revolution and therefore should disband. The dissolution proposal was put to the Swihaisha 10th Conference, held in Fukuoka on December 10, 1931. It was proposed by Yamato as it was thought that he would be most likely to persuade the delegations from Kyushu. About half of the 69 delegates attending the conference seemed to have been in favor, but a final decision was deferred. Given the doldrums into which the movement had fallen, Yamato and Kitahara might have thought that there was little to be lost by ceasing their Swihaisha activities and directing their energy towards the broader revolutionary project. The condition of the Japanese economy was not improving. The objective situation of the buruku communities was bad and getting worse. Oppression of the working class movement was becoming daily more severe as the ruling class feared it was losing control of the situation. Was this evidence, many in the movement wondered, that the contradictions within Japanese capitalism were reaching a crisis point and a revolutionary situation was shortly to arise? Further, as the weakest link in the chain of international capitalism, it was clearly the international obligation of revolutionaries in Japan to direct their energy into the revolutionary struggle and not allow themselves to be distracted by reactionary elements. The impact of the Russian Revolution on socialists in many parts of the world was to persuade them that a revolution in their own country was both possible and imminent. What was crucial was to adopt the correct tactics. Japan was no exception. One wonders though, if when he was arguing the case for dissolution of the Swihaisha, Yamato realized that Matsumoto would be out of prison within a couple of weeks? Had he and Kitahara thought through their class analysis and realized that their description of the situation would put them and Matsumoto on opposing sides of the barricades? It is difficult to see how the Matsumoto family, owners of a by now thriving construction company, could have much objectively in common with the Revolutionary Alliance of Workers and Peasants Yamato and Kitahara proposed. What would Matsumoto make of the situation on his release from prison? 3. Matsumoto released, Swihaisha stagnant. Whatever his thoughts might have been about dissolution, immediately on his release Matsumoto persuaded his brother to resume the monthly contributions of 50 yen, which kept the movement ticking over. He attended a Central Committee meeting in March 1932, where there was further debate about dissolution, with Kitahara's views being supported by Yamato and Asada and opposed by Matsumoto and two others, Sakamoto and Izuno. He did not attend the next meeting in July, possibly as a way of avoiding further debate on dissolution. By November only 4 committee members turned up, of whom 2 Kitahara and Izuno wanted to resign until persuaded to stay by Matsumoto. The Suihei Shimbun had been restarted in December 1929 and 7 editions produced in 1930. 5 appeared in 1931 but funds were running low by 1932. A single-page edition was produced in February reporting on the conference of the previous December. One planned for March seems to have been banned by the police shortly after printing, which was a further loss of money. A final edition was produced in July 1932, at which point publication was suspended. This edition did include a letter from Matsumoto written in March in which he talks about his time in prison and thanks his comrades across the country for their support. He notes the heightening of the class struggle in recent times and regrets the time wasted in prison. However, he reassures his comrades that the society of a better day is promised by history but also that it is one that they will have to construct with their own hands. He then promises that for this purpose he will fight to his last drop of blood. Suihei Shimbun, July 3, 1932, reproduced in Suihei Shimbun, Sekai Bunko 1972, 157. However, Matsumoto's enthusiasm was not enough. The committee decided to abandon all plans to restart publication of the newspaper. They postponed the annual national conference partly due to a lack of money and enthusiasm but also because there was still no resolution of the differences between the dissolutionists and their opponents. It was agreed to hold the conference in March 1933 and have it in Fukuoka where most of the expenses would be covered by Matsumoto. In retrospect, the 11th Suihaisha National Conference held in Fukuoka March 3, 1933 was a decisive moment, but only because it marked the lowest point to which it had fallen since being founded 10 years earlier. It had abandoned its office in Osaka and temporarily moved its headquarters back to Matsumoto's house in front of Yoshizuka Station. Over the previous few months the Central Committee had met a couple of times to sort out the details of the conference but so had, in parallel, the dissolutionist group, now down to just 5 people, but still including Yamato and Kitahara. They declared themselves to be the revolutionary opposition whose aim was to put the Suihaisha under proletarian leadership, Watanabe and Akaseta 1974b, 18. They remained influential within the movement, as is clear from the pre-conference documents. The Japanese government is described as supporting aggressive foreign policies in China and against the Soviet Union, while domestically, unemployment and inflation are rising, which, the documents say, is having a particularly serious impact on living standards in the buruku communities. They describe the overall situation as one in which Japanese capitalism, while entering the monopolistic stage, still displays some feudal features. The task of the movement is to create a strategy that will encourage the fight against status discrimination while at the same time connecting those campaigns to the broader class struggle. Particular emphasis is given to the need to develop a strategy to oppose the Iwa movement, which was increasing its influence over buruku communities as their economic plight worsened. The conference itself did not come to any conclusions about the way forward, but at the Central Committee meeting the following day it was agreed to support a new strategy called Buruku Inkai-Ketsude, Buruku Committee Activity. The idea was to establish committees to support people in buruku communities, even those who were not members of the Suihaisha, who were aroused by discrimination incidents to demand welfare facilities or who had specific demands, such as to extend the term of a loan or reduce the price of rent, gas, electricity, or water. In a way not entirely inconsistent with the dissolutionist line, it was an attempt to shift the movement away from merely protesting about instances of discrimination and towards doing something that could support the lives of inhabitants of the communities in the same way as the better-funded Iwa groups were doing. Takayama 2005, 339. In a speech he made at a meeting held after the conference itself had finished, Matsumoto announced that it was the aim of the Shueisha to contribute to the building of a society free of exploitation and discrimination, and that it would continue to fight against both of these for as long as they existed. The movement remained perilously weak. An office was re-established in Osaka in May, but only following a donation of 300 yen from Matsumoto, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 24. The fact that a national conference had been held with 158 delegates from across the country looks impressive until one examines where they came from. Fukuoka 108. Saga 10. Nagasaki 5. Kumamoto 5. Yamaguchi 5. Okayama 3. Gifu 5. Osaka 5. Kyoto 5. Mie 5. Kagawa 1. Tokyo 5. Still, the 11th conference saw the last attempts by the dissolutionists to influence the movement, even though the foundation for their ideas within the JCP had evaporated the previous year. Between May and July a new analysis of the situation in Japan arrived from Moscow, the 1932 Theses, which Kitahara is thought to have read in the Seki, Red Flag, of July 10, 1932, Takayama 2005, 329. They reinstated the strategy of a bourgeois revolution with a tendency to grow rapidly into a socialist revolution, and talked explicitly about the relics of feudalism in the country, although this seems mainly to be a reference to the emperor and the feudal parasitic class of landlords. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 332. The new strategy also discusses the need to advance the interests of the party on the basis of a practical everyday struggle of the working class to improve its material and political situation. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 348-9. It even recommended that the party action program include demands for genuine equal rights for the Ada. The Shueisha had the original aim of advancing the liberation of buruku by our own efforts, not dependent on the actions of others, well-intentioned or otherwise. The movement developed rapidly in its first years, but it only had a vague understanding of its own situation. Some of the early documents talk of the buruku situation in terms of the Ada race, Ada Minzoku, while others describe their struggle as being similar to that of the anti-colonial movements, for example in India. Others seem to have some notion of rights and status groups, but these distinctions were not well developed nor understood, even by writers such as Takahashi. No one in the 1920s involved in the movement had done much careful analysis of the social, political, and economic foundations that supported and reproduced discrimination. It was really only in the early 1930s, when the movement had stagnated and in the context of conflicting advice from nationalists, anarchists, and Marxists, that a first attempt was made to address questions of tactics and some of the theoretical issues that surrounded them. Matsumoto seems never to have really engaged with that debate. There is no evidence at this stage of a focus on human rights. His contemporary writing suggests that he was broadly sympathetic to the leftist views but not to the dissolution proposal. One might suggest that this was because the Shueisha movement was his political support base, or, more generously, that he was always more interested in engaging in political activity than theoretical debate. If Matsumoto had served his full sentence, it is possible that there would have been no Shueisha to come back to. On his release, his financial contributions kept it going, but there is little evidence as to his attitude to the debate that was raging between the activists. One assumes that, given his buruku firstism, he thought that the Shueisha could play a significant role in improving buruku lives and living standards, but he does not seem to have expounded on these ideas in documents produced for meetings or conferences. Over the next 10 years, Japan and the Shueisha were to face difficult times. The JCP had not always served the interests of the Japanese working class, but it did put forward robust policies that could work as standards against which those of others could be judged. Moreover, it had a worldview that could tie in domestic events with international developments. Even if and when they were wrong or misguided, they could inspire the development of policies or strategies. Without their ideas, the social movement in Japan lost its sense of direction. During the next few years the Shueisha would resurge more spectacularly than anyone could have expected, and Matsumoto was projected onto the stage of national politics, but the movement had no theoretical compass to guide it and neither did he. For the Takamatsu campaign and the Shueisha revival. All the outcast groups of the Tokugawa period Eida, Hainan, Kawada, Chasen, there were many names used for them had nominally been liberated from formal restrictions by the Meiji Emperor's decree of August 28, 1871. In grateful recognition of this, many buruku families had a picture of the Meiji Emperor displayed in their homes. Over the next century, the names used to refer to the marginal communities would slowly change, and by the mid-1920s the Shueisha preferred Hisabetsu buruku, discriminated buruku, or Hyapaku buruku, oppressed buruku, while the term Takush buruku, special buruku, was more often used in formal situations and carried pejorative overtones. Discrimination continued to exist, but there was disagreement about why this was so. The liberal groups and the government-sponsored Iwa movement suggested it was simply due to the as yet inadequate understanding of the wishes of the emperor among the Japanese people. On the Marxist left, as we have seen, it was argued that it was one of the many contradictions within Japanese capitalism that maintained feudal elements amid a modern structure. Those who, like Matsumoto, stood on the middle ground regarded discrimination as being based on the survival of an irrational prejudice. There was little agreement between these views except perhaps that there was no longer any legal basis for whatever prejudice and discrimination continued to exist. On June 13, 1933 the Takamatsu District Court sentenced Hisamoto Yokotaro, aged 33, and Yamamoto Yonichi, aged 38, to 12 and 10 months imprisonment respectively for abduction. On December 15 the previous year they had been returning on the ferry to Takamatsu City after doing business in Okayama when they became friendly with Ishihara Masi, aged 19, a waitress in the Maru Game Cafe. Somehow the conversation turned to the possibility of marriage between Hisamoto and Masi once she had repaid the 37 yen she owed the cafe owners. However, neither of the men could raise the money, so Masi returned home where she told her mother about the marriage proposal. Later Hisamoto began living with her somewhere outside the buruku because he did not want her to know about his buruku origin. Meanwhile, her father, thinking that his daughter had been abducted, began looking for her and on December 23 met her by chance on her way back from the bathhouse. He reported the matter to the police as abduction by Hisamoto. When the police told Masi that Yamamoto and Hisamoto were burukumen, Masi changed her mind about the marriage. The two appeared in court in January 1933 charged with abduction and sentences were passed in June. Moriyama et al. 2003, 98. Hisamoto had got divorced in the summer of 1932 and was due to take custody of his son in January 1933, which perhaps explains his desire to remarry. The prosecution alleged that the two men had deceived the girl in a number of ways. Firstly, they claimed to be connected to the motor trade when they were really only scrap metal dealers. Secondly, they had not mentioned Hisamoto's previous marriage and, most importantly, they did not mention their special status. This was the core of the father's objections, and the public prosecutor, Shurzu Shoki, in his address openly stated, although they were Takush burukumen, they intentionally hid their status and abducted the girl with sweet words and deception, and he went on to use the phrase Takush burukumen several more times during the trial. More than 70 of Hisamoto's supporters attended the court session, and though their lawyer tried to get the discriminatory words struck from the record, the judge refused. At the final trial the judge, after consulting with the prosecution, ruled only that the words Takush buruku be removed from the initial court record, the other uses were retained. The argument of the defendant's lawyer was that this emphasis on their not having revealed their Takush burukumen status implied that all former outcasts had such an obligation, and if the court accepted this, it would undermine the intention of the Liberation Declaration. The Takamatsu branch of the Shueisha contacted the head office in Osaka, which sent someone to investigate. When they realized the seriousness of the problem, Kitahara was dispatched. The campaign soon won Matsumoto's full support. He was later to say, "This discrimination event gave me a new perspective unlike any before. Until then the suppression was directed at our activity. And so I was apt to think that if we did not do anything and kept quiet there would be no oppression. In fact many people thought that the Swahisha was watched closely by the police because it was a radical movement. However, in the Takamatsu case even when a burukuman did nothing, just being a burukuman itself became a crime. I thought that was an awful thing." Quoted in Moriyama et al. 2003, 100. He sent Imato to help the local group. On July 3 the Swahisha Central Committee met and decided to launch a national campaign about the Takamatsu court decision, organized around 4 slogans. Annul the discriminatory court decision. Free Hisamoto and Yamamoto. Dismiss the court officials involved. Oppose interference with campaigns against discrimination. Reflecting a new realism among the leadership, the proposals to make the slogans more radical totally oppose the class-based fascist court was one such were rejected in favor of ones that would have a broader appeal. Takayama 2005, 346. On July 11 Matsumoto arrived in Tokyo, leading a group that included Kitahara and a representative of the Takamatsu group. They consulted 2 groups of left-wing lawyers, one of whom, Fuse Tatsuji, Matsumoto had known since the time of the Tokugawa affair. His advice was that, as the verdict had already been passed, the only possibility was to have it annulled by emergency appeal to the Attorney General, Moriyama et al. 2003, 105. The following day the group was accompanied by 3 more lawyers on a visit to the Minister of Justice, Koyama Matsukichi. While the minister agreed that the prosecution and courts should not discriminate, he stated that the court record simply revealed the fact that some people find marriage to a Takush burukuman objectionable iyada. To which Matsumoto responded, "But even so, the use of discriminatory terms simply will not do. Firstly the term Takush buruku does not legally exist, and if this verdict is confirmed it will annul the Liberation Edict of 1871 and give legal recognition once more to the status of Takush burukuman." The minister promised to investigate. Takayama 2005, 349. On August 28 the national meeting was held in Osaka of representatives of buruku communities, not only those with active Swahisha branches, to mark the anniversary of the Emancipation Decree and to support the campaign against the Takamatsu verdict. Kitahara made a connection between the Takamatsu incident and the broader, international campaign against fascism and Nazism. He noted that in Germany the Nazi government was formalizing discrimination against Jews, while in Japan the fascist government was seeking the formalization of feudal oppression against our brothers through the courts. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 38. Next the campaign planned a march on Tokyo in which a group would walk the 1,200 kilometers from Fukuoka holding mass meetings along the way. The plan was to depart for Tokyo on September 25 but the Namash intervened to ban the march and limit the number of people who could take part to 2 representatives from each prefecture. The Swahisha leadership protested but without effect, and they decided instead to make the journey by train. Matsumoto led a group that left Hakata Station on October 1. They were accompanied by both uniformed and secret police who would shout at them not to make speeches from the train or to wave out of the windows. At Shimonoseki the party split, with one group taking the line along the Japan Sea coast in the direction of Matsue, the other along the inland sea coast to Hiroshima. Dropping off to attend meetings at or near stations along the way, the 2 parties reunited in Osaka on October 9 and finally arrived in Tokyo on the 19th. Along the way members of the group addressed 47 meetings attended by 164,000 people and were seen at stations by another 199,000, Takayama 2005, 352. The campaign was also supported by the Social Masses Party, SMP, and many in the tenants movement. In Tokyo, Matsumoto met the Minister of Justice once more, who, while again expressing regret for the incident, said that there was little he could do because the judgment itself was legally sound. The group met the Attorney General on October 24 and the Justice Minister for a 3rd time on November 8. He reported that since there had been no error in law, an emergency appeal was not possible. Takayama 2005, 353. At this point the campaign was poised to enter a second phase, and there were plans for burukumen to be urged to refuse their three duties as citizens: to pay taxes, to send their children to school, and to serve in the army. There were even rumors that another direct appeal was planned. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 52-3, Takayama 2005, 356. The campaign had been supported by contributions from Swihaisha branches across the country. Of a target of 2,000 yen, an impressive 1,800 yen had been raised, but after a month in Tokyo all the money had been used up. There was no possibility of the campaign continuing. A rather desperate note was issued by the Tokyo Swihaisha explaining that there was nothing left. It concludes, "Please respond to this request for support. Even 1 or 2 sen will do. 1 or 2 servings of rice will do. 1 or 2 bundles of vegetables will do." Moriyama et al. 2003, 1089, 114. On November 12 Yamamoto was released from prison, 14 days early, and on December 7 Hisamoto was released, 47 days early. Soon after, the Chief Justice of the Takamatsu bench retired and the prosecutor was transferred to Kyoto-fu. Takayama 2005, 350. The Ministry of Justice expressed its regret about the incident and sent instructions to ensure that such discriminatory language was not to be used in courts again. Moriyama et al. 2003, 115. The Swihaisha decided to continue its campaign against the prosecutor who had used the discriminatory phrases. The 12th Annual Conference held in Kyoto in April 1934 adopted a resolution to continue the campaign of protest activity against prosecutor Shirzu Shoki. Leaders of the movement met with him and urged him to resign. A protest meeting held in Kyoto addressed by Matsumoto attracted an audience of 1,500. In response to this, the Ministry of Justice transferred him once again, this time to Fukushima, a prefecture where there were very few buruku communities and no active Swihaisha groups. At that point the campaign against him ceased. Takayama 2005, 354.1. But to return to the Takamatsu campaign, it revived the Swihaisha on a national level. At its previous peak, it is estimated there were groups active in around 800 buruku communities, but this had fallen to less than 200 at the start of the 1930s. Following this campaign, over 1,200 communities had become actively involved, probably because it focused on an instance of discrimination in marriage, an issue that was close to the hearts of all burukumen. Many had experience of the pressure to confess their status background to potential spouses or had avoided relationships with non-burukumen in order not to have to face this dilemma. A related issue was the advance provided prior to Masi's employment in the cafe that had gone not to her but, it is said, to her father to be spent on drink and gambling. Takayama 2005, 343. Poor buruku families at the time would not infrequently have to sell their daughters to employers. However, the key issue of principle was the verdict, which seemed to make it potentially a crime not to reveal one's buruku status either, as in this case, in a personal relationship or even when starting a job. If this were allowed to set a precedent, it would have undermined the principle of equality before the law that seemed to have been established in 1871. For these reasons it proved relatively easy to involve the majority of burukumen and other parts of the social movement. Most important for us is the way this campaign changed Matsumoto. Imato reported that in the course of this campaign he acted for the first time like a leader. During the March on Tokyo, in his speech to the crowd that met him off the train at Osaka, he spoke of the constitution, of rights and obligations and took a clear anti-war, anti-fascist position. For the first time in his speeches he started referring to himself as Minasan no Matsumoto Jiichir, everyone's Matsumoto. Elsewhere Imato mentions that from around this time Matsumoto gained a sense that he was chosen to be the movement's leader. He had hitherto been widely recognized as being the movement's manager, but in the course of this campaign he became its leader. Takayama 2005, 351. Matsumoto never lacked self-confidence, but the experience of the Takamatsu campaign seems to have given him a clearer sense of purpose. This was nowhere more obvious than in his speeches. As Yamato later said, "I and everyone else hearing Matsumoto's speeches were completely astonished. Until then Matsumoto's speeches were mostly formulaic greetings, 'Thank you very much for all your hard efforts at such a busy time.' Not even his close supporters could say that he was a good speaker. However, his speeches during the Takamatsu campaign were magnificent pieces of agitation that took up the constitutional argument. In the constitution everyone is guaranteed this and bears the obligation to do this and this. Whereas we burukumen only have obligations, there are no guarantees." When he filled out this wonderful argument with detail, it was as if Matsumoto had been reborn. It was from the time of the Takamatsu incident that people started to call him the father of liberation Kai no Shishi. Takayama 2005, 351. V. Suihaisha, Money and Politics. At the end of 1932, the dissolutionists such as Kitahara and Asada had formulated the Burukuinkai Katsud strategy, which sought to revive the movement by linking protest at instances of discrimination to demands for improvements to living conditions within their communities. The aim was to engage the wider burukumen community with the campaigns led or initiated by the Suihaisha activists. The Takamatsu campaign provided a national focus for the movement, but local groups used it to develop their own demands. The Suihaisha was never a membership organization. Estimates by the police suggest that in the late 1920s there were perhaps as many as 48,000 members, of whom 26,000 were based in Kyushu and 18,000 in Fukuoka Prefecture. By 1932 the total had fallen to 27,000. Given the circumstances of increased police surveillance and the arrest of Communist Party members, one might have expected that support for the Suihaisha movement would have continued to dwindle. The Takamatsu campaign changed that, however, and the movement started to grow once more, reaching 40,000 by 1937. It is not clear how these figures were calculated and their reliability is questionable, but they do broadly seem to reflect the increase in activity within the burukumen communities. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 1027. Another indication of the revival in the movement's fortunes is the decision taken in November 1934 to restart the movement's newspaper, the Suihei Shimbun. Publication would run until issue 23 in February 1937, with it being published almost every month. However, few of the national movement's organizational problems had been resolved. It remained heavily financially dependent on Matsumoto. During the Takamatsu campaign, Yamato remarked that the Suihaisha movement was unthinkable without Matsumoto's financial backing, quoted in Moriyama et al. 2003, 108. The building that had been the Suihaisha office in Osaka was destroyed by U.S. bombs in 1944-5, so few records remain that can document the extent of this support, but Yamato kept a record of Matsumoto's donations for 1934-5. 1934. May 18. 30 yen. May 18, again. 30 yen. May 24. 50 yen. June 15. 50 yen. July 1. 50 yen. July 22. 40 yen. 1935. May 25. 100 yen. July 11. 100 yen. July 27. 100 yen. August 12. 10 yen. August 19. 5 yen. August 20. 100 yen. September 9. 100 yen. September 17. 50 yen. October 9. 100 yen. Takayama 2005, 358. During the summer of 1935, Yamato was faced with the need to repay a loan of 95 yen that he had taken out to keep the office going. With no prospect of raising the money, he wrote in early July asking Matsumoto to provide it, promising that it was the last request he would ever make. Getting no reply, he went personally to Fukuoka, but even then Matsumoto was only able to spare 40 yen. Imato became so depressed that he resolved to kill himself, but when he decided that was going too far, he sent a formal letter of resignation to Matsumoto and went back home to Fukuoka. Matsumoto seems to have been shocked by this action into paying not only the money necessary for the loan but also to support the publication of the newspaper. Point 2. Moreover, at the same time Matsumoto was subsidizing the Kyushu Suihaisha. Its total income between August 1933 and March 1934 was 1,596 yen, of which 426 yen came from Matsumoto, Takayama 2005, 363. He also contributed to Suihaisha groups outside Kyushu. There is a letter from the Okayama Federation dated October 25, 1934, thanking him for a donation he made while on a visit there, Takayama 2005, 366. When Fuse Tatsuji, the Tokyo-based lawyer, was imprisoned, Matsumoto lent, or more likely, gave, his wife 400 yen to keep his family going. Tanaka Orinoshin became a Socialist Party politician after the war and was elected a total of 8 times by his Okayama constituency. He studied law at Kyushu University in the early 1930s, financially supported by Matsumoto, who paid his university fees at a rate of 60 yen per 6-month term. When in September 1935 Kimura Kyotere was released after 8 years in prison and when Kitahara was released from prison a little later, they both spent time recuperating in Fukuoka at Matsumoto's expense. When Matsumoto himself had been released from prison in 1931, he instituted a custom of handing out rice balls every morning to the day laborers who were sleeping rough in the Higashi Park just round the corner from his house, and every New Year's Day until his death he paid for a lunch box to be delivered to every inmate of the Fukuoka prison where he had spent more than 3 years of his life. All of this was, of course, made possible by the profits generated by the Matsumoto Gumi. It has not proved possible to trace the development of the company during Matsumoto's lifetime. It was only constituted as a public company in 1966, just months before his death. There are only fragmentary details which can give us an impression of its development. For most of Matsumoto's life, the company was managed by his older brother, Jishiki, although it was Giichiro who was listed as its legal representative on such company documents as exist. During the 1920s its fortunes were closely tied to the development of the local railway company, known after the war as the Nishitetsu Railway Company, and the electrical generating company, THIRD-WORLDISM, later known as Kyushu Denryoku. The Matsumoto Gumi seems to have won several important contracts building bridges as the railway system expanded across Fukuoka Prefecture. In April 1937 it formally upgraded itself from being a civil engineering company to an architectural company, suggesting an increase in the range and quality of the work it undertook. We can get some idea of the kind of work the company was involved in from the plans of a project carried out by the Matsumoto Gumi between September and November 1938. This was work done for THIRD-WORLDISM, constructing and installing electrical wiring above and underground in the Gofukumaki district of Fukuoka City, which was part of the upgrading of the tram system. The contract for the project was in the name of Matsumoto Giichiro and had a total value of Yen 6,653.12.3. It is difficult to ascertain how big the company was or how many employees it had at any one time. Building work in Japan, as elsewhere, makes great use of subcontracts and the Matsumoto Gumi was no exception. There was of course a considerable potential supply of temporary labor within the buruku communities and also on the streets of Fukuoka and Higashi Park. Moreover, the company was flexible about what it did. Matsumoto's home and company head office were located close to a major railway station and goods yard, Yoshizuka, on what then was the edge of Fukuoka City. Towards the end of the 1930s the company diversified into coal delivery, presumably using the lorries already owned by the company to pick up coal that had been transported from the Chikuko field and deliver it to homes and businesses in the city. Although not on a scale to match or compete with any of the biggest construction companies based in Tokyo or Osaka, the Matsumoto Gumi was probably the biggest construction company in Fukuoka in the 1930s, and through it Matsumoto Giichiro not only was able to accumulate the wealth he needed to sustain the Shueisha movement and his political career, but it also connected him with networks that he could utilize for electoral purposes. His elder brother would later complain that had it not been for this constant drain on the company's resources, which would continue through the 1950s, the company would have been able to grow to compete with its national rivals. 6. The 1936 election. The assassination of Prime Minister Inyukai Tsuyoshi in May 1932 brought an end to party government in pre-war Japan. The relative decline in the influence of the party elites compared to the growing prestige of the military and civil bureaucracies reduced the Diet to little more than an agency of ratification for the policy proposals of more skilled servants of the state. Berger 1988, 115. However, this was by no means apparent at the time, and many thought that sooner or later there would be a return to the practice of organizing cabinets based on the lower house's political parties. An election was called for February 20, 1936, which provided an opportunity for the Minsei to attract popular support, replace the Seikai as the majority party of the lower house and thus become the basis of the next cabinet. Some argue that the election was also an opportunity for the bureaucracy to consolidate its policy aimed at suppressing the communist left by channeling dissent into a harmless direction. The vehicle chosen for this was the Social Masses Party that, though anti-capitalist in orientation and opposed to the existing political parties, was moving towards support of the imperial system. Berger 1977, 73. It is difficult to tell for how long Matsumoto had planned to stand for election to a seat in the National Diet. Earlier I suggested that if he had had that in mind in 1920, then the campaign against the Kuroda anniversary event would have been a shrewd move. He did stand for election in 1928 with the support of the Rojinment, Worker-Farmer Party, and although he got nearly 6,000 votes, he was unsuccessful. There is a hint that he might have considered standing for a seat in the election of February 1932, but this would have been only months after his release from prison. Even though there were several members such as Yamato and Asada committed to the revolutionary struggle, it seems to have been an integral part of the Shueisha strategy to try to influence policy through election to local government assemblies, and candidates stood in the local elections in 1933, 2 at the prefectural level, in Fukuoka and Wakayama, 24 in cities and 272 in towns and villages, Watanabe and Akaseta 1974b, 25-6. In the 1935 prefectural assembly elections, 7 from the Shueisha leadership stood for election but only 2 were successful, both in Fukuoka. The Shueisha had intended to field 2 candidates in the next national election, Matsumoto in Fukuoka and Izuno in Osaka, but Izuno had been convicted of an electoral offense during the Osaka-Fu election the previous year and sentenced to 5 years suspension of political rights. Takayama 2005, 375. The January 1936 edition of the Suihei Shimbun carried a New Year message from Matsumoto as chairman that is full of his intention to stand at the forthcoming general election. Entitled, it reads, "My dear friends across the country. At the start of 1936 I would like to share a few thoughts with you by way of a season's greeting. To say that New Year has arrived for those of us who as usual are leading difficult lives is not necessarily something to celebrate, but for those of us living from one day to the next, from one struggle to another, we can think of the New Year as a milestone towards a victory that we move towards one step at a time, towards the better day of liberation. This year we will push the struggle forward. We'll do it with strength. With freshly resolved enthusiasm. The future of the strong, the wealthy, and those who boast of power is one of failure and destruction. Compared to this, the weak, the poor and the oppressed are promised a future of sparkling victory and liberation. We who have been deprived of everything have nothing to lose from the future. Moreover, we can win the whole world through struggle. I have always loved to read the words, a theory of equality cannot come from unequal people. I have always interpreted these words as meaning that the people who have the truest view of the idea of equality are those who are placed in the least equal position in society and have lived lives of destitution amid injustice, tyranny, and oppression. Only they are qualified to implement true equality and justice. The world is becoming increasingly oppressive. It seems like there is nothing that can be done. In other words, in this society we have come to a dead end. The current methods and structures of politics and today's ruling class cannot continue. The unemployed are flowing onto the streets and the farmers are crying out from hunger. Moreover, the capitalists and landlords have planned in their dying breath to take us to war. We must confront these conditions hand in hand with all the oppressed masses and, building the conditions for liberation step by step, make rapid progress to the final battle. It is my earnest desire to make unbending progress in the spirit of, this year too will do a lot. Unworthy as I am, I promise to fight to my last drop of blood along with my dear comrades across the country. I wish you a bright 1936 full of hope and confidence. Swihei Shimbun, January 5, 1936. Matsumoto stood for a seat in the national parliament as an independent candidate, although in fact he did get the support of the Fukuoka branch of the SMP along, of course, with that of local Swihaisha supporters, local labor unions and farmers groups and many of the local building subcontractors who worked with the Matsumoto Gumi. On February 5, 1936 he launched his campaign promising to fight to the last drop of blood for the creation of bright democratic politics. His 17-point platform included demands for less tax on working people and higher taxes on the rich, creation of unemployment insurance, setting a basic wage for working people, state aid for the families of soldiers killed or injured, the full funding of compulsory education, opposition to status and racial discrimination, and opposition to fascism. He spoke little about class struggle, preferring instead to discuss the need for the improvement of living standards. He campaigned at a frenetic pace, speaking at 176 meetings attended by a total of over 23,000 people, sometimes addressing 10 meetings a day. He sent out 19,000 cards and gave out 20,000 manju, sweet bean cakes, Takayama 2005, 377-8, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 166-7. Fukuoka 1 constituency returned 4 representatives, and in the previous 2 elections these had been 3 from the Seihokai plus Nakano Sieg, who had been a member of the Minciate but who was now moving further to the right, Hunter 1984, 139-40. There were 2 new candidates from the established parties and 1 each from center and center-left groups, plus Matsumoto, 9 candidates in all. His election agent was Miyoshi Yaraku, a left-wing lawyer who, after the war, would serve 2 consecutive terms as mayor of Fukuoka. One of his main campaign workers was Kitahara Daisaku, who had returned to active politics after a 500-day spell in prison following arrest for his activities in support of the JCP in 1933. The result of the vote was that Matsumoto won 3rd place with 14,439 votes. Of these only around 6,000 are thought to have come from the local buruku population, demonstrating that his support base was much wider than just the Swihaisha. However, only days after the election, on February 26, a small group of young army officers launched an abortive coup d'état and occupied a sizable section of central Tokyo, including the Army Ministry Building, the General Staff HQ, the Prime Minister's residence and the approach to the Imperial Palace. They assassinated the Finance Minister, the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, Admiral Satmakoto, a former Prime Minister, and several others. The aims of the rebels were to clarify the Kokutai polity and restore the emperor to a central position in the political system. However, the emperor offered them no recognition, and on February 27 he signed a command ordering their suppression. This was quickly implemented and the areas they had occupied were cleared by the morning of February 29, Connors 1987, 164-8. However, martial law had been immediately imposed and was not lifted until May. Although the uprising was defeated, it succeeded in undermining the whole range of the political spectrum and pushed the state 1 notch further to the right. 7 Conclusions and Prospects. Matsumoto was now 49. In the course of the 4 years since his release from prison he had reaffirmed his position as the undisputed leader of the Swihaisha movement, and as someone with an established position locally and a growing reputation nationally. A book about famous Fukuoka residents published in 1934 refers to him as an oyabun, boss, but also calls him a heroic man who helps the weak. While on the one hand he is brave and fearless in the fight for justice, if he takes a crying child in his arms it will sleep. He showed in the 1936 election how he could convert that popularity into votes, not all of which came from the local buruku community. He continued to be the main sponsor of the Swahisha movement, but in the course of the Takamatsu campaign he began to act like, and was recognized as, a leader. One might cynically say that this was occurring precisely at the time that most of his radical rivals were finding it more difficult to act or express themselves freely. If they were not actually in prison, they lived in fear of arrest. This threat faced Matsumoto too, but he now seemed to be determined to avoid that fate as far as possible, while continuing to be active within the permitted boundaries. The problem was that over the next 10 years those boundaries would be drawn still more tightly. 4. Matsumoto Giger Dietman, 1936–41. Political background. Matsumoto was elected to the Imperial Diet in February 1936. In September that year he formally changed the way he wrote his given name from to. He had been writing his name this way for some time since at least 1924, but the formal change is nevertheless significant. The new character had the meaning not only of government and rule but also reform and heal. Through this change he was committing himself both to being involved in government at the national level and perhaps also to attempts to reform Japan so that members of the buruku community were fully incorporated within it. However, he was embarking on a career in politics at the national level at a time when its parameters were changing rapidly. Only 6 days after his election, a group of young army officers attempted a coup d'état. It failed, but only after the assassination of 3 senior government figures and attempts made on the lives of 3 more. Over the next few years he would have to make decisions for which his previous political experience had not prepared him. At the time Matsumoto was elected to the lower house, LH, of the Imperial Diet, it was ceasing to be central to political life. During the 1920s it had seemed that politics in Japan was evolving towards a system in which 2 parties, the Seikai and Minseiat, competed for control of a cabinet-centered government system that was ultimately responsible to a democratically elected house. Admittedly, there remained areas of the constitutional structure, such as the Privy Council and the House of Peers, that were largely unaffected by democratic influence, but the case could be made that their influence was on the wane in the face of the rise of democratic control. When assassins killed Prime Minister Inyakai in 1932, he was replaced by Admiral Said, who put together a government of national unity that included representatives from both main parties. This was intended to be a temporary solution to deal with a particular crisis, but as things turned out, party politicians would not come close to regaining political preeminence until after 1945. There were a number of reasons for this. Firstly, the established parties, though acquiring increasing respect in the Diet and in Tokyo political circles, had failed to develop any close links with their constituency bases. There was therefore little popular resistance among the nation at large to the attempts that were made by the civilian and military bureaucrats to ease the parties out of power. Meanwhile, measures were taken to stimulate economic demand, and in particular an extensive program of public works was developed along with a plan to re-energize the agricultural and fishing industries. This strengthened the ties of local communities directly to the Ministries of the Interior and of Agriculture and Forestry, Namush and Enrinch, respectively, at the expense of the elected political representatives. The military was also consolidating its influence over the population through the Imperial Military Reserve Association, IMRA. This had been initially set up in 1910 to provide continued military training for former conscripts until they reached the age of 40, but it developed a wider function of nurturing patriotism among the public at large. After 1918 the IMRA developed youth groups and a women's section such that almost every rural and urban community would have one or more active branches of the IMRA. As we have seen, in the late 1920s the Army extended military training to youth groups. There was some resistance to this from the unions and other left-wing activists, but by the end of the decade that system was firmly in place. By the mid-1930s there were more than 11 million citizens enrolled in some branch of the IMRA, and the Army Ministry could mobilize these men, women, and youths to lobby for causes they favored, for example, to oppose the party's attempts to restrict the national defense budget. There was a sense in which the military, through its links with the IMRA, could claim to be in closer touch with the grassroots of the nation than the party politicians. It was pressure not from the established parties but from the military, concerned about the declining health of recruits conscripted from the rural areas, that led to the expansion of the healthcare insurance system in the later 1930s. Internationally, Japan was becoming increasingly isolated, most obviously following its withdrawal from the League of Nations in 1932, and so the discussion about the need to develop autonomous strength in preparing for total war became urgent. As Colonel Nagata put it in 1927, national mobilization Kokosdin is the task of marshalling the entire society of the state in times of need, moving from a peacetime footing to a wartime footing. The state must then organize, unify, and utilize all resources, material and human, producing a maximum national strength as military power. Berger 1988, 112. In the early 1930s Nagata began to create a network of disparate individuals and groups from court nobility to members of the SMP in support of his plans. Berger 1988, 114. His assassination in 1935 prevented him seeing these plans brought to fruition, but there were others who would take them forward. Whether, and then how, to mobilize the nation for war, was a discussion that ran throughout the 1930s, and Matsumoto as leader of the Shueisha became centrally involved in it. Those who sought election to the lower house were increasingly opting to avoid any party label. The number of candidates with no party affiliation increased from 4% in 1932 to 24% in 1937. Moreover, as the activities of the Diet politicians declined in importance, they lost even the theoretical support they had previously had. Minobu Tatsukichi, whose constitutional theories had provided legal arguments for the growth of the influence of the parliamentary parties, wrote in 1934 that sophisticated economic and social policy planning required specialized knowledge sorely lacking among party politicians. The Diet, he thought, should do no more than ratify policy proposals provided by bureaucrats. The practice of organizing cabinets based on parliamentary parties should, he thought, not be resumed. Berger 1988, 115. So while Japan was moving towards an autonomous defense policy, having dethroned the political parties, the civil and military services sought to consolidate their control over the councils of state. However, both branches of the bureaucracy were split between those who sought radical reform and those who feared such reform would be unconstitutional and would only serve to weaken the state and its defense. The abortive mutiny of February 26, 1936 was a dramatic demonstration of the former tendency. The rebellion was quickly suppressed, but competition between the radicals and conservatives continued with Prime Minister Hirota, who took over in March 1936, only able to play a mediating role. By this time, the army had recreated its veto power over cabinets. If a cabinet was not prepared to approve the military's proposals, the army minister would resign and the army would refuse to support the cabinet until the prime minister changed his mind or a new one was appointed. They refused to support Hirota after January 1937, and so General Hayashi took his place. Hayashi encountered considerable opposition to his reform proposals in the Diet and so called a general election in 1937, hoping to ensure a more sympathetic elected assembly. Both major parties campaigned against his policies and succeeded in maintaining control of the lower house. Hayashi then resigned and was replaced by Kono Fumimaro, a moderate in foreign policy and a mediator among the domestic elites. However, he was never able to control the army. A skirmish near Beijing in July 1937 was used by the army as a pretext to launch a massive attack against the Chinese nationalist movement. Within 6 weeks Japan was engaged in full-scale military hostilities, sending its armies across North and Central China in an attempt to eradicate the army of Chiang Kai-shek. This as yet undeclared war became a catalyst for attempts to implement the plans sketched out by Nagata, and now taken over by Ishiwara Kanji, to mobilize the whole society, polity, and economy in support of the military. The lower house was reluctant to resist government plans to give the state the power to intervene in most aspects of economic life to support the war effort, but in the course of 1938 they were able to negotiate a temporary place for themselves within the policy-making system. They insisted on a delay in the implementation of the mobilization law until the conflict in China became even more serious, and they gave themselves a role in the mobilization councils that would be created to oversee its operation. Berger 1988, 131. The radical reformers were unhappy with Kono's compromises, and several proposals were devised to create a single political party which could replace and maybe incorporate not only the Seihokai and the Minciate but all the other parties too. By 1937 the SMP had abandoned its support for social democracy and was supporting instead the army's program of state economic controls. One hope was that Kono would put himself at the head of a new party movement, but he refused to commit himself to any such action. As things turned out, it was not until mid-1940 that he would do this. In the previous chapter we saw how periodic arrests of political activists, especially those considered sympathetic to the illegal JCP, had practically closed down all of its activity by 1934. At least as damaging to its reputation were the conversions tank of former leading party activists. In June 1933 Seino Manabu and Nabayama Satachika defected from the party, and while not renouncing their belief in the need to free the working class from the iron chains of violent capitalism, they argued that given the peculiarities of social life and psychological features of the Japanese nation, in Japan it is natural and possible to carry out a one-nation socialist revolution under the imperial family. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 45-6. They even agreed that the Chinese nationalists were acting as agents of Western capitalism and that Japanese aggression in China had as its objective the liberation of 400 million Chinese. This might, they concluded, develop into war between the United States and Japan, but this would be a progressive step because it will have as its aim the liberation of Asian nations from American and European capital. Much of their criticism of the JCP was directed at the Comintern, which had made the Japanese party more of a propaganda outlet for the Soviet Union than involved in struggling for the liberation of our working class. Beckman and Okubo 1969, 247-9. Defection from an already weak party became common. Its influence within the wider social movement dropped rapidly and many more communists in prison converted to the nationalist cause. Indeed, the police and public prosecutors actively encouraged this ideological change of heart, suspending charges for some and allowing others out of prison early. These ideas were not only circulating at the elite levels of the former leaders of the JCP, they also had currency among many former members of the party, including activists within the Swahisha. By the mid-1930s there were two issues that were central to the political agenda: policy towards China and what was called national life stabilization. On China, the choice was presented as being between a Communist Party movement, the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, supported by the Soviet Union, a nationalist party, the Kuomintang, or KMT, supported by Great Britain, and to a lesser extent France and the United States, or a unified China that was allied to Japan. Neutrality was not an option. Already, following the creation of the puppet state of Manchukuo in 1932, Japan was talking about the Japan-Manchukuo bloc. This was soon to broaden to the Japan-Manchukuo-China economic bloc before becoming the New Order in East Asia and finally the Greater East Asia CO Prosperity Sphere. It proved not difficult to persuade many of those formerly on the left that this was part of Japan's historic mission to eliminate Western imperialism from East Asia and liberate the Chinese and other subject peoples. Meanwhile, the worst of the global depression seemed to be over, but there remained concerns about the poverty that continued in both urban and rural areas. Nagata and his supporters in the army were planning a national mobilization that would provide economic support for working people, while as Hisashi, leader of the SMP, welcomed the way the army was seeking reform of the capitalist structure. Many buruku communities had been severely affected by the economic depression, and additional money was spent on Iwa projects over 4 years, 1932-5. Between 1928 and 1935 a Iwa movement had been developed, so that most prefectures where buruku communities existed had a Iwa office, and there were annual conferences of representatives of these groups held each February. In 1935 a 10-year program was launched, with plans to spend 50 million yen in ways that would improve the economic and cultural standards in buruku communities so that prejudice and discrimination would disappear. On the one hand, where possible, there was to be some cooperation with the Swihaisha. On the other, it was a stated aim of the Iwa movement to prevent the spread of class consciousness and anti-capitalist ideas, and local Iwa activists were always keen to work with the police and local elites. In many areas, the local Iwa offices were located in police stations. For more details see neary 1989, 182-3. 2 Matsumoto in the Diet, 1936-7. Matsumoto stood in the election of 1936 as an independent, but he had the support of the local branch of the SMP, the local Swihaisha, peasant and labor organizations, and many building subcontractors in the constituency. His three main policy positions were buruku liberation, defending workers' living standards, and opposing fascism. Moriyama et al. List a number of more detailed policies, including reducing the tax burden on the working classes, increasing taxes on the rich, establishing a basic minimum wage, having the state bear all the cost of compulsory education, opposing status and racial discrimination. Moriyama et al. 2003, 123. These seem to be more radical than those of the SMP at the time and may indicate that already he was more sympathetic to those on the left of the SMP or even those outside the party. Martial law imposed at the time of the incident on February 26 was not finally lifted until July 18. In May Matsumoto set up his Tokyo office in Akasaka, supported by 4 full-time workers led by Kitahara Daisaku. Within the Diet the SMP had increased its size from 5 to 18, in addition to which there were 5 other Social Democrats from the Aren Musen Kikai, Labor Farmer Proletarian Council, making a total of 23 proletarians out of a total assembly of 466. Although the JCP within Japan was practically moribund, the party members in exile were urging the members of the proletarian left to form a united front to fight fascism. In particular, supporters were urged to join the SMP and fight within it to establish an anti-fascist popular front of the proletariat and to fight against the party's reactionary leaders. See the Nosaka Yamamoto letter, February 1936, in Beckman and Okubo 1969, 352-61. Though not actually a member of the SMP at this time, Matsumoto appears in photographs of the SMP members of the Diet, and one source has it that he was an advisor, Koman, to the party. The SMP itself was split between those such as Hisashi, who were moving towards a National Socialist position in cooperation with the army and reform bureaucrats, and those who sought some kind of People's Front to oppose fascism. Yontani 1997, 79. Matsumoto clearly sympathized with the latter, and over the next few months he was very busy trying to coordinate activity between the left SMP and the worker, farmer, and Swihaisha organizations. Kotkanju was leader of the Aren Musen Kikai, a party formed in May 1936 that was positioned to the left of the SMP. They, like Matsumoto, were working towards the creation of an anti-fascist united front, but the police were aware Koth had met Nosaka in the United States the previous year and suspected that he was leading a Comintern-sponsored anti-fascist front. In any case, as leader of the SMP, personally disliked Koth and resisted all Matsumoto's attempts to get them together. Eventually Matsumoto did meet with 9 members of the SMP, Koth, 3 representatives of the Swihaisha, himself, Izuno and Tanaka Shigetsu. According to a report from the Special Police, Matsumoto's speech to this group both reasserted his support for social democracy, though stopping short of support for the JCP, and suggested that they should not totally reject the demands of the young officers who had taken the lead in the February 26 incident. He did not support their demands for the hegemonic rule of the military but did agree with their demands for economic and social reform. Matsumoto promised to continue with his efforts to build an alliance of politicians, Takayama 2005, 396. Matsumoto took his seat in the Diet when it opened for the 69th session in May 1936. He joined the Budget Committee and made what was probably the first Diet speech on buruku discrimination on May 16, asking a question about regional improvement, which was the name given to the funds provided for many of the Iwa programs. He began with a brief introduction to the inequality experienced by the 3 million oppressed people living in 6,000 buruku communities, explaining that it was because Matsumoto addresses the Imperial Diet in 1936. This inequality existed that the Swihaisha was formed. He went on to quote clauses 1922 from Chapter 2 of the Meiji Constitution, Rights and Duties of Subjects 1, which he claimed gave burukumen no effective protection. Moreover, he went on, despite more than 15 years of the existence of the Swihaisha, incidents of discrimination had continued to arise. He mentioned recent cases in Okayama and Ise. Given this and the growing evidence about the dire economic situation within the buruku communities, he quoted one survey from 1933 that found unemployment rates of 52% in buruku communities of Kanagawa and Mie. He suggested that the regional improvement, Iwa, money be increased to 10 million yen annually, around 10 times its then level. Interior Minister Ushio Kaneshuk regretted the continuance of discrimination, promised to do his best to ensure it ceased, but rejected the demands to increase the available funds. Matsumoto pointed out that it was the same social system that both supported discrimination against burukumen and retained the nobility system. Without the abolition of the system of nobility, it was not possible to eliminate the concept of discrimination. At the time, this was a brave statement since it was very close to criticism of the imperial household, which was beyond the limits of normal public discussion. Minister Ushio responded that he was unable to reply to these comments without careful consideration. Takayama 2005, 389f, text of speech at Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1972, 121-31. Later that week, on May 20, Matsumoto presented a petition on the reform of the peerage system, in which he made the same case about the historic connection between the nobility system and buruku discrimination. The speech and subsequent petition were apparently based on work done by his secretary Kitahara and Suzuki Mozaburo of the Aren Musen Kikai. Their argument was that the liberation decree had provided freedom and equality, but that this only amounted to the freedom of Zaibatsu-based capital to exploit them as workers and provided nothing more than an equal obligation to take on the serious duties of citizenship, pay taxes, serve in the army, while the nobility was preserved and given extra privileges. Again, Ushio proffered no meaningful reply. Matsumoto was warned that supporting such radical demands was dangerous and that they, presumably a reference to right-wing nationalists, might try to kill him. He laughed this off, saying, "I always wanted to die for something like this." Takayama 2005, 393, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1972, 134-8. Matsumoto was not exclusively concerned with buruku issues. In this same session of the Diet, he also asked about the use of new railway line construction to give aid to regions, May 12, and about giving assistance for the settlement of small plots of land, May 11, and he requested the improvement of the working conditions of such low-ranking officials as jailers, May 19, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1972, 131-4. His anti-fascist United Front activities were not confined to meetings in Tokyo. He spoke at 12 public meetings in Nara, Mie, Ehime, and Tokushima in September 1936, calling for the creation of a joint proletarian front while carefully distancing himself from Comintern advice. "We cannot permit the existence of communist groups in Japan. However, we must establish a mass joint struggle against fascism." From a speech made at a meeting in Tokushima. A crowd of 7,800 is reported to have turned out in the rain to hear him speak at a station in Nara Prefecture, Moriyama et al. 2003, 128-9. At the start of 1937, Matsumoto felt that Japan was at a turning point as the army tried to acquire greater control over the cabinet. It might succumb to the pressures pushing towards fascism or continue along the difficult path of Japanese-style constitutionalism. He tried to get an appointment with the army minister, Teraka Hisayuki, to make a direct protest, but when this was not granted he phoned Kitan Suzuki of the Aren Musen Kikai and Kuroda Hisao of the tenants movement. He invited them to his office in Tokyo and proposed that they should question the army on its plans to obstruct the Japanese constitutional process and express their fears that its reform policies amounted to the turning of Japan into a fascist state. On January 31, Kot, Kuroda and Matsumoto sent a letter to Army Minister Teraki, copied to the main newspapers. It asked 4 questions. Is there no concern that citizens may think that the army is obstructing the operation of our country's particular constitutional politics? It would seem that there are factions within the army. Does this not cast doubt on the outcomes of the army purge? Isn't there a possibility that the reform policies advocated by the army and some of their words and actions might make people suspect them to be fascist? At a time when people across the nation are demanding stabilization of livelihoods, the burden on them paying for the increases to the military budget has increased greatly. What is the army doing to stabilize livelihoods? Takayama 2005, 397, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 500. Not surprisingly, they got no reply. Next Matsumoto went to visit Yamakawa Hitashi, b. 1880, so by then nearly 60. A pioneer leader of the socialist movement in Japan and founder of the Communist Party in 1921-2, he had retired from active politics in 1931 to live selling eggs in Kamakura. There is unfortunately no record of their conversations, but according to Kitahara, Matsumoto was not impressed by him. They could not agree on a basis for cooperation. Matsumoto had never liked theoretical types, Takayama 2005, 397-8. Matsumoto then went to see the veteran Diet man Ozaki Yukio, who had first been elected in 1890 and was 78 at the time of their meeting. His response to Matsumoto's ideas was to agree that it was necessary to protect the constitution and defend the role of the Diet. But, he said, I am old. I haven't the energy to work with younger people. You are young and healthy, you must fight for the people and for the state. Takayama 2005, 398-9. Matsumoto was disappointed by his negative attitude. Nevertheless, undeterred, he wrote to both the Seihokai and Mincius headquarters, arguing that as representatives of the people they had an obligation to protect parliamentary politics, which transcended party boundaries. He got no response from them either. Takayama 2005, 399. On February 7, 8 and 9 he gave 7 lectures in and around Fukuoka City on the theme of defending the Diet. Kitahara took notes on these lectures, which he may well have written, and later a pamphlet of the same title was produced, 2,000 copies of which were circulated by post to Swihaisha groups and others in the proletarian movement too. It explicitly talks about a way of politics of the HJ, Ashikaga, and Tokugawa governments. Matsumoto speech, Fukuoka, February 1937. Thought to be a photograph taken in Yasuda at the time when he was trying to generate support for an anti-fascist front. On the left are names of people sponsoring the meeting, including, among others, Matsumoto Giichir, Kitahara Daisaku, chair of the Fukuoka branch of the SMP, Asakura Jukichi, member of the SMP Council, and Tanaka Shigetsu, of the National Swihaisha. On the right are the slogans: defend the anti-fascist committee, establish a policy to stabilize people's livelihoods, smash the Hayashi cabinet, create policies to protect workers, small companies and low-ranking bureaucrats, reject secret self-righteous diplomacy, adopt peaceful diplomacy, completely oppose the 30 million quasi-war budget, oppose the fascist bureaucratic reforms and non-recognition of the Diet, which is indeed that of the fascism of Germany and Italy today. This fascism is now prevailing in Japan. He urges the political parties in existence to make serious reconsideration. We must change the new Diet building into a temple of constitutional government to consider measures for security of the national life and for the world peace as well. He notes that the China policy is a complete failure. Today Chinese people hate Japan as if she were an enemy because of its autocratic, self-righteous diplomacy. He notes the resignation of the Hirota cabinet but fears that the Hayashi cabinet is unmistakably of more fascistic character. The lecture concluded. It is my belief that now we must stand up resolutely for defense of parliamentary government as well as liberty and rights of the people and fight for the security of the people's life. I pledge myself from this platform that I am prepared to die for the sake of this movement. Should this Matsumoto be killed for the fight against fascism, you would be, I am firmly convinced, good enough to gather my ashes for burial. When on February 21 the RN Musenkikai held its first conference and decided to rename itself the Proletarian Party, the dream of a joint proletarian front collapsed. The following month it changed its name again to the Japan Proletarian Party and tried to persuade Matsumoto to join. At the time he was politically closer to them than to the SMP leadership, but as his local Suihaisha branch strongly supported the SMP, he refused the overture. Within the Diet Matsumoto was a member of the committee reviewing reform of the military assistance law. Only 6 of the 18 members came to the first meeting, at which Matsumoto objected to the way the chair tried to appoint members following a prior agreement made between the two main parties. When one member of the committee accused him of being childish, the two began shouting at each other and the argument developed into a brawl that left Matsumoto with a bloody nose and 2 chipped teeth. When his supporters in Fukuoka read about this in the newspapers, they immediately decided to send a group to assist him, and at 6 a.m. on February 26 15 members of the Fukuoka Suihaisha arrived in Tokyo Station ready to defend Matsumoto and, if necessary, teach the offending Diet member a lesson. By this time Matsumoto had settled the dispute and they were persuaded to return to Fukuoka the following day, Takayama 2005, 401. At the same session of this committee Matsumoto demanded that the amount paid to those invalided out of the army should be significantly increased. Moreover, he suggested that rather than being phrased so as to make it seem as though the state was doing the former soldier and his family a favor, the payments should be thought of as a right that the soldier had earned for having served his country. He pointed out that to increase the amount paid out to the wounded would cost only a fraction of the overall military budget, but the minister replied that to give more to returned soldiers and their families would mean there was less to support soldiers at the front. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 138-46. Early the next month, continuing with the military theme, he asked questions about the steps being taken to eliminate discrimination from the Navy and, following on from the questions he had asked Teraki, he asked about the Army's concept of national defense. He wished to know if it was defined narrowly, related simply to military matters, or more broadly, to include the stabilization of people's lives. Kokumin Sikatsu no Ante, Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 146-50. On March 17, Matsumoto mentioned in the House that the U.S. President, Franklin Roosevelt, had called a World Disarmament Conference, and earlier in the year a British Labour MP had demanded in Parliament that the UK government welcome and support these proposals. Point 3 Noting that Japan had a reputation of being an aggressive, imperialist country and a state that was sacrificing the interests of the Japanese people for the sake of building up the military, Matsumoto suggested that if Japan were to be invited to this conference, the government should respond positively if it truly wanted to demonstrate its desire to contribute to world peace and the progressive development of human society. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 502. On March 27 the Japanese government notified the British government of its decision not to participate in the conference because of limitations placed on guns aboard capital ships. His support for disarmament was in vain. Point 4. The rise in the influence of the army was no figment of Matsumoto's imagination. In late 1936 and early 1937, Colonel Ishiwara Kanji had proposed a broad reform plan that aimed within 5 years to replace the cabinet with a National Affairs Board, establish the state ownership and management of key industrial enterprises, form a new mass party and create a military dictatorship. The aim was to create a national defense state, Kokub-Koka, capable of full mobilization for total war. Neither of the major parties had much sympathy with these plans, nor even the somewhat watered-down variants that were supported by War Minister Teraki and Prime Minister Hayashi. Indeed, the 70th session of the Diet saw sustained criticism of the attempts by the army to invade domestic policy making, Berger 1988, 106. In the spring of 1937, Prime Minister General Hayashi, being unable to get support either from Parliament or the business world for his reformist policies, decided to hold a general election in an attempt to purify the Diet. He hoped the electorate would return representatives more sympathetic with the army position. Thus, in March 1937 Matsumoto's first term as a member of the Diet came to an end. He had taken part in 2 sessions of the Imperial Diet, the 69th and 70th, mainly as a member of the Budget Committee. He had used his position to raise the profile of the buruku issue, but this was not all. He had developed his ideas on the relationship between buruku discrimination and the existence of the aristocracy, something that he had been talking about since the mid-1920s and which would be an ongoing concern throughout his life. He had also tried to encourage the government to participate in the, by then, doomed disarmament talks, and in the course of that parliamentary motion criticized Japan as an aggressive imperialist state. Meanwhile, he had not only sought to bring about a united anti-fascist front of proletarian parties outside the Diet, but also in speeches and pamphlets had urged the mainstream political parties to defend the role of the Diet within the political process. Some feared that he was taking risks. Certainly the extreme right-wing groups had members who were not averse to silencing critics by violence, and the police, even at this time, would arrest those who were too critical of the state. For the time being, though, among the many politicians, Matsumoto's was one voice urging resistance to the encroaching power of the military. 3. The Suihaisha and the outbreak of war. We will return to consider further developments in Matsumoto's career as a national politician, but developments within the Suihaisha at this time must also be considered. Since the collapse of the dissolutionist campaign in 1932, the movement had come under the dominant influence of left-wing social democrats such as Matsumoto, although there were still some who were close to what remained of the Communist Party, or at least its ideas. There was also a group in Nara Prefecture based around Sake Mankaki and Sakamoto Siakir, which called itself the Nippon Suihaisha. Sake had been imprisoned for his connections with the JCP but had converted to a form of National Socialism early in 1932, arguably one of the first people to go through the tank process. On his release from prison in 1933 he still advocated active involvement in the Suihaisha movement but maintained that the buruku problem could be resolved within the existing state structure under the benevolent influence of the emperor. There are some police-generated figures suggesting that at this time the National Suihaisha had around 38,000 members distributed among 378 groups, while the Nippon Suihaisha led by Saiket Al had just over 1,000 members in 6 groups, mainly in the Nara area, Watanabe and Akaseta 1974b, 305. The mainstream movement was in good health at the time. Its monthly journal, the Suihei Shimbun, was selling 3,000 copies every edition 5, and there were plans for a national conference to be held in late April 1936 in Saitama. In the publicity for the conference the main themes were described as externally, the threat of war, internally, following the epoch-making February 26 incident, political power rapidly becoming fascistic. However, using the restrictions imposed after the February 26 attempted coup d'état, the authorities refused to allow the conference to take place, and the 14th National Conference was not finally held until the following year, on March 3, 1937 in Tokyo. Considering the circumstances, though, the movement looked in good shape, even if as usual, it was heavily dependent on financial subsidy from Matsumoto, to the tune of about half of its 200 yen monthly expenses, Buruku Kaidme Ch Honbu 1987, 201. Moriyama ETAL 2003, 130. The 14th conference records show that there were some concerns that the movement was losing its vigor and that the campaigns against discrimination were not being as enthusiastically supported as in the past. There was a recommendation that more attention be paid to the content of books, films, plays and radio programs. The conference reaffirmed its opposition to the Iwa movement, which in 1935 had launched a 10-year program. It noted that the amounts of money the IWA program had at its disposal were completely inadequate for the tasks that it had set itself, and that it was primarily intended less to improve conditions than to pacify the buruku communities and strengthen the trend towards bureaucratic fascism. Nevertheless, there was a recognition that some of the programs might be used to improve buruku living conditions, and therefore the conference recommended that Swihaisha members should try to involve themselves in the IWA committees to ensure that best use was made of whatever money was available. There was a major revision in the movement's platform. The clause about working on a class basis was rejected as not sufficiently recognizing the status dimensions of their problem, and the principle of liberation by our own efforts was deleted on the grounds that although the movement had developed mainly due to the energies of burukumen, total liberation could not be solely the result of the efforts of burukumen. This seemed to amount to a more positive appraisal of the IWA movement and a recognition that other mass movements, such as the workers' and farmers' groups, had a role to play in social change. The new platform read: "We will protect and extend our human rights and freedoms in all their political, economic, and cultural aspects by group struggle and achieve the total liberation of oppressed burukumen masses." However, it should not be thought the Swihaisha was losing its radical edge. The conference declaration begins: "Japanese capitalism entered a new era after the Manchurian incident, rapidly consolidating the so-called control economy. The concentration of finance capital through the formation of cartels and trusts is almost complete, and this is merging rapidly with state capital. This means the growth of the basic economic conditions of fascism, which is reflected politically in the control economy." It concludes: "Completely oppose the state's reactionary 10-year program. Protect and develop political freedom. Create an anti-fascist united front. Liberate the oppressed buruku masses by the abolition of the feudal status system." Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 492-3. Immediately after the conference, the Central Committee met and agreed motions on the provision of public housing and opposing discrimination in the courts and by the police. These demands were later sent to the Interior Ministry and the Diet. Matsumoto's attempts to bring together a united front had been noticed by the Special Police, but perhaps because they were reluctant to arrest a serving MP, instead on March 25 they arrested Imato, Kitahara, and 6 others on suspicion of conspiring to re-establish the JCP. When a year later they appeared in court, they were given 5-year suspended sentences. Takayama 2005, 404. This was clearly aimed at weakening the Swihaisha. The impact on Matsumoto was to remove from his side his main sources of support. On July 4 a group of Swihaisha activists met with Matsumoto in secret to discuss how to maintain the organization in the wake of the arrests and detention of Imato and the others. Replacements would need to be found and, they reminded him, 200 yen was needed to sort out the movement's finances. He promised to provide half of this. The meeting denounced many of the old leadership. Of these, 4, Minami, Sakamoto, Saikonde Yanida, were supporters of the Nippon Swihaisha, state socialism, and political reform as advocated by the army. Another was in prison following arrest in a knife fight, one was active in China working with the army, and one had completely abandoned Swihaisha matters and was advocating a personal spiritualism. Moriyama et al. 2003, 130. Despite the arrests of Imato and others, it seems as though the mainstream Swihaisha led by Matsumoto was keen to demonstrate that it remained committed to a left-wing, social democratic agenda and wanted to disassociate itself from those who were moving to the right. 3 days later, a small military incident took place near the Marco Polo Bridge, Beijing. By the middle of August, the Chinese Nationalist Army led by Chiang Kai-shek and the Japanese Army were engaged in open warfare following the dispatch of a Japanese expeditionary force that sought the punishment of a disorderly China. This would lead to the onset of full-scale war in China and, ultimately, war in the Pacific. Within Japan, it precipitated a new round of restrictions on political and social freedom as the state prepared its citizens for total war. Meanwhile, organizations and citizens in many ways imposed restrictions on themselves as they cooperated with the state in its mission. Right on the cusp of this change, On August 28, 1937 at 10:30 am, Matsumoto gave a speech on the radio. This was probably the first time an entire radio program had been devoted to the discussion of the buruku issue. Some 18 months earlier the Shueisha had criticized the makers of a radio program about Nikkaichman, a leading liberal during the late 19th century, for including some derogatory references to burukumen. This developed into a national campaign of protest that was not resolved until January when the Chuskyaku, the pre-war predecessor to the NHK, the Japan Broadcasting Corporation, promised to take greater care and make more programs on the topic in consultation with the Shueisha, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 3/1921. It is not clear what other action, if any, resulted from this promise, but the invitation to Matsumoto to give this talk seems to have been part of the agreement. 2,000 copies of the full talk were distributed around Shueisha branches. Given only 18 minutes, he could not say very much, and in any case his remarks were pre-censored by the Communications Ministry, Taishinsh, which reduced the length of his text by half. All he could do was to assert that discrimination and prejudice still caused problems and that buruku poverty and disadvantage resulted from the inadequate implementation of the freedoms and rights, ge to Kenri, granted in the Liberation Decree of 1871. What he was not permitted to say, what the censor cut, was that the backwardness of buruku industry was the result of the oppressive Zaibatsu, plutocrat, capitalists because, unlike them, buruku capital had not had access to state support in the 19th century. He was not permitted to claim that discrimination and prejudice continued in all aspects of social, economic, and political life, or that the structural inequalities that worked against burukumen and in favor of the aristocracy were equally remnants of the feudal era and obstructive to Japan's development. Finally, he was not permitted to refer to the oppression faced by Koreans or to conclude that our hope is to build freedom, equality, justice, and peace both domestically and internationally. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 5025. For the election of 1937 and Kono Fumimaro. As mentioned above, in the spring of 1937, Prime Minister General Hayashi was unable to get support either from Parliament or the business world for his reformist policies. So once the budget was passed, he called a general election for April 30, 1937 in the hope that the electorate would vote in candidates who would endorse his vision for Japan. The two established parties campaigned vigorously against Hayashi, and the Social Democratic parties too felt that this was an opportunity to increase their representation in the Diet and their influence over government. There were 4 Shueisha-endorsed candidates in this election, 1 each in Fukuoka, Kumamoto, Yamaguchi, and Mie. Of these, only Matsumoto was elected. In addition, Tahara Haruhi 6, a supporter of the Shueisha, was a successful SMP candidate in the Fukuoka 4 constituency. On this occasion Matsumoto seems to have had full SMP sponsorship as well as support from the Shueisha and proletarian organizations, plus, of course, the local building contractors. He won 15,790 votes, some 1,300 more than in 1936, and a good portion of these, perhaps 1/3, must have come from outside the buruku. In view of events over the next few years, it is perhaps worth looking in a little more detail at the policies to which Matsumoto was committed in this election. 1937 election policies. 1. Clean up elections. 2. Revise the election law, adopt a proportional representation (PR) system in large constituencies, using the prefecture as the constituency, lower the voting age to 20, thorough supervision of elections. 3. Reform the upper house by including occupational representation. 4. Reform the cabinet system and administrative structure. 5. Rationalize military spending. 6. Basic reform of taxation, reduce or abolish taxes on the masses, tobacco, post, local government, temporary tax imposition, create a general property tax, stabilize a regional social subsidy, 1 billion yen, postpone national debt interest payments. 7. Nationalize the major industries, electricity, steel, coal, oil, paper, fertilizer, sugar, beer, etc. 8. Create a dividend restriction law. 9. Establish national insurance for agricultural loss. 10. Provide non-secured capital for small and medium-scale industries and farmers, create a national people's bank and a national agricultural bank, set up orders to extend repayment of agricultural loans. 11. Establish a state pension system, for old people, widows, orphans. 12. Create worker-peasant protection laws, a labor union law, a tenant law and tenant union law, a maximum working hours law, a national unemployment insurance law, a shop workers protection law, correct the national health insurance unions law. 13. Reform foreign policy to adopt a people's diplomacy. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 507. Apart from some very minor differences, this is substantially the same as the set of policies set out in the SMP's centrally produced election pamphlet. In the event, Prime Minister Hayashi's attempt to undermine the party system was unsuccessful. Out of 466 seats, 392 were won by the established parties, and only 41 supported Hayashi's reform package. Perhaps most surprising of all was that the SMP increased its representation from 18 to 37 seats, winning more than 900,000 votes. Kono Fumimaro became prime minister in June 1937. The election had shown that there was little enthusiasm for the army's reformist ideas and that, on the contrary, there was still substantial support for the political parties, even those on the left. However, over the next 18 months Kono would coax the Diet into supporting a raft of measures that would facilitate increasing government control of industry and finance during the wartime conditions that would shortly ensue, a process that culminated in the passage of the National General Mobilization Law of 1938. This was not a difficult task as Japan became increasingly involved in open warfare in China. Since at least 1936 there had been calls for a new, government-run political party that would orchestrate support for the administrative reforms being sought by the army, among others. Some right-wing groups sought to create a new political party that could supplant the conservative parties, and they were joined by a wing of the SMP in the course of 1937, when it dropped its advocacy of social democracy in favor of support for the army's plans for state control of the economy. Berger 1988, 131. Pressure on the established parties escalated in mid-February 1938 when Prime Minister Kono was involved, however peripherally, in the intimidation of Minseatan Seihokai party members at their Tokyo homes and offices, demanding they support the proposed new party. For the time being this only strengthened their resolve to remain active and independent. After this, it was proposed that a new party should be created to replace the existing Diet parties and connect with central government by becoming the core of a mass organization that would link up with all the others, such as the labor unions, farmers' guilds, youth groups, reservists, and chambers of commerce. Berger 1977, 167. As Hisashi and Kame Konichiro, key actors within the SMP, worked with representatives of right-wing parties with the aim of creating a new party to be led by Kono in September 1938. The ideological base of this new party would have combined strong anti-capitalism with a view of the China problem that stressed the need to create a system of cooperation between the peoples of the two nations, thus liberating the Chinese workers from European and American control while making sure that their place was not taken by Japanese capitalists who would only reproduce the exploitation of the Chinese workers. As Kawano Mitsuru explained in a document produced in November 1938, the war was not won between the Japanese and Chinese, rather it was part of an effort to establish the coexistence of the Japanese with the Chinese people. To this end it was necessary to construct a new political structure in China, to create a new East Asia economic order integrating Japan, China, and Manchuria, and finally to establish the basis for a new system within Japan appropriate for these tasks. Kawano 1938. This new party, to be called the Dainippon, Great Japan Party, would be able to control capitalism both at home and in China. These plans had some support among the lesser parties and even from some in government, but there were several on the right who were suspicious that the involvement of former leftists from the SMP was some kind of red plot to sustain socialist ideas. Berger 1977, 169. Ultimately though, the plan failed because Kono refused to give it his support, and it was shelved indefinitely at the end of October 1938. However, no sooner was this plan set aside than drafts were prepared for another party, called tentatively the Dai Nippon Keiminkai, Great Japan Citizens Association. This was different to the one previously planned in that it posed no threat to the central bureaucracy nor to the established parties. It no longer sought to incorporate mass organizations, and it excluded the SMP leaders from key positions. This did not find favor with Kono either and was not proceeded with. Meanwhile, within the bureaucracy two plans were devised to extend their control into the countryside by placing all existing mass organizations under its control. Berger 1977, 199. These did not get Kono's support either and again did not proceed. When Hiranuma Kichi replaced Kono as Prime Minister in January 1939, he announced that he was not interested in either a new party movement or restructuring control of mass organizations. Berger 1977, 205. The desire to create a new party did not go away though and would re-emerge in the latter half of 1940 when Kono began his second term as Prime Minister. 6. The Shueisha adjusts. How did these rapidly changing events at the national level affect Matsumoto and the Shueisha movement? Matsumoto spoke at a conference of the National Farmers Union in Osaka on September 3, 1937, and despite the strong police presence he began his address saying, "I was elected to the Diet in Fukuoka by residents who oppose the imperialist war system." This immediately had the attending police on their feet warning him not to continue. Only a few days later, on September 7, the Shueisha leadership Matsumoto and 10 others met for the first time following the Marco Polo Bridge incident, in a cafe in central Tokyo. They issued a statement that began, "While we are very sorry that the expansion of the war will have a regrettable impact on East Asian peace and the coexistence and prosperity of the people of Japan and China, as Japanese citizens we correctly understand the emergency situation and must participate positively in national unity." The document goes on to point out that this did not rule out their continued opposition to discrimination or their making further demands for help to get buruku families out of poverty. The position did, however, suggest cooperation with the Iwa movement. Watanabe and Akaseta 1974b, 498, Takayama 2005, 413. We have already discussed the evolving relationship between the Iwa movement and the Shueisha since the 1920s. Although it was clearly part of a strategy adopted by the state to regain some control over buruku communities and keep the influence of left-wing thought to a minimum, there were some links, both formal and informal, between the leadership of the two movements. Arima Yoriyazu, for example, an influential leader within the Iwa movement, is said to have supported the candidacy of Sake Mankaki in the 1928 election to the tune of 300 yen, though it is doubtful whether Arima knew that Sake was a member of the JCP at this time. Fujino 1984, 173. In the early 1930s the Iwa organization had some control over the use of money released to assist those rural communities worst hit by the economic recession. From 1932 it used some of this to encourage burukumen to migrate to the colonies to Manchuria in particular. This remained a part of the Iwa policy throughout the 1930s until as late as 1943, although the number of people who were persuaded to go was quite small, only 432 in 1939 for example, and they rarely met their targets. Fujino 1984, 228, 265, 278, 302. In his first speech to the Diet in May 1936 Matsumoto had criticized the small amount of state spending on these projects and suggested it be increased to at least 10 million yen. However, as the 1930s progressed the liberal elements were purged and the Iwa movement was taken over by more overtly nationalist bureaucrats. Yamamoto Masao 7 left office in 1937, while the influence of nationalist politicians such as Hiranuma Kichi increased. Fujino 1984, 253. As liberals were being forced out of positions of influence, those who remained politically active were subject to state harassment. There were two further rounds of arrests at the end of 1937 and in February 1938 of people who had been involved in United Front activity. On December 15, 1937, Matsumoto too was summoned by the police and subjected to detailed questioning about his connection with the Comintern advice on the People's Front strategy issued 2 years earlier. He is reported to have said, "Who can remember things from 2 years ago? I'm the kind of person who forgets everything." 2 days later the police decided not to proceed with the investigation. Takayama 2005, 414. However, 446 people were arrested, including almost all of the others involved in the People's Front campaign, including Kotkanju, Suzuki Mozaber, and Arahata Kansen. Kat's Party, the Japan Proletarian Party, and the Labor Union, the Zenkoku Hijikai, were forced to disband. After this, Matsumoto was the only member of the Diet who continued to support the idea of an anti-fascist united front. Takayama 2005, 415. Meanwhile, the leader of the SMP, as Hisashi, having driven the People's Front elements out of his party, spoke in the Diet in November 1937 about the war in China being a significant stage in the development of the Japanese people, as a holy war that aims to overthrow UK/US capitalism in China and liberate the Eastern races by the forceful expulsion of the Soviet Union and internally the rapid promotion of national reform. Takayama 2005, 424. The SMP again took up the call for the creation of a one-party state, arguing that Kono should take the lead in dissolving the main political parties. The Suihaisha was not immune to this lurch to the right. Already Matsuda Kiichi, a former member of the JCP who had served 4 years in prison and presently leader of the Osaka branch of the Suihaisha, had joined the state socialist group, the Dai Nippon Sainant, Greater Japan Young People's Party, along with 20-30 members of the Osaka Suihaisha. He too spoke of liberating China from exploitation by UK/US capitalism and the communization of China, meaning the permanent subjugation of Asian culture to the Soviet Union. Takayama 2005, 427-30. On January 15, 1938, Kitahara, who had worked with Matsumoto since his release from prison and who had served as his secretary since his election in 1936, announced he wanted to resign. A couple of days later he also resigned as chair of the Fukuoka SMP, to be replaced by Tanaka Shigetsu. It is not clear exactly why he did this, but he later said that he had grown to dislike the kind of people who were surrounding his boss. 8 This did not mean that Kitahara was leaving the Suihaisha, not yet anyway. The Suihaisha Central Committee met on February 7. Some proposed to issue a statement critical of the United Front strategy to distance them from their JCP supporting past. Matsumoto successfully opposed this on the grounds that it would look like desertion of former comrades now in prison. Nevertheless, the committee resolved to recognize the war situation and the need to end social division at such a time. At its next meeting, in April, the Suihaisha Central Committee reviewed all its basic documents. It was less than 12 months since they had made some fundamental changes in their approach, replacing the class struggle line with a human rights approach, but now that too was replaced with a new set of central aims, at the heart of which was conforming to the essence of the polity kokutai no hongi, we will contribute to national prosperity by the perfection of conciliation among the people. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 545. Matsuda formally moved these proposals, but it is said that Kitahara wrote them and he certainly was present at this meeting. Takayama 2005, 431. This looked like a total capitulation to the state's plans for national mobilization and made the Suihaisha almost indistinguishable from the Iwa movement. On August 28 the Central Committee met and among other things heard a report from Tanaka Shigetsu on the failure of the strategy devised by Kitahara and Yamamoto, of the Iwa Central Council, to dissolve the Suihaisha. This may have been part of a plan to have the movement merge into the Dai Nippon Sainant. Takayama 2005, 432. Soon after this, Kitahara did leave the Suihaisha and took up a job in that party. The plan to hold the 15th conference in May 1938 had to be deferred, and it did not finally take place until November, by which time the movement had moved even further towards support of government policy. The Swihaisha flag was nowhere to be seen in the conference hall, having been replaced by the Hinomaru, rising sun, flag and banners covered in slogans supporting the war. Proceedings began with the singing the anthem of Kimijiayo, praise for the imperial family and an expression of thanks to those soldiers who had died in battle, Moriyama et al. 2003, 140. The conference endorsed the war effort, noting the need to free Asia from the fetters of British and American influence and to liberate the subject Asian races within a co-prosperity sphere. However, the movement had not lost all its critical ability. They commented on the need to resist discrimination in the army, and although they rejected the previous policy of non-cooperation with the Iwa movement, they urged the revision of its program. The conference even supported a motion to reform the aristocracy, but the police demanded that it be erased from the conference minutes. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 551-4. The following day a meeting was held of those who been at the Swihaisha conference plus 39 representatives from the Iwa movement. It seems that there may have been some plan for the Swihaisha to dissolve itself and on the following day agree to merge with the Iwa movement, but however much the Swihaisha had compromised itself in support of the state, it retained the wish to remain independent, and one suspects that some of this determination to maintain the organization came from Matsumoto. At a meeting held with representatives of the local newspapers in the Fukuoka area in September 1938, he had made clear that the notion that the Swihaisha was going to dissolve was a groundless rumor. Rather, it still had an important role to play in the process of national unification, taking the lead in the resolution of the buruku problem. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 536. The movement traveled a long way ideologically in the course of 1938. In particular, the Kansai-based group seems to have abandoned all its left-wing principles and come fully behind those groups who were urging national reform through the creation of a new party. Even the date of the 15th conference was the birthday of the Meiji emperor who, some nationalists argued, had been responsible for liberating the buruku. However, the group based in Fukuoka around Matsumoto was not prepared yet to sacrifice the Swihaisha in the cause of national unity. Concurrently, within the Swihaisha leadership things were getting complicated. In February 1939 Kitahara agreed with Yamamoto Masao, who was now working for an industrial association depository and bank, and Narisawa Hideo, both formerly of the Central Iwa Project Association, to form the Daiwakai. Its aim was to study the basic direction for a new national Iwa movement that in conformity with the war conditions would unite the national Swihaisha and Iwa groups, which until now have been opposed to each other. Takayama 2005, 463, quoting Kitahara. They were all linked to the state socialist think tank Nippon Kokutai Kenkyusho, Japan Polity Research Institute. For Kitahara, the approach of the Daiwakai was that at this time we must build a new Japan that changes the trends within domestic politics and revolutionizes the anti-Kokutai capitalistic order. We must liberate the oppressed people of Asia, correctly resolving the China incident and building the East Asia community. Takayama 2005, 464. These ideas spread among many of the Swihaisha Central Committee, especially those based in Osaka and Kyoto. A group of former Central Committeemen Kitahara, Asada, Matsuda, and Nozaka met at a hot spring resort in November 1939 to consider the future of the movement and its relation to the Daiwakai. Later, of the 6 members of the Swihaisha Central Committee, 3 decided to support the Daiwakai: Asada, Nozaki, and Matsuda. Ueda Otoiki was undecided, leaving only Yamato and Izuno fully supportive of the Swihaisha. Kitahara and Asada called a meeting for April 3, 1940 in Osaka, which was attended by more than 40 people from across Honshu. They criticized the Swihaisha for having been founded on either liberal ideas or class-based thought, both of which were remote from burukuman lives. They asserted that the path to buruku liberation lay within cooperative groups that participated in the new national structure. Discrimination was wrong because it was anti-Kokutai and was contrary to the notion that all Japanese are the emperor's children. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 663-9. They proposed the creation of a new movement, the buruku KCIKMNUND, Buruku Welfare Citizens Movement, and they planned a conference for August 28, which would be supported by funds from Arima. For a time this brought together the National Socialist-oriented group based in Nara, former supporters of the JCP and some liberal Iwa supporters, Kim Young-mi 1994, 148, Takayama 2005, 446. The special police noted that there was little support for these ideas in Kyushu, possibly because the movement was already moving towards greater cooperation with state officials, including the Iwa groups. On January 7, 1939, 8 senior members of the Fukuoka Suihaisha met with representatives of the city's social affairs sections, the special police and army regiments to discuss Iwa policy. Matsumoto gave a speech in which he not only supported Iwa education policy and emigration to Manchuria but argued that whatever policy was adopted, the main problem was discrimination, especially discrimination in marriage. For him this was the key. Takayama suggests that this was one of the clearest demonstrations of Matsumoto's buruku firstism. Amid all the uncertainties of wartime Japan, for Matsumoto the priority was still the overcoming of prejudice and discrimination, not the liberation of the peoples of Asia, not the revolutionary alteration of the capitalist structure, and not the overcoming of liberalism and classism. Takayama 2005, 467. Moreover, there were those among his close followers, Tanaka Shiketsu for example, who were saying that the time was coming for the dissolution of the Suihaisha and its merger into a national movement alongside the Iwa. Indeed, Matsumoto was taking part in activities along with Iwa leaders. In April 1939, along with Fukagawa Takeshi of the Tokyo Suihaisha and Koyama Saba, a manager of the Central Iwa Project, he became an executive member on the board of the Japan Bleached Bamboo Footwear Industrial Association. This was a traditional buruku industry that produced sandals, seta and ziri, and, indeed, one in which his parents had been involved. The 15th conference had resolved to support the wartime buruku welfare movement, of which this was a positive example, making plans for the cooperative acquisition of the raw materials used in production, the standardization of quality and price, and the distribution of the finished goods. Takayama 2005, 470. 7. Matsumoto Dietman. Returning to an examination of his formal role, we can see how Matsumoto used his position as a member of parliament to make speeches highlighting the problems being faced by those living in poverty, and not only burukumen. During the 71st session of the lower house held in February 1938, he noted that the state was spending relatively little on social projects. His main points were that Japan was spending very little on social policy compared to other first-rank countries, and that the projects being funded were less about helping those in poverty and more about extending state control over them. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 151-2. On February 1, 1939, in the main session, he asked questions about proposals for a personal mediation law that would set up a system of marriage counselors. He made a number of points on the complexity of marriage conciliation, especially in the context of the lives of tenant farmers, where often the landlord was called on to mediate in issues that the landlord did not understand. He is especially insistent that at least half of the conciliation mediators should be women. In reply, the minister assures Matsumoto and the rest of the Diet that all will be done to ensure that the service is supportive of the war effort, though he cannot guarantee that there will be so many female counselors. A few days later, within the Budget Committee, Matsumoto asked some questions about the regional improvement funds, which included the budget provided for the Iwa projects. Matsumoto pointed out that buruku communities were economically weak and had been adversely affected by the war structure. The leather industry had been particularly damaged and unemployment rates were very high. 9. In reply, the minister, Hirose Hisadata, said they were trying to provide funds to enable people to change jobs and that more money would be provided in the future. Moreover, he assured Matsumoto that both he and Prime Minister Hiranuma had a long and deep interest in the issue. On March 23, Matsumoto made a speech on a proposal for military aid for families of soldiers, in which his basic complaint was that the aid would be provided in a patronizing way that would be an insult to those who received it, and he gave an example of a family from his constituency to illustrate his point. Buruku Kidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 167-72. Kono had stepped down as Prime Minister in early January 1939 to be replaced by Hiranuma, formerly Vice President and President of the Privy Council, 1925-39, and a leader of the Iwa movement in the 1920s. In mid-March 1939 Matsumoto met him and explained how he saw the current situation and the activities the Swihaisha and Iwa movements were taking to oppose discrimination. Takayama 2005, 469. Meanwhile across the country local Swihaisha activists were starting to work with the Iwa groups. In Fukuoka, Tanaka Shigetsu had been elected to the prefectural assembly and was now arguing the case for close cooperation between the two movements, and indeed, he went further to suggest that the Swihaisha should now dissolve and merge with the Iwa movement. In November 1939 Matsumoto joined a party of Diet members visiting the Imperial Army in North and Northeast China. Later he was to claim that this was a visit expressing sympathy with the Chinese people, but Kim argues that it was rather an act of solidarity with the army, which was engaged in the plunder of China and massacre of the Chinese people. Moreover, she suggests that it might have been connected with the motion passed at the 15th Conference to cooperate with the national migration plans. Kim Young-mi 1994, 145, 265, 371. Matsumoto mentioned his China visit in a speech made on March 15, 1940 on the topic of the Iwa movement. He noted that, by chance, this was the anniversary of the promulgation by the Meiji Emperor of the Five-Article Charter Oath. He continued, to applause, to note, of course the true significance of the new order is the practical application of the great principle of all the world under one roof and the great spirit of one family under heaven and all brothers across the far seas in the construction of a new Asia without European and American colonies. My emphasis, Buruku Kidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 173. Though he was employing slogans of the time that were used to justify the Japanese advance into China, his main point was that if they could not eliminate discrimination against burukumen within Japan, they would not be able to deal with the mistreatment of Chinese and Koreans, and without this they would not be able to create a peaceful Asia. He requested and got answers to a variety of questions from the Ministers of Health and Welfare, Education, Interior, Agriculture, and Forestry, and War to the effect that they were taking the buruku issue seriously and that they would be taking steps to promote Iwa within their ministries. Buruku Kidme Ch Hanbu 1972, 173-9. As Takayama points out, on first reading of the speech it seems as though Matsumoto is accepting collaboration with the wartime regime. This in particular is the impression given by the way he uses the regime's stock phrases all the world under one roof, the great spirit of one family under heaven and all brothers across the far seas. However, read more carefully it becomes apparent that he uses every opportunity to drive home the message that without a solution to the buruku problem at home there can be little hope for building racial cooperation within the new order. Moreover, he puts very little emphasis on the need to fight and talks much more about the need to establish peace. Takayama 2005, 462. A month earlier Matsumoto had been on the fringes of a major Diet episode. On February 2, 1940, Said Takao, a member of the Minciate, had spoken out against both the army's strategy in the Chinese war and the moralistic tone taken by the government. The war was a struggle for survival, he said, not a moral enterprise. The army was appalled at this blasphemy and demanded successfully that the most offensive passages of the speech be expunged from the Diet record. Not content with that, they insisted that a vote be taken to expel Said from the Diet. Matsumoto and 8 members of the SMP absented themselves from this vote, and these 8 members were subsequently expelled from the party. As Matsumoto was not actually a member of the SMP at this time, and Totten is clear that he was not, 1966, 105, this would explain why he was not expelled. Party leader Abe Isu had also been absent, although, as he had been ill at the time, he suffered no penalty. Abe did however begin preparations for the creation of a new party to be called the Kinrikoku Mint, Working People's Party, and Matsumoto was invited to join. Having consulted with the Suihaisha group in Fukuoka and his personal support group, Kenkai, he agreed. Takayama 2005, 460. However, just as the party was about to be launched, on May 7, 1940, the Namush banned it on the grounds that it was socialist and based on the proletariat, Totten 1966, 105. While some within the Suihaisha such as Matsuda and even Kitahara were giving their full support to the aims of a state that was dominated by the army and supported by an increasingly intolerant police force, Matsumoto both within the Suihaisha organization and within the Diet remained determined to do what he could to protect the interests of those in buruku communities. Moreover, he was not doing this simply as a deviant radical. He seems to have been in constant touch with his grassroots supporters, not only the Suihaisha, and they were encouraging him to join what would have been the most radical of the legal political parties. 8. The Suihaisha and the wartime Iwa movement. While one part of the SMP and Matsumoto were discussing the formation of the Kinrikoku Mint, the rest of the party was negotiating to join the extreme right-wing THIRD, whose leader Nakano Sieg, also elected from the Fukuoka 1 constituency, was an admirer of Nazi Germany and is reputed to have regularly worn a Nazi uniform, or at least a black shirt. Within the Suihaisha, Kitahara, Asada, Matsuda, and Nozaki were tiring of the others in the Daiwakai who saw it only as a study group. They wanted to develop it as a new liberation movement, as one wing of the reformist national movement that aimed at building a new Japan. Takayama 2005, 471, see also Kitahara. On April 30 they held a meeting in Osaka with 33 representatives from across the country. At this meeting the Suihaisha was criticized for having been founded on either liberal ideas or class-based ideas. They asserted that the path to buruku liberation lay within cooperative groups that participated in the new national organization. They proposed the creation of a new movement, the Buruku KCI Kamen UND, Citizens Movement for Buruku Welfare, and they planned a conference for August 28 that would be supported by funds from Arima, Kim Young-mi 1994, 148. This brought together people from the Nara-based National Socialist group such as SAIC, former supporters of the JCP such as Kimura Kyotaran and some liberal Iwa supporters, Takayama 2005, 472-3. They criticized both the Suihaisha and the Iwa movements for preventing a solution to the buruku problem and instead proposed a new world view that would build a society based on production and farming cooperatives within a structure ruled over by the emperor. At the national level Kono was reinstalled as Prime Minister on July 22, 1940 and he committed himself to the creation of a new political order that would transform the political system by integrating the citizenry into the life of the state, which was now embarking on total war. It was not clear what this meant, and in the end the Imperial Rule Assistance Association, IRAA, or Yakuzenkai, was not formed until October. However, many political and social organizations disbanded in early summer in anticipation of the formation of the new body. One of the first to be disbanded was the SMP on July 6. The older centrist parties were more reluctant to self-destruct, but by August 15 all the major parties had dissolved and 2 days later what was left of the labor movement, the Neon Artiste, decided to dissolve voluntarily rather than be ordered to disband. Totten 1966, 105. For some years Arima had been advocating a new economic and social system that would combine the overthrow of capitalism, the control of finance capital by the state, the liberation of workers from individual exploitation and the creation of cooperative enterprises as the basis of industrial and agrarian production. Berger 1977, 164. In July 1940 he was advocating a new political order based on a federation of vocational groups or guilds. Presumably he anticipated that the Buruku KCI Kamen UND would become one of these groups under this new structure. At this point Gotriunashuk, a key member of the Shwa Kenkaikai, which was acting as Kono's think tank, approached the Suihaisha to ask if it would join the new party and political order. 10 Matsumoto may even have met Kono directly and been persuaded that this new structure would enhance the Prime Minister's ability to control the military by reducing its control over the Diet. On July 1 a statement was issued in Matsumoto's name that was broadly supportive of the decision to create a new, single party, Takayama 2005, 489. However, Matsumoto would only agree to disband the Suihaisha if the Iwa movement were also to disband, but Hiranuma would not agree to this. Imato Rinchi suggested that both organizations could continue but share a joint central committee, Takayama 2005, 494. Throughout July, discussions continued between representatives of the Suihaisha, the Iwa movement and the Ministry of Health and Welfare, MHW. On behalf of the Suihaisha, Fukugawa argued that they had no objection in principle to merger but that there was no energy in the Iwa group, it was simply administration. He did not want to see the Suihaisha annexed by the Iwa movement as Korea had been by Japan. Imato proposed that Matsumoto might be the deputy chairman of the new organization, Takayama 2005, 497-8. By July 25 there seems to have been broad agreement between bureaucrats and Iwa and Suihaisha representatives to form a Daiwa Kokumin. Over the next few days Imato continued his discussions with members of the Iwa Central Committee, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 656, but it is not clear how far Matsumoto was involved in this. At this point, Imato and Matsumoto left the negotiations to Fukugawa while they attended to other Suihaisha business. The Suihaisha held a committee meeting on August 4 in Osaka, which decided on punishment to be taken against Asada and the others in the Buruku KCI Undwa were trying to create a rival movement. Fukugawa spoke about the proposals to create the new movement based on army, bureaucrats, and people working as one. Imato spoke in most reverential language about the new political structure, which he said was based on patriotic fervor as necessary to assist the imperial project in which everyone was united with the emperor. There is no record of Matsumoto speaking at these meetings, but he seems to have been determined that unless Hiranuma agreed to dissolve the Iwa movement he would not dissolve the Suihaisha. Imato did not give up, however, and the discussion about the new movement continued, with the suggestion that its president be someone from the palace and the chairman someone such as an ex-prime minister. The 16th and, as it turned out, final Suihaisha conference was held in Tokyo on August 28, 1940, right in the middle of the negotiations that were leading to the dissolution of most other social and political associations. It was attended by 197 representatives of regional groups and another 236 delegates. Motions were passed in praise of the Imperial Army and expressing gratitude to the injured soldiers. The main discussion was about the need to form an organization that could work within the newly emerging structure, in which all the faults of the old system would be removed. Speeches noted how the Suihaisha and Iwa movements had begun from different starting points but now had the same goals and must unite. It was proposed to join the Daiwa Kokumin, which would work towards a complete solution to the Buruku problem in cooperation with Iwa groups, Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 657-63. The conference agreed to support the formation of this new movement and it seems likely that it was planned formally to disband the Suihaisha. However, this final step was not taken, and the following day a meeting of the Central Committee agreed to continue with negotiations while insisting on better funding for improvement projects and the abolition of the use of shizoku, samurai, in government documents. Point 11 Matsumoto is said to have been at the core of the resistance to dissolution and was presumably also strongly in favor of the elimination of these feudal remnants. The same day that the Suihaisha conference was held in Tokyo, the breakaway KCI Keimin Und was holding a meeting of 114 delegates in Osaka. Their aim was to create a vanguard leadership for the cooperative movements within the Buruku communities, putting aside liberalism and classism in order to work towards the complete elimination of conflict among the people. Watanabe Inakaseta 1974b, 676-8. The Iwa and Suihaisha movements, it was argued, had played out their historic role, and there was now a need for something new. Kitahara and the others held more meetings that autumn, but by this stage there was very little difference between their approach and that of the main Suihaisha. They recognized this, and sometime in November or December they held two meetings that disbanded the movement, with the observation that its historic mission had been fulfilled. In truth, there never had been much difference between them and the mainstream Swihaisha, but it was noticeable how the breakaway group retained the style and language of a Marxist-Leninist organization, even when they were discussing the nationalist wartime project. During the third quarter of 1940, Matsumoto was involved in a series of discussions with Kikuyama Yoshio, now the chairman of the Central Iwa organization and Hiranuma's right-hand man. Matsumoto had claimed on a number of occasions to have been ready to disband the Swihaisha, but only if the Iwa movement would also cease activity. He was not convinced that they had any sincere desire to eliminate discrimination, while for their part they were suspicious of cooperating with people who had been involved in an anti-state movement led by left-wing ideas. Takayama 2005, 514-15. Arima became the first Secretary-General of the IRIA when it was set up on October 12, 1940, and he, possibly with Kono and those on the reformist right, such as Nakano and presumably Kitahara, Asada etal, envisaged it as a political entity that would forge a new relationship between all levels of government and mobilize the populace in support of the national mission at home and abroad. It did not develop as some had envisaged, as a reform party based on mass organizations such as the Swihaisha/Iwa, but Matsumoto continued to be involved in discussions over the role the Swihaisha might play in the new political order. Was he simply stalling so as to put off the time when his organization would disappear? Or was he trying to negotiate the best possible deal for the communities he represented? In the course of the first half of 1941 the structure of the IRIA was changed to eliminate all the political elements and the leadership was placed in the hands of Interior Minister Hiranuma. Arima and those around him resigned. In Berger's words, the IRIA did not become a party, and constitutional limited pluralism survived. 1977, 344. A ceremony to mark the launch of the new IRIA was held in April and all the members of the Diet were invited, with the exception of those radicals who had tried to create the Kinrakoka Mint, so Matsumoto was not present. On November 2 representatives of each Swihaisha prefectural group met in the Honganji Temple, Asakusa, Tokyo. They passed the motions: we agree to dissolve the national Swihaisha and, we give all our support to the Daiwa Haku-UND, Daiwa Patriotic Movement. The following day in the same place the inaugural meeting of the Daiwa Haku-UND was held. The Osaka Asahi Shimbun reported the following day under the headline of From Swihaisha to the IRIA that the Swihaisha had changed its name to Daiwa Haku-UND and joined with 200 Iwa supporters to support the IRIA movement. Takayama 2005, 517, Kim Youngmi 1994, 171. For many, this marks the point at which the Swihaisha ceased to exist as a national organization. The first national meeting of the Daiwa Haku-UND was held on May 5, 1941. 700 attended, including Matsumoto, who was somewhat put out because the chair was taken by Lt. General Shimamoto. He seems to have spent most of the day sulking in a side room, but Arima, who was unable to attend due to illness, asked him to make a brief speech in his place. He said, I support the Daiwa movement not because there is anything wrong with the Swihaisha but because supporting it does no harm, and, pointing at the chairman, he added, only those who have suffered discrimination understand the pain. No matter how clever they are with words, we must not be fooled by those who have not experienced it. Takayama 2005, 521. This was his last contact with this movement. Over the next few months Shimamoto would restructure it and in April 1942 make it part of the Dai Nippon Kyoidme, Greater Japan East Asia League. Point 12. In June 1941 the CH Iwajigi Kaikai, Central Iwa Project Association, changed its name to the DWA Hakai, and at the same time all the movements, committees and publications that had previously used the word Iwa, conciliation, substituted DWA in their formal names. The two characters were said to have been chosen because they had appeared in a speech made by the Shwa Emperor on December 28, 1926, shortly after the death of his father, Fujino 1984, 293. Point 13. The change in name did not signify any change in the functions of these various bodies, but it was part of the process of trying to connect them to the IRA umbrella structures and formally invoked an association with the imperial household. The former Minister of Health and Welfare, Yoshida Shigeru, made a final attempt to create a united movement by inviting Kikuyama from DWA Hokai, Shimamoto from Daiwa Hokai and Matsumoto from the Suihaisha to a meeting on June 18. Imato Rinchi seems to have gone to considerable efforts to set this meeting up, but the day before it was due to take place Matsumoto left Tokyo for Fukuoka, presumably in an attempt to prevent Yoshida closing the Suihaisha down. Annoyed at his boss's stubbornness, Imato gave up too. He returned to Fukuoka and swore he would have nothing more to do with Matsumoto. Takayama 2005, 524. 9. Matsumoto and the onset of total war. No one doubts that it was hard to oppose the power of the state in the late 1930s and 1940s. It became increasingly difficult as Japan's commitment to the war in China became more total, meaning that on the one hand it was more widely supported by the populace and on the other that the state extended its ability to suppress dissent. At least part of the historical record, that of his activities between 1936 and 1941, suggests that Matsumoto was doing as much as anyone and more than most to resist the development of national mobilization. His attempts to organize an anti-fascist People's Front were both energetic and risky. There were admittedly in 1936 many from the center-right leftward who were similarly keen to resist the encroachment of military influence over politics. However, gradually more of those became convinced of the justice of Japan's defensive war in Asia or persuaded of the futility of resistance to it. By the end of 1938, Matsumoto was one of the very few still active in national politics who were openly critical of government policy. Interestingly, though he did not elaborate on his position, he seems to have been committed to notions of equality as guaranteed by the Constitution. He begins his public references to the Constitution in the Takamatsu campaign, but references to it crop up across the late 1930s. This was of course a relatively safe position to take, since no policeman or government official could object to the provisions of the Meiji Constitution. It also gave him something in common with ultranationalist politicians who felt that the wartime government was acting unconstitutionally by exercising too much power that properly belonged to the emperor. It is not easy to gauge how active the Suihaisha was in the later 1930s or the significance of its refusal to disband. The official estimates of the movement's total membership suggest it remained strong until late 1930s, but at the same time there are reports from many local leaders about the difficulties they were having in getting people to attend meetings or take part in kaidan activities. Nevertheless, it may well have been one of, if not the biggest single social movement that was still active in the second half of 1937, after the outbreak of war in China. By that time, however, the leadership of the movement was deeply divided about its most appropriate direction. Many activists were attracted by the military rhetoric about coming to the defense of the Chinese people against the UK and US imperialist predators, especially when this was linked to prospects for radical anti-capitalist reform within Japan, ideas that were not completely inconsistent with the internationalism and revolutionary ideas they had espoused while members of the Communist Party. Moreover, they could easily envisage a role for the reorganized Suihaisha movement within the new structure that the reformers wanted Kono to create. It seemed possible that discrimination might be eliminated within this new society and that the Suihaisha and Iwa movements, already overlapping, should completely merge. Matsumoto was not so easily convinced. Given the amount he had invested in the Suihaisha movement both in time and money over the previous 20 years, it is not surprising that he was so reluctant to see it disappear. Moreover, his innate anti-authoritarian streak led him to distrust promises that the state would take care of buruku interests. For good or ill, for the rest of his life after becoming the leader of the Suihaisha, or the Kaino Shishi, father of liberation, his chief priority was to reduce and, if possible, finally eradicate discrimination against burukumen in Japan. Some thought this made him short-sighted, but it also made him less vulnerable to distraction. We should also remember that he had been imprisoned for 4 years as a result of his campaigns in the 1920s, including one against the army in Fukuoka. It is no wonder that he was unhappy to find that the movement that was intended to replace the Shueisha would be led by a retired army officer. 5. Matsumoto and the War in the Pacific. Matsumoto at the start of total war. For the previous 5 years as a member of the Diet, Matsumoto had done what he could to try to organize some resistance to the national mobilization of politics, society, and economy for war, trends that he regarded as making Japan fascist. It has to be admitted that his efforts achieved very little. He had managed to keep the Shueisha in existence despite demands from the police, the leaders of the rival Iwa, now DWA, movement, and even from many former activists either to cease activity altogether or to join with state-sponsored organizations. Even so, the organization was doing very little, and the energies of its leading activists had been mainly directed towards finding ways to accommodate its aims and aspirations with those of the state-sponsored groups. However, there were broader, international pressures at work that forced Japan's leaders into a position such that in late 1941 they felt they had no alternative but to attack the United States, which at the end of July had halted all oil exports to Japan. With no imported petroleum, Japan's military operations on land and sea would have ground to a halt within 2 years. A simultaneous attack on the U.S. fleet based in Hawaii and British-controlled Malaysia and Singapore would enable the seizure of oil fields in the Dutch East Indies. This would secure Japan's control of an Asian sphere of influence, providing the resources needed to complete the task of controlling China, which had begun in 1937. If Japan's European allies, Germany and Italy, could succeed in inflicting a lasting defeat on Britain, France, and Holland, Japan would be able to negotiate an end to hostilities, leaving it dominant within the region. This was the thinking that lay behind the decision to attack Pearl Harbor on December 7, December 8, Japan time. Matsumoto would always argue that one role he and the Shueisha could play, even in wartime, was to help protect the livelihoods of buruku people. Already we have seen how he agreed to become an advisor to the White Bamboo Footwear Association as a way of promoting buruku-based industry. This perhaps also explains his desire to become a managing director of the Japan New Leather Control Co., Ltd., Nihon Shinko Keiku Tsui Jurakasha, with an office in Akasaka, Tokyo. Ishida Hidekatsu and Narikawa Yoshio of the Osaka Shueisha had petitioned the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for the production of dog leather to be split off from the controlled economy and for them to be given the distribution rights. Finally their efforts bore fruit, and in July 1941 the new company was set up in Matsumoto's Tokyo office. Nicknamed the Wanwan Keisha, Bow Wow Company, it produced and distributed leather goods made from the pelts of wild feral dogs and also canned their meat. Clothes, especially gloves, made from dog leather were particularly valued in extremely cold places such as Manchuria, and presumably the growing hardship of urban life made dog meat a useful supplement to food rations. When Narikawa, the manager of the Osaka office, joined the army in August 1941, Matsumoto offered his job to Yamato. At first he refused, but on September 25 that year he married one of Matsumoto's cousins, and after the wedding Matsumoto asked him again. This time he accepted. Takayama 2005, 525. In the first years of the war the company by all accounts was very busy. Evidence about exactly what it did is scarce, but Kim has found references to the Leather Goods Distribution Committee meeting in June 1944 with the Army and Navy Ministries and the Clothing Depot. They agreed to centralize the production of dog and cat leather with the Bow Wow Company and to fix prices by agreement with the Army and Navy Ministries. In September of that year, the company held a general meeting and changed the composition of the executive board in order to ensure close contact with the body that controlled the chemicals used in leather production, but Matsumoto remained the company president and Yamato remained on the board. He continued to work there until March 1945 when, during American bombing of the city, the office was burnt down in a fire that destroyed not only the factory but also all the archives of the Shueisha movement, which had secretly been stored there. Kim Young-mi 1994, 668. On December 19, 1941 further restrictions were placed on freedoms of speech, publication, assembly, and association. This designated the Swihaisha as a thought association, and it was given 30 days to apply for a permit to continue its existence. As a last act of resistance, Matsumoto refused to make the application. On January 19, as no permit had been applied for, Yamato took down the sign National Swihaisha General Headquarters from outside the Osaka office, but Matsumoto still refused formally to declare the movement dissolved. Takayama 2005, 527. Arima approached him in the course of February suggesting cooperation with the IRAA, Yakuzenkai, but Matsumoto refused. In March 1942 there were more changes made to the IRAA as Prime Minister TJ set out his plan for the Great East Asia CO Prosperity Sphere. It seemed possible that in the course of this restructuring, the Swihaisha, the DWA movement and the Dewa organization might be dissolved and merged, but this did not work out either. In the spring Matsumoto was summoned to the Namush and warned that if he did not comply he would not get IRAA backing at the forthcoming election. That might have damaged his chances of re-election, but he did not budge. He later said that he told them, "The Swihaisha was spontaneously born and if there is no longer any need for the movement it will naturally disappear. Do you really think that there is no need for the movement at present? If you can guarantee that, then maybe there is no need for it to exist anymore. Even if you increase the buruku improvement funds in the national budget up to 2 or 3 million yen there will still be a need for us. We are not active in this movement because we like it. We depend on the government and it is not good to be dependent. This movement is our way of standing on our own feet. So until this movement is no longer necessary I will definitely not give it up." Takayama 2005, 527-8, quoting from an article in Sekai GP, September 1947. He was still playing an active role within parliamentary proceedings. On March 10 he returned to Tokyo and asked questions in the Diet about policy towards the coal industry, on the 12th, and national conciliation, on the 15th. On the 24th he took part in the debate on the Wartime Penal Code special law, arguing against it. To the 1942 election. The issue of the 1942 election is controversial. Matsumoto was an official candidate in the election sponsored by the IRAA and as such he was later criticized by the American occupiers and some historians of the Swihaisha. However, as a leading public figure it already had been impossible for Matsumoto to avoid becoming part of the new national movement. When a Fukuoka branch of the IRAA had been created on December 2, 1940 there were 16 advisors listed, among them the commanders of the 2 regiments in Fukuoka and Kurume, the president of Kyushu University, the editor of the Fukuoka Nika Nika Shimbun, and Matsumoto, a local MP, Takayama 2005, 519. One doubts if it would have been possible for the IRAA to refuse to endorse such a senior member of their organization. On the other hand, the Namush had threatened to withhold its endorsement of him in the 1942 election as part of its efforts to persuade him to renounce the Swihaisha formally. Matsumoto could have refused the endorsement, and indeed, some did and still were elected. The wider context here was that Prime Minister Tijen the army wanted to use the election to eliminate the residual influence of party politicians by removing the Yakuzen Dan, or Yakus for short, which was the IRAA Young Adults Association, from Namush control. They then wanted to use Yakusto campaign only for officially nominated candidates. The first problem with this plan was that they were unable to remove Yakus from Namush control. Secondly, General Abe Nobuyuki, who chaired the IRAA commission of 33 representatives of all fields, which nominated candidates, had considerable respect for the party leaders and included several of them on his commission, Berger 1977, 348. As a result, 234 incumbents were nominated, many former members of the 2 main parties of whom 200 were elected. There were 471 candidates nominated in total for the 466 seats, and there were 85 candidates who stood successfully without state backing, Oates 1985, 98. Official endorsement was significant in that it meant the Yakus would campaign for you, and it entitled you to financial assistance from the emergency military funds, rinji gunjahi, which was worth between 2,000 yen and 10,000 yen, Totten 1966, 309, and 20. Totten suggests Matsumoto was only given IRAA endorsement because they knew he would be elected anyway, 1966, 372. The question really is whether he could have turned this support down. After the war, in 1948-9, he said that he got the endorsement in spite of his intentions, but by 1954 he was claiming to have explicitly refused it. Some commentators suggest that if he had firmly refused it, he would not have got it. Given his wealth, fame locally and a kenkai that had existed for at least 6 years, he probably did not need Yaku support or the special funding. Re-election without formal endorsement was possible. Nakano Sieg, the right-winger who had been critical of the TJ government, was re-elected without state support in the same constituency as Matsumoto. Of the former Social Democrats, 75 stood, 8 were endorsed, of whom all were elected. Nevertheless, of the rest only 11 were elected, Totten 1966, 310. Clearly sponsorship increased your chances of success. Civil engineering contractor Matsumoto was one of 4 candidates sponsored by Yakuzen Seiji Taisei Kaikai in the constituency. 1 His election statement began with 3 election slogans. Shed sweat for work. Shed tears for the people. Shed blood for your country. Takayama 2005, 530, Kim Youngmi 1994, 348. Kim notes that these were similar to those used by the Social Democrat Nishio Suehiro but somewhat milder than those used by rightists Akeo Bin and Sasakawa Yoichi in War, Blood. In production increase, sweat. In politics, tears, 1993, 418-19. Moreover, they are remarkably similar to the words of Takagami Kakushi, a Buddhist scholar who in 1942 published a work entitled Yasukuni no Seishin, The Spirit of Yasukuni. At one point in this he writes, "But how can we instill this spirit of Yasukuni? Ultimately I think we should use the following words. Spill your blood with joy for the nation. Shed tears of joy for the people. Gladly make yourself sweat. For truly, it is only through that blood, those tears, and that sweat that we can bring about a spring of bright peace to heaven and earth in East Asia, and throughout the world." Quoted in Takahashi 2006, 162-3. In his election statement, Matsumoto begins, "There is no greater honor than to stand before you, my beloved friends, for the 3rd time as a candidate for the House of Representatives and engage fearlessly and decisively in this election right in the middle of the radiant Greater East Asian War." It is hard to know what to make of the phrases in this address. There is evidence to support the views of both supporters and critics. On the one hand, he uses stock phrases about completion of a powerful defensive state, KD Kokub Koka, at the same time as explaining that this means the creation of a worker state structure, Kinrakoka Teisei no Kakuritsu, Kim Youngmi 1994, 348-9. April 1942 was the high point of Japan's military campaign. The Battle of Midway, which was the first serious defeat at the hands of the Americans and a turning point of the war in the Pacific, did not occur until early June. For the moment at least, there was reason to be optimistic about the outcome of the military adventure and to believe that the war was indeed radiant. Matsumoto surrounded by his supporters at the time of the election in April 1942. In any case, his election campaign was a personal success. Matsumoto won 21,756 votes, 20.4% of valid votes cast, and came second out of 7 candidates. His electoral popularity had increased significantly since 1936. If the vote received in 1936 is regarded as base 100, in 1937 it stood at 109 and by 1942 it had reached 150, and just focusing on Fukuoka City, it was up to 160. He was clearly winning support from across the city. Buruku Kaidme Ch Hanbu 1987, 233. 3. The War Years. There is only fragmentary evidence of how Matsumoto occupied himself after 1942. He was a conscientious member of parliament. This is perhaps to be expected, since there would have been no point in standing for election and then not taking part in the activities of the assembly to which he was elected. He took part in a range of debates and discussions and joined parliamentary organizations such as the League for the Promotion of the People's Education. In the Diet sessions of early 1943 he supported a proposal for the restoration of the Munakata Shrine, spoke on amendments to the Pharmaceutical Affairs Law, February 9, on marriage counseling, 8 and February 24, and on the revision of the conscription law, 12 and February 20. Some ask whether he could have used his position to protest more effectively about or try to change the government's policies. How far can he be considered by his actions or inaction to have explicitly collaborated with the wartime government's policies? What, if anything, was he able to do to help his fellow burukumen or indeed any marginal groups? He certainly visited Hokkaido in the summer of 1942 and spoke about Ainu issues. The Ainu are an ethnic group indigenous to Hokkaido, in the Diet, but he does not seem to have taken any actions in the Diet that related directly to buruku issues. Moreover, Kim Young-mi notes that he was a member of a committee that in February 1943 revised the law to introduce conscription for Koreans. Not only did he attend all the meetings of this particular committee, but at one point he even chaired a session. He was present at the final vote, which unanimously approved the bill that forced young Koreans to report for military service from April 1, 1944, Kim Young-mi 1994, 356-7. From December 1943 to February 1944 he served on two subcommittees of the Budget Committee that considered measures that led to the forced recruitment of workers from Korea and Taiwan. Once again, even if outright opposition was not possible, he could have made some kind of token protest by absenteeing himself from the meetings when crucial votes were taken, as some critical members did. Kim Young-mi 1994, 357-8. He attended Diet sessions 82 through 88 and played an active part, attending the sessions of the Budget Committee, especially the subcommittees on the activities of the Ministries of the Interior, Health and Welfare, and Commerce and Industry. Kim points out that there is no evidence that Matsumoto put up any resistance to the government's policies by, for example, opposing the passage of any of the annual budgets. However, given the state of total war, it would have been difficult to sustain any real opposition to government policy proposals, and even if we must agree with Kim that Matsumoto made little attempt to exert an influence over detailed policy, there is some evidence that he continued to take part in anti-establishment activity. Matsumoto was spending a lot of time in Tokyo, presumably looking after his business interests as well as working in the Diet. During the early 1940s, Narazaki Tomio was living in Matsumoto's Tokyo house while studying at Meiji University. One night he came home very late to find the Bow Wow Company office with the storm doors tightly shut so no one could see in from outside. At a meeting inside were Hato Yamaichir, Liberal, Nakano Sieg, Nationalist Right, Abe Isu, former SDP, Tamiyoshi Eiji, and Shina Etsusaba. All of them were politicians except Shina, who was the hope of the radical bureaucrats in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It is not known what this meeting was about, but what this diverse group had in common was their opposition to the military domination of politics and, presumably, a desire to keep the meeting hidden from prying eyes. Takayama 2005, 525. In 1954 Matsumoto, asserting that he had not cooperated with the war effort, explained how in February 1942 he had argued against the Wartime Penal Code special law. At first there were 187 members against it, but after intervention and oppression there were only 7 who protested right to the end, including me, Mizutani Chosaber II and Saite Takao, quoted in Buruku Kai Shuppensha, ed. 1977, 230 and Kim Young-mi 1994, 632. The problem with this account is that Set was not a member of the Diet at this time, as he had been expelled in 1940 following a speech deemed excessively critical by the army, and he was only re-elected, without IRAA sponsorship, in April 1942. However, In February the following year a proposal from Prime Minister T. to revise this law was introduced into the Diet and a committee of 27 formed to oppose it, which included Mizutani and Akio Bin among others. Neither Matsumoto nor Saito were members of this committee, but they did oppose the bill in the main vote. For nationalists such as Akio Bin, the objection to the bill was that it concentrated too much power in the hands of the Prime Minister, which the nationalists thought unconstitutional since it rightly belonged to the emperor. The disparity between what Matsumoto later said and what the record shows might simply be Matsumoto getting mixed up after 10 years, but as Kim points out, it was a fortunate memory slip that bracketed him with the liberals and social democrats rather than linking him with the nationalists. Kim Young-mi 1994, 632-6. In a similar vein, although potentially more damaging to his reputation, is evidence that on June 14, 1943 he made a speech at the founding meeting of the Ikakai, the Pearl Harbor Day Society. This was a group of 27 elected members of the lower house, which included not only several notorious nationalists, such as Nakano Sige, Sasakawa Ryoichi, and Akio Bin, but also others such as Matsumoto and Hirano Rikaiso who had earlier been active in one of the proletarian groups. It is not clear what this group did. Its principles were rather enigmatic. The first principle of victory is clarification of the Kokutai, and we will promote through all our actions the essence of the Kokutai. We will act in obedience to the imperial rescript and will fight to the end and will win in the end. We will fulfill our duties as members of the Imperial Diet, pledging our most strenuous efforts and adhering to the articles of the Constitution. Kim Young-mi 1994, 350. While on the one hand, this group pledged itself to the commemoration of this impressive day, it also resolved to meet frequently so that we may discharge our duties as members of the Imperial Diet by examining the current situation and inquiring into the real state of affairs. Buruku Kaiken Kaisho 1991, 106. The context to the formation of this group was a special, 3-day Diet session called to pass two important economic control measures. Tight control was maintained over the Diet proceedings, but protest led by Hatoyama and Nakano about the corruption of government by sycophants was possible at a meeting of the Imperial Rule Association Political Society, Oates 1985, 105. However, the Ikakai was more than a temporary organization and continued to meet until 1945. Matsumoto was well known to several of the right-wing politicians and political groups, many of which had connections with Fukuoka. He had always seen himself as a figure able and willing to stand up to authority, and membership of the Ikakai was perhaps the only way he could express that anti-authoritarianism in the Japan of 1943. It may also be an expression of his commitment to diet-based democratic politics. So we should hesitate before condemning him simply on the grounds of who else was in the group, as Kim does. It may simply have been a case of same bed, different dreams. The Matsumoto Gumi continued in business throughout the war. The regional Shinto shrines memorializing those who died in battle were renamed Gokokujinjia, meaning shrines of those who died in defense of the fatherland, and they strengthened their links with the Yasukuni Shrine in Tokyo. The Matsumoto Gumi was one of the companies that took part in the contract to construct the Gokokujinjia in Fukuoka City, and there is a posed picture of Matsumoto taking part in the building work. This might also explain his support of the motion to restore the Munakata Shrine. In March 1944 the company joined the Kyushu Civil Engineering and Construction Control Union, Kyushu Doboku Kensetsu Jikai Tsikai, which indicated an annual turnover of at least 500,000 yen, Kim Young-mi 1994, 315, and 120. Membership of this group would have ensured access to further work. Conscript soldiers about to leave for China would muster in Higashi Park, just behind Matsumoto's house. In May 1942 Yusuji Saikir, later a Burukuman leader, gathered with other soldiers of the 24th Regiment and was surprised to see Matsumoto there with a bicycle-drawn trailer full of apples and satsuma oranges, mikan. He handed them out to the young soldiers, saying, "Don't die. Be sure to come back home alive." Yusuji 1975, 45, Takayama 2005, 531. It seems this was a regular occurrence. Tanaka Shigetsu recalled that Matsumoto was critical of the war and that at least in private he would predict Japan's defeat. As a member of parliament he had access to information about the success of the Allied advance towards Japan, which ordinary citizens would not have known about. He was vulnerable to arrest, but the police seemed to have respected his status as a politician and he was protected from attack by rightists, having members of the Suihaisha and occasionally Kyushu origin sumo wrestlers stay in his house. Takayama 2005, 532. He remained a prominent figure in the organizations based in Fukuoka City that promoted the war effort. In April 1944 a central coordinating committee to rouse the people to action, Kokumin Sokeki Uendi Chirenraku Kaigi, was formed and in the following month he became a permanent representative of the Imperial Rule Association Politics Society, IRAPS, regional group that joined this committee. In the spring of 1945 the government started to prepare for a possible invasion and this meant changing the IRAA into some kind of extra-military fighting force. There were many unresolved tensions between the Namush, the army, and the IRAA, which made progress setting up such a force slow, but in late April a Jikakai, Patriotic Council, was established. Then in June 1945 a bill was submitted to the 87th Diet formally creating a Jide, Patriotic Corps, structure and making service within it compulsory for all men aged between 15 and 60 and women between 17 and 40. No weapons were provided, but the organization was meant not only to organize last-ditch resistance to an invading force but also to ensure the continued production of essential goods and services. It is consistent with what we know about Matsumoto's function within the wartime regional organizations that we should find him listed among the 20 advisors of the Fukuoka Prefecture Jide when it was formed on June 8. The Gaikai Kikai was abolished on August 10, thankfully never having done very much. Terunuma 1979, 201-18. 4 other Suihaisha leaders. Finally, a few words on what Matsumoto's Suihaisha comrades were up to in the 1930s and during the war. Kitahara Daisaku had been part of the JCP faction within the Suihaisha during 1933-4 but was arrested in Fukuoka on January 28, 1934. He was released on January 10, 1935 on the strength of 20 yen surety paid by Matsumoto after 500 days in custody and on the basis of a tank statement that may or may not have been heartfelt. Although he does not seem to have been tortured, he was greatly weakened by his time in prison and spent 6 months recuperating at Matsumoto's expense in Fukuoka. Neither his poor health, nor his tank statement, nor the close supervision of the police prevented him from working for Matsumoto's election campaign in early 1936, and after the election he moved to Tokyo to help him set up office there. In 1938 he resigned as Matsumoto's secretary to take up a better paid post working for the nationalist Dai Nippon Seinen Dan, Great Japan Youth Group, in Tokyo. This supported the New Party movement by encouraging young people at schools, university, and at work to join the new structure. A month after starting this new job, he visited Manchuria with representatives of 26 youth groups in what seems to have been an attempt to encourage emigration. Kitahara 1974, 313-14. Asada Zenosuke would take over from Matsumoto as the movement's leader following his death. He had been involved in both the Suihaisha and the labor movement in Kyoto since the 1920s but was arrested and tortured in December 1930. On his release he resumed activity on the left of the Suihaisha, taking part in protests against discrimination. In April 1940 he joined with Kitahara and Ueda, among others, in creating a rival organization to the Suihaisha, the buruku Kci Kamen Uendi, which in its founding statement announced its support for the anti-imperialist war in China and linked the solution of the buruku problem to the process of eliminating internal divisions within Japan as a necessary corollary to the successful prosecution of the war. They met again on August 28, the same day as a Suihaisha conference, and claimed national support. At this time the Suihaisha in the persons of Matsumoto and Yamato were in discussions with the Namush and Hiranuma Kichira about possible amalgamation with the Iwa movement. As we saw, in the end Hiranuma and Matsumoto could not agree on a compromise solution. However, the main aim of the KCI had been for the Swihaisha to play a more positive role in the wartime state structure, and with negotiations underway between the Swihaisha and Iwa movements, they felt this had been achieved. Meanwhile, they feared that the police were poised to take action against those who had made false or imperfect tank statements, so they decided to dissolve their movement after only 8 months. Since March 1938, Asada had been employed by the Kyoto City Council in the Social Affairs section, where he was involved in housing improvement projects. He would remain there until March 1946, Maikawa 2002, 546. Ueda Otoiki was another key figure of the post-war Buruku liberation movement. He had also played a vital role in the development of the Swihaisha movement in his native Mie prefecture. He lived to the age of 101, only dying in January 1999. For Ueda, membership of the Swihaisha in the 1920s had been one aspect of his participation in the JCP-led proletarian movement, which locally included both farmers and workers' organizations. Such activity attracted police attention, and on March 13, 1933 he was one of 150 activists in Mie who were arrested. He was released on December 12, having apparently made a complete tank. This did not prevent him from standing, unsuccessfully, as an anti-fascist candidate in the 1937 general election or joining the SMP in October of that year, Buruku Kaiken Kaisho, ed. 1986, 41. Ueda responded enthusiastically to the proposal to form the Buruku KCI and attended its meetings and conference. Moving into the years of total war, their paths diverged. Kitahara continued to work with nationalist youth groups. Asada remained in the housing division in Kyoto City, periodically taking part in the activities of the Shinwakai, which was the prefectural version of the reorganized Iwa movement, Maikawa 2002, 548. Ueda held a senior position in the Mie IRAA and from 1943 served as the head of the Matsuzaka City Yakuzansnan. In that role he urged his fellow burukumen to play a positive role in the new structure movement, to cut themselves loose from their traditional communities and industries and move either within Japan or even overseas, for example to Manchuria, Miyamoto 2002, 536. For conclusion, at a general level, Japan's wartime history thus far has only been imperfectly examined. Social history, like many social sciences in Japan, has tended to be dominated by Marxist historians, but very few on the left had a good war. Some, mostly those associated with the JCP, maintained their principles and remained in jail or went into exile, either China or the Soviet Union. The rest either collaborated with the wartime regime with more or less enthusiasm or dropped out of politics altogether. This has left a legacy of avoiding inquiring too closely into what post-war social movement leaders did between 1941 and 1945. There has also been some reluctance to examine carefully the careers of those activists who were central to the post-war left while they were alive. The fact that some, such as Nosaka Sanzof the JCP and Ueda of the Swihaisha, lived to be over 100 meant that it was only in the 1990s that scholars began to re-examine their wartime records and those of their comrades. If we focus on what Matsumoto did, there is nothing that he was involved in that would have attracted criticism from those who had fought with him to oppose discrimination in the 1930s. He was active at both the national and local levels, doing things very similar to his former comrades. The admirably detailed research by Kim has shown that there are aspects of his wartime career that have been as yet under-researched and that claims were made by and for Matsumoto that do not stand up to close scrutiny. However, it does not seem entirely fair to accuse him, as she does, of inciting the Buruku masses to support the aggressive war. See, for example, Kim Jung-mi 1994, 30. In the late 1930s he had been one of those who had tried in vain to organize opposition to the gradual move towards totalitarianism. After 1940 he does seem to have become involved in the wartime structure more than some post-war critics may feel comfortable with, but it is at worst collaboration with the regime and never goes so far as to involve him in sharing war responsibility. Indeed, it is possible to find some elements of his commitment to democratic practice in a workers' state smuggled into the statements that superficially contain only set phrases of support for the wartime government. But how do we judge his business activities after the onset of total war and mobilization of the entire society in its service? How far should we criticize his involvement in the bamboo shoe and dog leather companies? Can we just see this as using his prestige and business acumen in the service of this community? He was never slow to share his wealth, either with the movement as a whole or with individuals within it who were in need. It is more difficult to assess his political activity after the outbreak of the war in the Pacific. We might argue that he did what he could to maintain resistance to military attempts to control the democratically elected Diet, even when this meant allying with fellow dissenters who included both liberals and ultranationalists. On the other hand, critics such as Kim show how his work on the Diet committees gave legitimacy to decisions made within the ministries such that it is not inappropriate to ask questions about the extent of his wartime responsibility. If in 1942 he had not stood for election, but rather had spent the rest of the war keeping a low profile managing his construction company and buruku industry businesses, few would have criticized him when, post-war, he resumed his political career. He did not lack courage criticizing government before 1942, and he seems to have been involved in some degree of criticism of it thereafter. What is frustrating for Kim, and indeed the present writer, is Matsumoto's studied avoidance of the topic after the war. Not only did he avoid any serious reflection on his war record, at times he seems to have deliberately obscured his actions, claiming, for example, that he was always opposed to everything the wartime regime did. As far as we can tell, he was a robust critic of Japanese government policy at home and abroad for as long as and probably longer than anyone of his generation who remained out of prison. For this he deserves credit. But it is also clear that there were times in the period from April 1942 to August 1945 when his activities at the very least helped to legitimize decisions to conscript Koreans into the Imperial Army and enforce the labor of Koreans and Taiwanese. No one doubts his courage as a critic of government, but it would have been to his greater credit if he had chosen to speak about the whole range of his political record with greater honesty and clarity after the war. That none of his generation chose to do so long made it difficult for the Japanese to resume friendly relations with their neighbors in East Asia. 6. Matsumoto and occupied Japan. After surrender. At noon on August 15, 1945, the emperor broadcast by radio to his people across the empire, conceding defeat at the hands of the Allied forces. Without directly mentioning surrender, he declared that it was his aim to pave the way for a grand peace for all generations to come. Bix 2526. Matsumoto's first reaction was to order a large batch of rice to be made into neary, rice balls, which he took in his three-wheeled truck to be distributed among the hungry and homeless gathered in front of Hakata Station. He was reported to have said, "If I didn't do this, do you know what they would do? They would commit crime. I cannot allow that." Takayama 2005, 536. Whether this was simple benevolence or a more calculated start for his post-war political career is hard to say. Certainly it will have done his reputation no harm. There is, in any case, said to have been a rumor going round in the immediate post-war days that Kyushu would be made an independent country with Matsumoto its first president, Naramoto 1976, 118. After distributing the rice balls he left for Tokyo, probably wanting to get back to the political center at this time of change. Just over a week after getting back to Tokyo he took part in the 88th session of the Imperial Diet, which was convened on September 1, and on September 4 he took the opportunity to ask the Prime Minister, Prince Higashikuni what the government was planning to do in the near future to give immediate assistance to the people who needed clothes, bedding, food, and help rebuilding their homes. Matsumoto pointed out that things would only get worse as winter approached. The reply was that something already had been done but that they would do more. Meanwhile, initial discussions were taking place at the Tokyo mansion of Marquis Yoshichika Tokugawa, where Social Democrats such as Nishio Suehiro and Katayama Tetsu, who had remained active during the war, met with those such as Arahata Kansen, formerly of the RNT, and even some members of the right-wing THIRD, Takayama 2005, 538. A first formal meeting was held on August 24 and weekly meetings thereafter developed into the proposal made on September 14 to launch the Nihon Shaikite, Japan Social Democratic Party JSP. There is no direct evidence that Matsumoto took part in these discussions, but he was in Tokyo at this time and well known to all those who were central to these conversations. It is hard to imagine he would not have been involved. Before leaving Fukuoka he had given instructions to Tanaka Shigetsu, at that time still a member of the Prefectural Assembly, to start the process of creating a Kyushu Proletarian New Party, KYSH Musen Shint. Exactly when the meeting was first held is unclear, but it was before the end of August and took place in Matsumoto's house. Central Fukuoka had suffered massive bombing damage in July 1945, when 50% of the central business district had been destroyed in a single raid of B-29s, Nippon Times, January 5, 1946. However, Matsumoto's house in front of Yoshizuka Station was still standing. This remained the headquarters of the company and would soon become the base for the development of the new Socialist Party and the movement for Buruku liberation. Despite, or perhaps because of, the compromises he had made during the war, Matsumoto had retained a high profile within the local community, and over the next few years he would be elevated to a key position in the national political system. In this chapter we will begin by considering his political activity in the first 6 months of the occupation. During this time he resumed his life as a political actor within the socialist movement, and in the Diet he had an influence on the creation of the new constitution and played a role in the revival of the Buruku liberation movement. Later in this chapter, we will then trace the development of his political life under the new constitution. 2. Matsumoto and the post-war constitution. Independence for Kyushu. Matsumoto was back in Fukuoka by mid-September and gave an interview to the local newspaper in which he set out his basic philosophy, Okasubekarezu o Kazararabekarazu, or don't invade, don't allow to be invaded, which he claims to have adopted at least 30 years earlier. This, he said, was the essence of world peace. From the level of the life of an individual to that of international relations, we must establish the principle, don't invade, don't allow to be invaded. And, repeating some of the points made in the Diet speech of a couple of weeks earlier, possibly because until mid-August it was information that the government had prevented from becoming widely known, he described in detail the widespread destruction Japan had suffered. He went on to suggest that these problems would inevitably get worse as winter approached, the munitions factories closed down and soldiers returned home. This was the background for the key issues that faced both the new Socialist Party and government: shortages in housing, employment, and food, and demands for land reform. None of these problems could be satisfactorily resolved, he argued, without a socialist party. He described policies to create a social welfare system